Yeah,
But he has a neighbor who's a tech,
oh
like a
yeah,
guru. So
yeah.
it all
Oh,
worked out.
God, he does stuff. He does it so fast. I go, oh my God, you are. I mean, he's wizard, and
Yes.
he can go in the computer and I brought him over. What I was working on it for about half hour, 45 minutes, trying to get it to do what I wanted it to do, and going through here and there and there and here, and I never found it. And he sat down in my chair for less than 2 minutes. Went tap tap tap, click click click. There you go. Like, okay.
That's what you pay him for. That's all
Yep.
you
Yep.
need.
Yep.
Just
That's
he
right.
got it done. And hi, Sunday. We got Sunday with us, and Willie. Hi, Willie. Happy you're here.
Fantastic, fantastic.
Michelle, Happy New Year to you too.
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
seen
Christmas,
name. I haven't
wonderful.
seen Egg.
I know I haven't seen Egg in a little bit, but we have Egg with us tonight, and good deal. So, yeah, it's just. Did y'all have much of a New Year's? I didn't do anything. Well,
Yeah,
actually, I
didn't
did do
either.
something. I was gonna say I did do something. I went live on TikTok for about 3 hours. So that was my New Year's.
How did that go? Did you get
It was pretty good. It averaged about 25 people. Not huge.
And it was New Year's Eve, so
Yeah.
Yeah, how many people are going to be watching? Yeah, I popped in. I was in the living room. I popped in and out on the New York Ball a couple of times on YouTube, but I went immediately off and back to my, old Western or whatever it was that I was watching.
Oh man, I didn't even check it, to be honest, but I've not been impressed with previous years, like the entertainment and the hosts and etc.
I knew it was midnight because everybody and their brother was blasting off all kinds of fireworks outside my house. Like, oh, okay, it must be time.
Okay, yeah, right. That's funny you say that, because at midnight here, normally we hear at least a few fireworks. It's normal. Not this year. I mean, it was dead silent outside.
Well, lucky you. I mean, because we had bottle rockets screaming, that you don't expect them, and then all of a sudden there they are. It's like, I
was excited. I was hoping we'd hear a little bit of hooting hollering, but not this year. Everybody was tired.
Yeah, I think now maybe.
I did go out. I don't usually do much, but New Year's I like going out. I actually went out with a friend, and I woke up feeling like crap, but I had a lot of fun. So yeah, I went and had a fun.
Well, good.
I actually went bar hopping.
Oh boy!
Wow. It was a lot of fun.
I'm jealous. I haven't been out to a bar in so many years. I can't even tell you.
I do it maybe once or twice a year, but New Year's always is that one time where I do feel like, it's the beginning of a new year. Why not have in my Mexican culture, we say whatever you're doing for New Year's, if you're happy or you're crying, that's what your year's gonna be like. So we always try to be there.
Everything.
we always try to be happy and spend it with friends and people you love. So
right,
that's almost gruesome, man. That's almost a curse. It's like, no, I don't.
Yeah,
I know. It's like, I don't know now.
It was fun, and I paid for it the next day. I did. But I didn't work, so I just I stayed home all day and just watched TV and even DoorDash a couple of times. So yeah, I wasn't doing nothing. So it was fun. It was a fun night.
Good. Yeah, I haven't been out like that in years and years either. I don't think I could probably physically do it anymore. I don't know. It's
not at all. It's not as forgiving as
I know.
My body is not as forgiving as it was.
Like, how did I do that before? No idea.
So I don't do it that often. I don't feel the need to do it that often anymore. But
sure.
New Year's was just
It's so well. Yeah, I hear you. Let's see who else we have. Some people have crawled in here. We have Gray Guy. Hi, Gray Guy. And Andy on Facebook.
Andy, Gray Guy
is here. Yeah. And Metallium. Happy New Year to you too. And Rebecca from Texas is here. And we're getting a big thunderstorm right now. Crazy lightning. Wow. It's totally clear here where I am. But I it would have been a great day to go out and take pictures, but I do have a little bit of video from earlier today. Is I'm about to share.
That reminded me, I was on earlier today. I was thinking I wasn't on earlier this morning, and I actually was, because it reminded me that I sent you a couple of videos, and unfortunately, I didn't write the lady's name down, and I should have.
Oh, I get it. Yep. Let's see. Oh, hi. We've got Sarah. Hi, Sarah. Happy New Year. And Dennis. Dennis, I'm pretty sure he said he's in the UK, right? I'm pretty sure. So, but he is here, and he just got into bed. So, cool. We can hang out.
Speaking of,
we can all hang out. That's perfect. Cold. Right. That's what you could do, Sam. Now that you got a mic, you could just lay down if you wanted.
Well, I'm noticing it's not standing center as much as I'd like, and I'm gonna have to. I was messing with it here. You could probably hear it a minute ago, where I was like trying to readjust it so it would stand where I wanted to, because I literally almost have to hold it forward, because it wants to center away from me, and it's like no. So I have to play with it for a while and figure out exactly how to get it to do what I want it to do.
I can definitely tell your the deepness of your voice is more clear.
Yeah, then I can do the cool radio voice stuff.
You could. I mean it. This is like going to be your new side gig.
I got a new toy. Santa was very kind to me.
Yeah.
It was like amazing. Awesome. Yeah, it's it's a whole different thing. I mean, brand new toys, cool. So under the premise of what? We lost Jesus. Under the premise of Jesus, what I start the new year with is like a really cool toy. So it's going to be a good year. Let's try that.
I like that idea. I'm not sure where that leaves me yet, but I'm open.
Yeah.
Actually, I had a really nice and quiet, New Year's, except for going live for 3 hours, but it was still nice and quiet. So
yeah,
that means peaceful.
I saw that ticket option where everybody said, doing nothing, staying home, going to bed early.
Yeah. I was still up to like 3 o'clock, but hey.
Oh, I was too. I just wasn't really into the, standing there. Years ago, I used to, wear my tuxedo all the time and go out and have friends. Yeah. If I didn't go out, then I'd at least have friends over for a party. But my friend seems to have, my group of friends seems to have gotten elderly and
they grow up
sedentary. Well, I can't say grow up because, they've been my friends since we were all 18, but
sure.
I don't talk to any of them anymore. That crazy Nibiru guy.
It changes. I'm not really in connection with mine either.
I think I lost everybody once I started talking about Nibiru, he's nuts, and all of this.
That happens. Hey, Katie. Katie is here.
Well, the funny thing is, and I remind myself of that regularly, how, because I was talking to the neighbor guy when he came over to, to do a couple of settings for me on the computer, and on what I was missing, obviously, which was
was that just me or was that everybody?
Yeah, that was you. Yeah,
just you.
I had to reset my Wi-Fi. I don't know. It just completely kicked me off.
Yeah, well, that's what happens to me. My last couple of shows, I just started scrolling and then away I went. So yeah, it happens. Unless we're being messed with, which I'm not going to jump to that conclusion over. But
let's not go there yet. But we lost Rebecca a few seconds in, and then let's see what happens. So.
Well, I'm pulling up my pictures. When you lost me earlier, everything I had ready to present went by the wayside. So it just takes a moment to pull it back up again. But yeah, I got the videos that I took myself, and I have quite a bit of video tonight, and all of the pictures that people have been sending to our email, which I'll pull that up.
Did we get some pretty? Did we get more this time of that going on?
Yeah. It's becoming a daily thing. I check the email because people are dropping emails in between shows each day.
Yay. Thank you, everybody.
Right. Yeah. Skypix4sam@gmail.com if you want to send a picture or two or up to, no more than 10. Let's just say that.
Yeah, there you go.
But
less is more. Just
yeah, right.
Less is more, and
less is more.
Just pick the one or the ones that are the best ones.
Right. And something I'll mention. I feel like I can get more because it's horizontal seems to work better. It seems to, fill the space. We can see it better. So when taking pictures, if you turn your phone this way versus this way, both is okay. But this is
the wider the angle is better because that way we're not looking up to the top and down to the ground. Somebody, I had a couple of really nice shots that somebody sent in, and I great that you're sending in a shot, but if you do it the wider, it's much better. And I commented on Skywatcher 2 today.
Same thing.
Yeah, same thing, same issue. And I noticed some people are putting their names on the pictures, which is great.
I have too. I've saw that too.
We know more, and we can attribute the picture in the future. And I have to reiterate again: never, ever, ever film through glass, not through your car window. Not, it's great that you get a shot and you're on the 12th floor of a building, but I saw a doubling of the sun routine again, and they're all going, "Oh, look, there! We don't know if this is the sun or what." And what all it was, unfortunately, was a glass double of the sun. And people think they capture something, but when you're filming in through glass, or even like that happens also if you're trying to film through welding glass or a pair of sunglasses, you're always going to get a glass double, period. Anytime you have an additional lens that the lens is filming through, you're going to get a double. Okay, I've got to go cut pizza again, so I'll be right back.
Okay, go right ahead.
It's pizza day.
I know.
The teenagers, they get pizzas the nights that we do podcasts, so they like that.
Right, they got it all figured out now, don't they?
Pizza,
Saturday, pizza night.
Their gaming devices. That's
sure. I haven't heard about how that's going. I'm sure they're having a hard time breaking away.
I'm sure they are.
That's how it is.
Yeah.
And I just want to say hi to the viewers on TikTok. There's a few people over there. We got To The Max, and Kimberly is with us. So hello, you all.
I'm streaming it on my channel as well on YouTube. But
nice.
I don't know what. I haven't checked to see what's going on over there.
It's on. Oh yeah, I was going to put it on Sam's page, but I have it on my page. Of course, the Nibiru page, and I put it on the Nibiru Watch Africa group because we're connected with them. So it's out there, y'all. It's good. Let's see. And for you all on TikTok, if you want to join the main chat, you can join us over on YouTube, and that way you can see what everybody else is saying over there if you would like. And To The Max is going to an observatory on Saturday. Wow, I've never even been to one. Have you, Jesus? Have you been to an observatory?
I have, but it was before any of this. So, but yeah, I got to see Mars actually.
Nice.
Because I used to live in Flagstaff, Arizona for a little bit, and they have an observatory in that area. So we went to go check it out up there. But it was really nice. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
But I've always been into that kind of stuff, but it was way before any others. So Nicole, my channel is it says right below my name. I don't know. I'm sure it says the Nibiru system is already here. That is my YouTube channel for Nicole.
Oh, I didn't see that comment. Okay. Got it. Okay, I'm going to share this on the Montana Skywatcher group.
You know what I always think though is that now I was seeing this video of this person who was sharing how she had got a $50,000 telescope, right? And she took pictures of the moon, and I'm like, gosh, if I had something that what I wanted to say to her was, you should use it in the day. And is that even? I'm sure that's
Oh,
possible
right.
because that. See, I think that's a lot of times why. Okay, so we get the question all the time, like why the people with telescopes aren't seeing it? It's because most of the action is happening in the day. Again, they're between us and the sky, so most of the sky, anything, is in the day.
I mean, do
I
you
would have
think?
wished I would have had the sense, because for a period I did have a telescope, but I wish I would have known then that about all this, because I would
I
have taken
know.
it out in the day and
But do you think we would have
maybe
been
image the
able
smaller
to?
stuff because the planets is just pointless. But I mean like smaller stuff, like image
Right.
maybe an asteroid
Right.
or even a cube, something. Just try to image it a little
Right.
more in the daytime.
You
Because
can
I
see
think
like little
everybody,
windows on a cube or something.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, everybody thinks of a telescope and they associate it with the night sky. That's like automatic to everybody. And it
Sure.
only dawned on me recently. I was like, well, that's funny because I now, knowing what I know now, I would use it in the day and just kind of forget about the night sky because nothing happens at night. So
I know.
where do we have any? I mean, they're getting a little more common now, but they're not as
A lot of the asteroids have been sighted at nighttime sightings over the last week and a half.
I
And of
was just
course,
gonna say hi
the
to
higher up planets are harder to
Avengers.
see.
At nighttime, you mean?
Yeah, yeah.
At night. But
Yeah,
we've been
nighttime sightings.
getting way more nighttime planets at night captures.
Yeah,
here
now
on
as they're
Earth.
going over the top
I'm
of
seeing
us,
it
we
more.
talked about this
Mhm.
before. Now that they're going over the top of us, we're gonna start seeing
Nighttime.
more
Yeah,
night.
that has to do with
It's
the
a
light.
live action.
Yeah, and that's why we have nighttime because the backside of the Earth away from the sun. Yeah, this goes back to there are actually people that believe that, and I've seen it in type, and I couldn't believe it. Like, we scientists were going to visit the sun at night, and I actually looked at that, and somebody actually typed that, and it was like, okay, scientists are going to the sun, and they're not going to burn up because they're going there at night. Okay, and that's not how it works.
I was having this discussion while I was a little tipsy the other day at a bar, and it is astounding how little knowledge people really have when it comes to night, to the sky, anything.
Yeah.
I mentioned the CME. I mentioned something nobody really was grasping what I was trying to say. Like a lot of people were completely oblivious to a lot of things about the sky. So I'm not that. I mean, it's funny, but I'm not that surprised.
Well, just ask anybody if they know actually what a CME is.
Yeah, that was kind of the topic of conversation, and I mean, one of them did. I mean, I got a very vague explanation of it, but yeah, it's just astounding how really little people really know, and what they do know is very basic stuff.
And it's not that hard of a topic. It really
Venus is there. Mercury is the closest planet to the sun. And so forth, and very basic stuff. But really know much. It's very uncommon. To have anything. Anybody really have any real knowledge of any of this stuff. And I remember I was kind of like that myself. Even though I was obsessed, always loved watching the skies, even I realized that I had very little knowledge of it until I came to Montana Skywatchers and I started,
hold that picture.
whole journey.
Okay. I was going to say hi to Andrea and Thunder.
Yeah, it is Tuesday, Andrea.
And Avengers. So
Avengers and,
remember that capture we saw the other day with the wispy round that you did a mock-up comparative of the lead asteroid where it was in the south western sky.
Let me
this
look
is
and
almost southwest. This is sort of a southish shot, and we're seeing a discharge. And I would bet money this is the discharge of the lead asteroid.
Wow. Okay.
Look at the size. You know, the only other thing it could be, but the light angle is wrong, and it would have to be closer to the sun to be Saturn's yellow moon. But this is this is that lead asteroid one, and that one, of course, this lead asteroid picture comes from 2020.
Wow!
And unfortunately, it's filmed through glass, and you can tell. There's a little extra in the picture.
Extra glare.
I see.
But that's not going to make a big circle in the sky,
right?
Like that. Speaking of, well, I've been seeing. I'm in a lot of different Nibiru groups.
I didn't realize that Andrea was in New Zealand. So yeah, they have a different time schedule then. So they're literally ahead of us on time. Many hours.
Right.
Many hours.
She's that far away too from us.
I am glad that New Zealand is listening. I hope all of your friendly New Zealanders or co-New Zealanders.
They have a few. A few.
I hope we actually come on. We need to increase out there, people. Even if we are nut jobs, send us to your friends.
They like to be entertained too.
Yeah,
right?
you know, let's at least be mildly entertaining, if not accurate.
I've said this before. You have to be a little nuts to even kind of seek out this stuff.
Yeah,
you have to be a little bit nuts. So a little nuttiness is okay, man. It's encouraged.
Right. I mean,
I think as long as you're thinking outside of the box and outside of mainstream way of thinking and mainstream science, I think you have a chance. Because a lot of people can't do that.
Don't run to your pictures.
A lot of the, I had a brief conversation about this stuff while I was hanging out with some friends at the bar for New Year's, and we didn't really go. They were open to talking, because they were the one asking questions, but it made me. There was a lot of stuff that I realized that a lot of people just can't look. They can't go against what mainstream is telling.
That blows me away too, because I've never ever.
Yeah. They will question a lot of things, but and they're mistrusting of the government. But when it comes to NASA and anything about planets, it's like the information is solid and they have no reason to question it. But
those guys know more than I do. Yeah, that kind of thing.
I
ran into that early at Walmart with somebody where they said to me, "Well, that's past everything in my education." And guys, it's really not that difficult. It really isn't. You spend a couple of occasions learning about a topic. I mean, there's so much to be known about the sun that is easy. It's quite simple. You just have to sort of go out and try to learn the basics and start there. And I watched Suspicious Observer for a long time, and the guy is brilliant. He's well studied, knows his back stuff, and I mean goes above and beyond the call of duty in many cases. Could quit his show within the first 5 minutes, and then he goes on and on and on. So, and then of course I was on board with him for a very long time, and then he actually publicly discounted Nibiru, and I went, okay, I'm done listening.
That's kind of where he lost me too, because I used to watch him all the time, and I like his take on things, but he will never publicly admit or
I think that sponsors
anything when it comes to Nibiru, and that's kind of where he lost me.
He's got that hugely expensive motorhome that his family lives in, big, $175,000-$185,000 house on wheels, and I guess he's got to make sure those payments get made. And I hope he's got it paid off by now. I doubt it. But he started that, about a decade ago.
Well, because
go back a couple of
somebody that educated them, Sandy. I really do think that they would have to at least suspect something's off, right? Like,
well, yeah, one would hope.
You would think, you would hope, right? You would hope, but
that I hear him
mostly no.
He seems very comfortable in his education, what he knows, and a lot of it is fascinating and on point. But it's just that Nibiru, where very few people cross that line and are willing to cross that line. And I was hearing just today a podcast. But he was talking about that how that's such a problem, that dogma in any kind of academia and any kind of science based anything is that you don't really question what has been laid out.
Hello, Facebook
You know,
user.
you
You
can only
skipped out.
add
Are you logging
before
up or is it
you
me?
get published. You have to kind of follow, you know, what's already been established as real. And the thing about science is that things change a lot, very often. And Graham Hancock has proved a lot of things, you know, since the 90s of archaeology not being
Oh,
exactly correct. And
yeah. Don't even get me started on that.
there's a lot of questioning, yes, and he brings up a lot of interesting questions that over the years have actually been proven to be real. You know how he was ridiculed, still is ridiculed by a lot of things, you know, but he has a good take on it. But you know what he was saying is that there's a big dogma in any academia, anything, because in order to get published, you know, which is what's going to make
Yeah.
anybody's career is following, you know, what's already been laid out and not questioning or
Right.
going against any previous you know, theory that's been laid out, you know, by your peers.
The Facebook
And
user,
that's a
sorry
big
to
problem.
interrupt. The Facebook user that has written in Arabic, he says, hello guys.
Oh,
Yes.
What the
well,
translation
hello.
is. I was translating into Arabic. That's, you know, I think that was a great deal to do with part of why the government told me nobody will ever believe you anyway. Um, and of course, you know, there's been that thing throughout the
But
70s
that's
where,
exactly what came to mind when I was hearing that, Sam. When I was hearing him saying that today, I listened to that podcast all day at work, and it did come to mind is because they've made it to a point now where it's almost if you really want a career in these kind of you know, in these fields, you really have to follow. You really have to play ball. You know,
well, yeah,
you
you have
really
to be one of the sheep, one of the masses that
yes,
stick.
yes, or you will be ridiculed to the point where you know you lose pretty much everything. You know, and it's difficult. It's a difficult area, you know, because people's entire lives are, you know, what they do, and
Right.
if they dare go against the establishment, you know,
Yeah.
they lose their career, they lose credibility, and they lose
And
everything. So
that
they
is the
have
exact
made it they have made it really hard for any new science to not only be accepted but to be explored.
well, I'm the exact opposite, and that's why I never got along with anyone in the system, from, you know, from school all the way up to the working world, where, you know, I don't accept, you know, someone's generic explanation of something. I think it through. An example is this picture right in front of us here.
How good
That
you
literally
know?
matches the one that Mr. MBBE333 posted the other day. And this again is the red asteroid with the newly named big sister behind it, by the way, named after Rebecca named it. And underneath is Batu's moon in the blue at the bottom, and you can see it. Well, of course, I can see it. I should restate that. I can see it.
Um,
I hope everybody else can too. But,
Say that
you
one
know,
more time.
I-
Sorry, Sam.
you're
I had to
really
do
you're a
something.
little you know when it comes to the small stuff like that you're pretty good, Sam. You know.
Oh
Oh,
yes.
thank you, thank you.
And the asteroids. Big
And I
sister.
was thinking about Dave Dobbs again, you know, because I go through stuff, and when I have conversations, I usually run them through my brain a second time prior to going to sleep, usually, unfortunately. And I hope we didn't insult him in any way the other day, and I hope he comes back and will even talk to us, and maybe even guest someday. But if you look at because you just switched pictures, if you look at the white, yellow, no, it's fine. Go ahead, go to the close up.
Yeah.
If you look at the white, yellow, and the shape, that we know that shape, that is the red asteroid. We see it over and over, week in, week out. We've also now last week there the bluish blob above the white, or the white, yellow, green blob. is that what we're going to call Big Sister, because we know that there's this centralized medium-sized asteroid that's been behind, and usually behind and to the left of the red asteroid for the longest time. I mean, I've drawn it in. We just never named it, and then we did name Casper, and we did name Little Sister, and so we'll call this one the Big Sister because it's sort of stuck already in my brain anyway. But this is a repetitive pattern. And that blue area to the left is the bottom shadowing of the bottom of white Attu's moon. I don't know why I almost said Attu backwardsly weird. I don't know. But Attu's moon and the object cluster group in the red and the lead asteroid and the spiral asteroid and the blue and the green and the big.
I see what you're saying now, son, but I originally attributed that to like the asteroid trail. It's kind of what it looked like to me, just right off.
Yeah, but it's. Remember, there's an electrical.
Yes. So illumination. So I wasn't wrong either.
Right. No, I'm not saying you're wrong.
Okay, no. What I'm saying is that it is basically both, because I see the curve line more pronounced at the bottom, and you still have. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
but remember, it's shining at
because
the
I
angle from the right.
Because I first attributed it to the asteroid trail. I didn't even look at the defined curve line at the bottom, which is pretty well defined.
So thank you, Sammy. I just want to say
thank you, Sammy.
Sammy, thank you very much. Very, very thoughtful.
Yay!
Right, they help so much. It really does.
So across the mic.
Yes.
Light and clapping.
Yeah, you can even hear your clapping more clearly.
Yeah, I don't have to sit forward all night long. I can, and remember I was talking last week. It's like, I'm sitting here on my elbows, and my elbows are even, because boy, I had coffee last week, and I had 2 cups all day, and I was like 300 miles an hour. Give me
wired.
One of those New Year's party spinners they used to use back in the 40s and 50s. Get it. Yeah. Anyway. Apparently, my coffee's working. I'm down to half a cup here. I poured a new cup of
it's
coffee
working
for the show. So
I wish it did it to me.
Oh, that's why I've had to lay off.
And go to bed. So
I go too fast, too quickly on less than and I just stopped drinking coffee for the longest time because, for quite a few years here through the last decade, we haven't had any decent coffee. It's like, unfortunately, South America and most places that it is grown has quality has gone down. And by the way, that is a huge portion of what's going on with why we have all the folks trying to get in the United States at the southern borders. They're drastically, direly suffering from climate change. And I don't think there's not enough. Yeah, I love that picture. There's not enough media focusing attention on this climatary change that is right before our very eyes. And that storm that went through and from what was it called? That first one was Chiron, and then the second one was I had that little piece of paper somewhere here in front of me. Chiron, and the other one was trying to find it. China EQ after midnight. Well, anyway, I'm not looking at the right piece of paper. And then the German storms, Zoltan and the Garrett was this week's storm in over Scotland and the UK, and this violent windstorm, and everybody looks at it as normal, and God, look at that. God, that's a picture. The real sky is the yellow area. Everything above, all that reddish, purplish blue, is a planet. That is an overhead passing planet, guys.
And you can tell with because it looks a little blurry. Like anything that's way out of our atmosphere is always going to be a little blurry. Most times.
We had a question. I'm looking for it. I don't even remember who asked, but someone was asking. Here it is from Thunda, asking, "Is Isatum the only reason we would see red-colored sky?" I don't know if she means clouds included in that, but is Isatum the only reason we would see red?
This magnitude of red, yes. Mm-hmm. This is way redder skies than we've ever had in our lives. Usually it was an orange, pink, beautiful, and might approach the actual spectrum of red, but within the last year and a half, because of proximity of Isatum at sunset and everything, we're seeing like a month ago, I saw the reddest skies I've ever seen in my entire life. And I mean, it was ungodly cool. And I sat there and just, I mean, like, wow, wow. Well, I couldn't say anything other than wow, you know, and it just kept coming out, ripping out of my mouth. Yeah, look, this
Here's
is that
some
other one. That
good
one prior to that
skies.
was purple and red, and here's red and a little bit of dash of yellow. Yeah, these are the reddest skies I've ever seen in my entire life, and I have spent my life watching the sky because I absolutely love the sky, and for the longest time I studied the clouds and how to paint the moon and all that just by watching the sky because I like to paint and I wanted to be accurate.
So, what would make the sky like this red? Not just red clouds,
Well,
but red. Like
after
here's an
sunset,
example.
the angle of light is shining across the face of a Saturn, which is on the right hand side of our sun, and its proximity close to us, and yet it's still slightly in front of us, not going completely over us, but partially over us. And that angle on the right hand side hits the planet of Saturn and immediately directly refracts back to Earth. And that's why the after sunset, the clouds are turning that intensely intense red because the angle of light and
Okay.
proximity. And it's of course shining on this. If you go back one picture, right? Yeah. If you notice that there's a purple in the background here, and that is planet Atu. And what is the red area on this would probably most likely, and of course we look in the left hand lower area, there sits the base cloud, core cloud of Nepesity. So we're seeing Atu and Nepesity over the top of us here. The refractive light is of course coming from the right hand side at sunset, but the purple is showing from the darkness of Atu, and the red is showing from the greenish planet Nepesity, and the actual yellow sky is yellow down there, and Saru is over to the left at the horizon. So that's also increasing the orange base and the yellow and
Right.
all of
Here's like that is, just blatant
that.
red,
Yeah, the refractive
top to
color.
bottom.
Now that is refractive coloring on a crossing asteroid, most likely the red with the spiral.
Wow. Interesting. I would.
Or little sister, and because you can see the shapes. And
Uh-huh.
they're illuminating, and everything else isn't illuminating. There's a darkness, there's a blackness, and so you're seeing the object that's close to Earth refracting off probably red refractive light facially off of planet Earth, because that's how our moon is illuminated as well, and why we see it at night illuminated is refractive light that actually bounces off the face of Earth and hits our moon, because we see it on the inside.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen the sky quite
Yeah,
this
never in
red.
my life have I seen this much red.
Never.
It's
Right.
insanely, it's
But it
beautiful.
happens.
I mean,
I know.
that
And
and the red
Andrea, yes. Go
Aurora
ahead, Sydney.
borealis. We've never seen red Aurora borealis within
Oh, okay.
prior to recent
Don't know
planetary
that.
passings. Did you know that they've actually described the breakdown of purple lightning? And I should have posted that around when I ran across that. Purple lightning comes from higher up in space. They referred to storm patterns that were way higher up in space, but of course they didn't connect with the fact that the purple lightning does come from exterior bodies way above our normal atmosphere. Oh, I love this picture. This
I
this
know.
I
I was just gonna
consider
say,
I-
wow.
we got this a couple of days ago, and I should have wrote the lady's name down that sent it in, and it was excellent. And we're looking at this is a Saturn's yellow moon, and the fire like flame like micro clouds. Of course, the camera's tipped at an angle on the shot, and you can see that on the roof edge there on the right hand side. It's an exact example of the flame like clouds of a Saturn's yellow moon. And if you look behind area back there, that's all of Saturn. It's huge. Saturn's yellow moon is huge currently.
Jesus,
And I saw that and I went, oh my God, I love this. And there's, of course, a drawing that I did probably last year.
Right.
That
That's what I was
literally
looking
catches it.
for.
And of course, you're hunting for that. So bear with us, folks.
Right.
Okay. Facebook user, that is a lot of text to translate, but I will probably have to do it in 2 batches here. So while you're looking for that, I will attempt to translate what our Arabic friend is sending
And
us.
I just wanted to make sure Andrea heard me. She asked about sending some pictures. So I want to make sure you heard me too. You can send them to my messenger or to the SkyPics for Sam email, either one. And we'll share them.
That looks like a very comfortable, carpet picture there.
Like a carpet? Okay.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
that looks. I hate to attribute Skype pictures to stuff like that, but
No,
faces and
I
other
see it
stuff
like a shag.
looks like I could just lay down on top of that and take a nap. I love this picture. I really want to see.
I have a comparison I made with it, so
I want to hear Sam really explain, like, because this is really different. Like, I haven't seen something like this in a long time. Like, it just looks like there's a bunch of threads.
uh-huh.
You know,
I've seen that very similar one day out back this past summer, you know.
Really?
But oh yeah,
this is
directly
unique.
overhead.
I wouldn't say unique, but it's just uncommon. I don't see this very often.
Yes,
I'm not seeing this very often, but that is a very.
The Star of Wars. I'm reading the translation here because I had to do it in 2 batches, and I'm having some trouble deleting it afterwards, which is weird. It won't let me scroll off the last letter in backspace, and I don't know why. So okay, it says this. There it goes. Well, it's gone now. Yeah, I'm having some issues here. I have to click out of Arabic and go to Persian. And it still won't remove it. Weird. Okay.
Hi, Dragon Sage. Happy New Year.
And I'm going back
Here's
to
Sam's
Persian.
drawing.
Or no, excuse me. I need to go to Arabic.
Dragon Sage. Happy New Year.
Arabic.
And Tracy is here. Hi, Tracy.
No, I don't know if we. I know Christopher said hi a while ago. I want to see.
Yes,
again.
Christopher. I got some of his pictures to share tonight. He's actually going to be
okay.
on
Your
the
question,
show
your
during the
question on that drawing. Hey, Zeus, go ahead.
No, it was actually Rebecca talking.
Okay. Sorry, I
don't know. I'm confused. I'm just saying hi.
Oh, you were saying Christopher's going to be on the show.
Yeah, he is. Like not this Saturday, I think, but next Saturday, I think.
No, nice.
I need to get a calendar, a new book, so I can keep everything written down, like old school.
Oh, that reminds me, I have to buy a new calendar this year. I didn't even buy one last year, and it was a pain in the butt.
Like I need one, like an appointment book, you know. So because I'm going to have so many appointments this year, I foresee it.
Well, because you're a busy person.
I am. I got appointments and shows to have. It's show business.
Damn.
Right.
Yeah.
Before you know it, you're going to need a personal assistant and a driver. And
I already do.
The 13th.
I already do.
Well, I just gotta say, I love Christopher's enthusiasm with all this. Like,
the 13th.
I know he's gonna be here for a while, and he's gonna learn a lot because it's clear that he loves it. You know. And,
well, he reminds me. I mean, his enthusiasm reminds me a whole lot of Afan in Maldives.
That's right. Yes.
That was very much how he was. He just couldn't get enough. He, had questions and
that's what it takes. Consistency, and you have to love it enough because you have to spend the time, and you have to love it. That's the best way to start in this. If you're not interested in the topic, you're probably not going to learn much because it requires patience, it requires time, and
it seems like he had been kind of like you, Jesus. He had been looking for answers, and whenever he found this information, it just clicked, just like we said, it just like he knew it was right. He could feel it.
Yeah, I've not had the time to speak to him enough to see what his backstory is, because I always love people's backstory, how and what brought you here, because this kind of information that you don't just fall into by accident. Like something, the algorithm had to pick up that you probably are watching stuff like this or actively seeking it out. Um, so I always like to hear people's backstory because there's always an interesting backstory there.
Right, right. And then Tracy said that she's going to send me a video. So I'll be on the lookout for that. You want to send it on Messenger, I'm guessing? Let me see what we have going on here.
Do I think the second Arabic question was, do I think that Nibiru will be near Jupiter by 2040? Interesting point of view. You can't think of it as going out away from us in the general pattern of things because we travel in a spiral, not on a dinner plate. So that would be a hard, but it'd be proximity leaving by then, but I'm not going to think that it's going to be near Jupiter per se. They remember the planets don't crash into each other; they push each other out of the way electrically, or just automatically by how they their placement and gravitational behaviors automatically repel it because they don't crush it because their polarity issues are different. So I that's hard to answer, but yeah, I think by 2040. Let's see, Earth brain by 2025. That's 30. Well, that'd be 15 years by then. I don't think we'll even be seeing Nibiru still by 2040. I think they'll be off into the darkness, going away. We might see the stars still, or the lead asteroid, the astro object cluster groups as they discharge in space, which is how we sort of originally found them when they were first on their way in. We were seeing more discharging going off from the object cluster group. And by the way, on my personal page today, I was announcing that, and I need to go there so I can give you the actual date, because sometimes my brain is spinning stuff in circles. So I've learned to actually try and look things up before I say them. Come on, Facebook, open up.
Okay.
Spin. I'm using a lot of feed here. It's stalling because I'm running a bunch of pages
Tracy,
here.
send it on Messenger.
Okay, Chinese New Year begins 10th of February. Yeah, I would have given the wrong date. And of course, guess what year it is in Chinese New Year?
I'm glad you bring this up because I thought this was fascinating. I caught this.
This is the year of the dragon.
Yeah,
this is again the year of the dragon. And where did the original?
Really?
The original creation of the legend of dragons from China happened from the passing object cluster groups and the great floods that they had at the last cycle, and which is just because they have this repetitive repeating cycle of the year of the monkey or the cat or the dog or whatever. And here it is. Of course, it's the year of the dragon 2024 because we're going to see the major event from all of this is going to be I think, and Mark was even talking to me about this, and I know last couple of times we talked, Jesus, you were thinking that things were lessening, but I do not see that occurring. I really truly believe that next year we are going to be so unbelievably hot during the summer. Because look what's going on in Australia.
Sam, speaking of that, we're in January and we're 45 degrees all week long. 45 degrees. We should be knee deep in snow right now.
Right.
This was a conversation that started the other night while I was out. Was the weather, and I'm like, like if you're really paying attention, everybody's like, well, we just have crazy weather like that here in Utah. I'm like, if you really believe that, you're not paying attention to what's happening worldwide.
Oh my God, yeah. And then
I said solar system wide, and that's what got people interested, and that's where we started having a conversation that didn't last very long before I lost people, but I was drinking, and I maybe have gone
Well,
little
going on, yeah.
too
You know what
quickly.
I would have said?
Maybe I went a little too quickly for them.
You know what I would have said?
So I lost them, but yes, I was. This is what started the conversation. Is that the weather is getting so freaking hot.
I would have been a little
45 degrees,
faster
you know.
inside and said, well, 2 suns will do that. You know, I mean, we have here's an example. You know, it's not just climate change for Earth; it's solar system climate change. All the
That's
planets are
exactly what
heating up.
I was bringing up. How we started seeing the poles of Saturn light up. We started seeing the poles of a few of our gas giants light up right around the time that this started happening.
Oh, and look what the aurora borealis of Earth over the last 6 months.
That's right. That was another one that I seen where we're not supposed to be seeing aurora borealis so far south.
And red and purple and green and blue.
I brought up the phases of the moon. People were completely oblivious that our phases do not match what they've been doing for the past thousands, you know, maybe from the last cycle, you know. High noon, I mentioned high noon, and everybody was like, could you explain what high noon is? Again, very limited.
Yeah, anybody that's in their 30s or younger may not even realize, well, okay, because if we take a decade away from them, they're in their 20s and teens prior to that, then that is when it happened. Was 2010-11 was when the transition occurred. And if they weren't savvy enough as children to pay attention to the rules of the sun, I'm trying to deal with this translate thing again. It's got to switch. I have to literally click it out to make it erase what I've got here because it's not backing off. I can erase most of it, but then it won't let me do it after a certain distance, and I've never seen that before. It's weird. Program glitch. I gotta literally individually click every backup letter. Weird. Come on. Stop. Just clear for me, please. Hey, English. Okay, no. Okay, 0. All right. Now I gotta click back to Arabic.
Good.
Weird. It's just, I've never seen it do this before. Okay, and it says stay tuned for the state of malfunction in our planet starting from 3/3/24 and 25. Strong earthquakes, that is what I expect perfectly. Thank you, friends. Okay, well, we got that translated, and which is a little silly that I do it, and I apologize to everybody, and thank you for bearing with me.
I do it too. I'm always curious what they're saying. So
yeah. Like I go
to the trouble to check it.
I love that you can translate that, because sometimes I get a lot of. I have a couple of people who always comment on my videos in Arabic, and I have no idea what they're saying, and I want to respond to them.
Yeah, it just takes a little time.
And sometimes I hope that they don't think I'm being rude, but I just don't. I don't even know how to translate, even if I want to.
Just copy and paste it in Google Translate, and it will show you.
I'm horrible. Technologically, limited.
Yeah, me too. I have found it. I go to Bing. I found that Google Translate is not as good as Bing Translate. And I've just over the years learned to go, just type in Bing Translate. And then it's also on the top of the page. You click on it, boom, there it is. You just enter the text and it actually picks out the language for you. It automatically identifies the language and then translates it for you instantly. It won't take more than probably 6 or 8 sentences. But which is what
it's usually pretty short and to the point. Whatever they're commenting, it's just sometimes I just feel like I really want to. And also I'm curious to see what their point of view or what they think about what they're seeing in my videos, because there's a few of them that are very consistently comment on my videos, and I don't know what to say to them. But I'll try the copy and paste. I can't believe I didn't think about that, but. Again, I'm technologically challenged, so
yeah, it's pathways, it's patterns that we're used to doing.
What was this, Sam? I was curious because it looked like asteroids and a cube. but
Yeah, well,
I don't know.
it seriously, I believe that I answered the person that sent this photograph, and I do
Oh
believe it's
yeah,
probably the Texas cube because it is on it's on the left side of the sun. Um, the side orb could be the upper round cloud, or that could be a smaller asteroid, or it could even be the Empire orb, which has been sighted near the cubes from time to time.
You could
And
see.
the Empire orb is seemingly
I mean, that kind of
a
looks
different
that kind of
size
looks
than the side
boxy
edge.
though. That kind of looks boxy though. And then if you
Yeah,
look at the middle, it looks orby. So that would have been my guess.
yeah. I was going there next. Yeah. And
cube
then
inside orb.
sometimes there's triangle star destroyers that are parked right next to it or behind it, and they have a tendency to get into that cloud mix as well and distract from the actual cube. But if
Yeah,
you look at this is a tipped box. If you were holding a dice in your hand and you tipped it slightly away from you, the angles change and it becomes more diamond shaped. But yeah, this is pretty much, I
Mhm.
believe, this is probably most likely 60%, 70% sure that this is probably the Texas cube. But then I hate to guess, but and this
yeah,
is why people take wider shots, man. If get us more, and then we have the location. We can tell if it's north, south, east, and west, and all that. And then that also adds to the identification and proximity and size, and that way we have a way to judge other objects in the picture and then do comparison in size, etc.
right. I know you saw that one. That was
Oh
perfect.
yeah, that's
You know, I love
that's
it.
the Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon.
Right.
And there's no Nibiru showing here, although it is back there. But in this shot, which is a smaller shot, it shows you the side of Isatum, and then of course the warble middle all the way to the upper right is the ion tail of Isatum's yellow moon.
Also,
And there's a little blob and a black square just above the center tree to the right, and that very much looks like the long box cube inside orb.
yeah, wait till you see the video I took. I'm gonna show these pictures that Zane just sent in 4
Awesome.
pictures. He lives not far from me, like an hour or so away. So they were in the last day or two. His
He's south
pictures.
of you, right?
Yes, right.
Okay.
Like southeast.
As in Texas.
No, he's in Oklahoma.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Not that
about
far.
an hour
Wait,
away.
then he's close.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, pretty close. And
'Cause you're a
sometimes
center
right here in
northern.
Tulsa. He travels around, I guess, for whatever he does, but he
Oh,
moves
lucky
around.
people. I
Right.
almost get jealous when people say they travel around, because I've been
Yeah, he does get to
stuck
move
in my
around.
house all these years now because, financial and parental. Yeah,
Right.
look at this. This is very squarish face
It
showing.
does. Look, yes.
And I saw a shot this week from. I got to start taking names down on a notebook. Probably be filling out notebooks all day, every day. Where the long box cube was on the right hand side, and it was very, very much bigger than most sightings. And so it's entirely possible they're doing another close Earth pass. Maybe they wanted to see the New Year's celebrations, by eye, and let's park a little closer today, Bill. Okay, yeah.
Right. Yeah, you can definitely see a straight line.
There are some of my drawings
more
that I
than
very
one.
much like, and then there's some of them that I go, "Oh, what a cruddy drawing!" And that other one was a little bit, on the negative in my favorites category. Must be time for a cough drop again. Actually, it's
Yeah.
time for a Coke. I'll be right back.
Hi, Rocket Man. How are you? Happy New Year. Happy
Hello,
you're
Rocky Man.
here.
Nice to have you here again.
Yeah, I don't know what day this was, if it was today or yesterday. He told me, but
That's awesome.
he
That's
sees,
a nice
he
day.
sees things I never see, and we're so close, but he has such a better view than what I have. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you live like right in the city, so you have a lot of obstruction.
Yes.
Even
Yes.
though Oklahoma is pretty flat for the most part, but you live right in the city. So, and I mean, what's the population in Tulsa? How big of a city is it?
Let me check. Because I
It's significant, it's sizable, right? It is a sizable city.
It is. It's the second largest city in the state of Oklahoma. Let's see. Population for 20. It was 400, almost 409,000.
Thank you, Rocket Man.
That's pretty sizable.
Pretty good size. Pretty good size, yeah. And I live like, I don't know, 2 miles outside of downtown.
Okay, here comes the microphone test. Is everybody ready?
Testing. Oh, psh.
I can hear the bubbles.
Yeah, I could hear it really good. You could do commercials for sure.
Yes, that refreshing flavor of Coca-Cola.
Right. And Rocket Man is addressing all of us. He's telling us Happy New Year to
Happy New Year, Rocket Man.
Happy New Year, Rocket Man.
And myself.
I'm glad you like my drawings. So there are some of them that I'm not too thrilled with, but yeah, I mean, there were a lot of days back, in the last decade where I get up, obviously way too early, and I don't do it as often as I used to now, where I'm rushing to the computer the moment I wake up because my brain's going 3,000 miles an hour, and I want to tell everybody what I'm thinking before I forget it. And I used to do that. I'd get up really, really, really early to be the first one to post this or the first one to post that. And I unfortunately didn't even beat Nibiru Followers Anonymous this time on the Japan earthquake, because somebody actually posted it before I got there. And I was up at like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning doing it because I got up way, way early the other day. And I was watching the Japan tsunami / 7.6 earthquake news all literally till about 8 o'clock in the morning, and then I finally went back and took a short nap, and because I was up all night long watching it. And I'm glad that they didn't get horrendous. They did have some tsunami damage, and that's not being actually very well talked about. But so far, as of this afternoon / evening, there was 48 people have died. And I believe probably most of that was from building collapse on top of them.
Yeah, that's not, I mean.
Oh, I'm glad I don't live there. I wish I wish I did, but I'm glad I don't.
For it to be such a large earthquake, 7.6.
Oh, yeah, and it went on and on and on. And they've had somewhere close to the last count was 152 aftershocks. And so, that would be making the animals, of course, went crazy ahead of time, and they lost a lot of streets. And, can you imagine how many items in your home you would lose regularly? I think it would completely. How many car shocks do you have to replace? How many windows and doors and pipes underground break, and streets and sidewalks and everything breaks up everywhere. I mean, the infrastructure is unbelievably costly at this rate. And look at how much this store has lost, its products, and somebody's going to have to pay for that. And hopefully it's not insurance companies, but I mean, they're rich anyway, but
they deserve to pay.
Yeah. Well, economically overall,
I see what you're saying. Yes,
it's going to affect our economy. I mean, and look what's happening in China. Look what's happening in Russia. Look what's happening in Saudi Arabia and in Mecca and the Hajj, and all of the people got flooded out, and and they're having to replace all of this stuff. And Zoltan, the storm in Germany, where they're ripping out trees and infrastructure. I loved watching at the Japanese shrine, where those shrine pillars were set up and they were rocking, and that is respectively an example of Japanese and Chinese architecture, and why some of those pagodas have lasted 500 years even though they're in a major earthquake zone. Yeah, here, this one right there where it was swinging, and they round the bottoms of shrines so that they will rock rather than immediately lurch over off the edge. And that's the same thing with their construction of their pagoda buildings, is they actually stand a pole on a faceplate, a groundwork base rock, and that has a cupped base to it, where the building actually stands like a table on top of those plates in a rounded little hole, and that way it doesn't break the building. The building just hops like a table. and their construction of those old-fashioned Japanese and Chinese buildings, especially Japanese. I don't think China follows most of that anymore, but just phenomenally brilliant architecture. Nice sinkhole. That's a crack that's sucking in all, and it probably goes underground 60, 80, 100 feet. Now, this earthquake was only, and I was amazed. You wouldn't believe how many different news agencies gave completely different stories of the facts and one of them, one agency was saying, yeah, the 5.0 earthquake, and it's like, no, the 7.6, and then there was a 6.6, and then a 5.2. And they're not even close to the facts, and yet they're throwing it out there, and they're quote unquote, a reliable news agency. And it's spooky. And we have to also break down and remember that there are so many, unfortunately, unqualified people doing things, and check source. I even have to do that with my news because there's Asian people that are reposting the news just for views. And a lot of times I question it, like, well, has this been clipped? And they do, and then at the end of it, you watch the news, and at the end of it, here's this Korean or Malaysian girl doing crochet and talking at the end of the thing in Malaysian or whatever, and wow, this is weird, and yet they're doing it for views, and yet sometimes are they sinking in a spy message at the end? I mean, the internet could be very spooky. Yeah, look at those birds.
That was
well, and that's again the problem, Sam, is because money and views are always the incentive with anything nowadays. A lot of good information gets convoluted because nobody's really ethical anymore. No,
I've often wondered if we charge you $5
out just for views and a payday.
Yeah, if we charge you $5 a month to listen, will you listen better?
Living, it would be really helpful to us, but at least stick to the real thing and not sell out.
Yeah, I've wondered about that. It's even like if you have like a small subscribership fee, the slightest fee at $1. Would people actually listen better if they were actually financially, monetarily involved?
Remember, I told you that, Sam, a while back. I said the thing about that is that because money does make the world go round, and especially the social media, any media platform, is the reason why I never would have considered monetizing my Facebook page, and not that I've even made a dime off of it, but I never even considered it because of that. But then I started thinking, and the more I've been around this kind of stuff, I've realized that the only way that these platforms are gonna move your posts and your work is if they have an incentive, a money incentive to do so.
Right. Yeah, and Rebecca in the past has actually paid money out to sponsor certain videos. Correct.
I opted in to monetize my channel, my Facebook page, because I reached 1,000 followers, and I had 1,000 followers for 3 months in a row. Right.
Well, I want everybody out there to know that I am not monetized in any way.
And my videos had over 1,000 views consistently for about 3 months, right? And that was the criteria to get you started into monetizing.
Right. Well,
I figured I am going to monetize it because it's not like I'm charging fees. It's really based off donations. But I never, and again, I haven't even put in my bank information because I'm still really relatively small. But I did think if there's a money incentive for the algorithm to push this further, why not? Because that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, well, I can't.
Unfortunately, we do live in a world that is money based.
Well, the moment that I start doing this financially, then I'm going to have to jump into another tax bracket, and then I step into an avenue where the agencies or factions can actually go after me, which is part of why I never wanted to charge people money.
Well, that's another reason why I never considered monetizing either, is because I know that would bring more unwanted attention.
Right.
But at the same time, we've been stuck on this for a while, and it hasn't really moved to the point where we need it and want it to move to. So in a way, I was like, well, screw it. Let's just go for broke and just do
Well,
this.
and I agree. I totally agree. And look at that weather going by there, guys. That is not normal in any way, shape, or form. The weather that we ever had,
Not to
ever.
mention how often we're seeing
Yeah,
this.
and it's going on nonstop now, and I think everybody's becoming normalized to it. I really do, and this is part of what I'm trying to tell everybody out there that if you're a citizen scientist and you're involved in this and you believe in what we're doing, then it is also incumbent, and that's why I use that word, incumbent upon you to share this word, the new science. This is a new science. This is the reality, and it's going on right before us. And it's like we talk about how everybody thinks we're nuts and crazy, but this is actually a new, serious, strong, important development in reality, including the Texas Cube, the Empire Orb, the Hadron Collider, and all of this crap that's going on, and the Long Box Cube, and the Star Cruisers, and it all has to do with gold as well. And one of the largest, hugest, most important things within our known history is occurring right now, and it has to do with our world gold supply included. And oh my God, in 2025, when suddenly the rest of the world gets to find out that the United States is not holding a certain amount of gold that each one of the countries has submitted to be standing in the World Trade Center, and that's when the finality, and I got to be careful here, the finality of the inventory of said gold was supposed to take, and then they were supposed to give it back to the rest of the world. I think we're going to be running into a problem with a lot of pissed off governments. Or if they're in the know, well, then they'll know. And perhaps maybe over time, all the other governments have been included in this information. Look at that. Hello. Do you know how much one of those trailers costs? More than my house.
A couple $100,000.
Yeah, more than my house.
Right.
And you can never live in any one of those again. The saltwater damage alone.
There's a lot of ramifications of what we're doing here, and I really hope that people understand that, because this is, because
dangerous.
There's times, Sam, and I've mentioned this before, how we're really not grown numb to this because we see it so often, and we've grown accustomed to it because we're desensitized to it because we see it so often, right? And we understand it and we see it every day. But there is a part of me that often, probably not as often as I should, that I think this is a lot. This is a huge, huge thing, and
yeah, we
could get, things might get a little weird, even a little dangerous. Maybe we don't know that.
A, on weather, B, personally for all of us, because we're trying to do something. We're bucking the system, and the system is
we're rocking the boat for sure.
Oh yeah, well, we're getting bumped back, and we're being pushed back, and in many ways.
But we've done this so long that I'm sick of just sitting on the sidelines.
Right.
This is why I agreed to do this podcast, was because I don't want to sit on the sidelines anymore.
Well, there's that old saying.
I want this information now. And I know that some of the things that may transpire from here on out, we might have to do some things to get this information out, because we're already in this. I don't plan on backing out, at least anytime soon.
Well, it's a level of conscious. We have to. We can't, as men.
I feel we have a responsibility to do it. Russ.
If we stand there and we sit by and we let this go on.
Nobody else is doing it. Nobody else is seeing this. There's very few of us doing this, day in and day out, that it is a responsibility.
We can't stand by and do nothing. We have to participate. We have to change our future. And this is the, perfect time of year in which to talk about it. A good man who stands by and does nothing is not a good man. There's a longer statement to that. And, evildoers will do evil, but a good man who's a good, righteous man does not stand by and do nothing. You have to become involved, become that citizen scientist, get out here, spread the word, work on people. Even if they laugh at you, if you have conviction. And this is where I'm at, from day one. And as of 2010, My non-disclosure agreement is now ending. Blah blah blah. They've left me alone since the Reagan era. No one talked to me. I don't have any definition of what I can talk about, what I can't talk about. And I've tried to stay within a pragmatic set of personally developed rules over time, where I try to avoid. Now, NEOs, I know this, and NEOs are considered classified, which is near Earth objects, and that's within 3,000 miles to Earth proper. So if I talk about stuff that's beyond 3,000 miles, well, then most likely I'm in the opinion department, and I have to avoid discussing classified information. And I know a lot about what's been going on in the United States since 1947 even, and some of that information was given to me. And I don't talk about a lot of that. And I don't throw out the gloom and the doom and the scare and the fear and my personal negativities if I can help it. Although some of my negativities are going to come across through my normal behavior. I mean, I'm not a wizard when it comes to me choosing what I say and what I don't say, because I'm not duplicitous. I'm generally as honest as I possibly can be, and yet hopefully a little bit guarded, because I got kids involved, and Rebecca and Jesus are sticking their personal personas and their life on the line here, and we are coming forward, and there are ramifications because we have experienced it, and like people out there that are listening to us in podcast land tonight, you may not realize that we actually do go through a lot of crazy crap just to continue to do this.
The number of people that have reached out to criticize me, also with very nice comments as well. I would say
the good people have outweighed it. Yes,
I will say the positivity has outweighed the negative, but I gotta say, some of the crazy shit that I've dealt with some of the people that have gone just absolutely bananas on me recently, people that I thought I knew, that just went absolutely nuts. When you saw it recently, Rebecca, I had somebody, a group of people that were just kind of making fun of me, and then that had been going on for a whole week until I had a blocker, where I was like, I'm not doing this. Like, I'm just not doing it. And it's been like that. Not on that extreme level, but I've had a lot of criticism,
It's just hard to believe. I mean, we're all adults, but it's
Are we?
Right. I don't quite understand how another adult can just like tear another person down, and that's what they're doing. They just have, no thought. There's no hesitation but to tear others down. And I'm like, that's so far from what we are about. It's like, I don't even care to acknowledge it or respond. We're just so above that and beyond that.
I'm reminded about a story my father used to tell me. And my father was a slave laborer, during World War II for the German army. My father was born in Amsterdam. My mother was born in Groningen. And my dad was picked up in front of a movie theater by a German truck. And a bunch of guys jumped out with machine guns and said, you, and you in the truck now. And off he went for 3.5 years. My father, when I would have these questions, it's like, I can't believe there's certain people that would behave like that. My father would look at me with a really scary look in his eye, and he says, you have no idea of how low and how unbelievably morbid mankind can treat mankind. And he knew because he was a slave laborer and in a German slave labor camp for over 3.5 years. So there's a part of me that wants to warn people that, when times are going to become tough, and when we're going to run out of food or water or lodging, or we're, in a disastrous weather scenario, all of which above are coming. Remember this part, that sometimes, and God, I hate to say it, I would rather be a generically wonderful, loving, giving, good hippie and treat everybody with respect and kindness, which I also intend to do, because even to my enemies today, of course, I don't even have any enemies. to people I don't necessarily care for, I still treat them with respect. And but you have to also be aware, and we've seen evidence of this, that there are a few Darth Vaders that start growing up out of your friend group, and you have to keep that in mind. And of course, then you go to politics, and then you go to religion, and those people that you think that are good Christians or good politicians turn out to be very scary folks. So in this age, in 2024, please remember that. On the other hand, also, even if they are assholes and jerks and weasels, treat them with respect. And I always say, kill them with kindness and don't lower yourself down to their level.
I absolutely agree with you.
No point.
But sometimes it's challenging, and I don't want to respond sometimes to people. And I usually don't.
No.
Sometimes it's hard not to.
Well, I even took your advice when you were talking about deleting people.
But I try not to give into that energy. I don't do it.
That's what I'm saying.
Don't give time to their negativity.
Because a lot of times, and we were talking about this, Rebecca, that's what they're looking for. That's what they want.
Right.
That's really what they
At
want.
That
they don't care if you're right or they're right or you're wrong. That's really the last thing. That they just want. They're bored or something, and they just want to pick a fight, and they want that attention,
Well, I hope they don't consciously sit there and say, well, nobody knows who I am, so I get to behave like this, or those people who never learn to actually not talk on their phone in movie theaters in public.
The part to remember, though, we're not talking about very many people, Sam.
That's true.
We have thousands and thousands of people worldwide, people that reshare our information for us every day.
Yeah, the good people outweigh.
It's growing regardless, and we're talking about under 50 people. That'd be on the high end. I'd say 20 to 30, really,
compared
is what
to our
we're
200,000. Yeah,
compared to what we got going on. So that's the part to remember, is that it's such a tiny situation. But honestly, I was thinking the other day, I was like, I need to make more videos, because I feel like those guys that were making videos about me, I feel like that's a positive, honestly, because they got bigger platforms. And I'm like, I need to make more material to give them something to talk about. And the more
that's what I was telling
videos
Jillian
about me, the better.
That's what I was trying to tell Jillian that day, because I know she was really frustrated about it. And I was with my brother when I saw that video, and he's like, "What are you all smiles about?" And I'm like, we have trolls. I'm like,
yeah,
isn't that a bad thing? I'm like, no, that's actually not a bad thing.
You're right.
Like it's nobody wants to be talked down to, but the first video got 80,000 views. The second one got over 100,000.
Right.
If that's what that's what it takes for this to take off, then talk all you want about me. I'll take it. Whatever. So yeah, I was just trying to get it to see that don't be short-sighted, because in the grand scheme of this social media game, there's certain things that you just have to know are gonna come with the territory.
Right, we have to step up.
And at the end of the day, the only thing that really matters from starting my Facebook page and monetizing that is that the only thing the algorithm really cares about is comments and likes and how long somebody views the video. Those are the three things that the algorithm is looking for. Comments.
I'm gonna add, so it doesn't matter.
The algorithm isn't going to see if it's a positive comment or a negative comment. It can
I like the overview.
Yeah, this is my video.
I love this video. This is freaking
Sorry,
awesome.
Jesus. I just wanted to.
No, I was hoping
we should pick the topic also.
A while ago when you played it, I was like, holy crap.
Yeah, I took this last night about, 5:30 or 6.
Yeah, like I was saying, the long box cube looks bigger this week.
It's big, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wow. I was happy when I saw that.
That's a pretty wide view. Did you? Is it you just your phone sideways or?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's pretty good.
And I don't see any windshield here.
I have a sunroof.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a sunroof too, and I just found out recently, after owning the car for a few years, that I could actually open the darn thing.
Oh boy! Right? Yeah, I love it. Of course, It was warmer last night. It was in the 50s, but the video after this, the second part, I took that this morning without any gloves on. I was, get frostbite or something, but I had to do it.
Oh gosh,
So.
yeah. I was watching some of
I
that
had
training
to.
footage where the storm is after the major storm the next day, and they're showing these people and they got heavy snow. And I'm watching that, and Nova's walking by, to go in the kitchen to get a glass of water, and she comes by, and I'm going, oh, look at this storm in China, and she goes, oh, looks like a normal Montana winter to me.
Yes, Christopher, I've got a wild side. I sure do. So don't follow my example by any means, though.
Yeah, before you know it, you're going to need one of those professional mounts with a swivel stick.
I would love that. I would love that because honestly, I just pop my hand out and I don't even think about what I'm capturing. Honestly, what I get. So I don't really.
You've done it long enough that it is now muscle memory.
Yeah, I just stick it out there and I turn my hand back and forth, and I'm not.
And of course, we'll go through the standard review here. This is on the right-hand side of the sun, and we're looking at his Saturn's yellow moon and the ion tail. And it's only on one side, although I can guarantee you that on the other side, above the house on the right, is probably the other side of the ion tail, which does go around his Saturn proper. And in this drawing, of course, the Saturn's yellow moon is not even in the picture. Because it was back then in 2020 it was much smaller, so it would have been directly behind the long box cube. But now, most of what you're looking at in this shot is the Saturn's yellow moon. And notice over here on the left, the angling in asteroids, you have the red asteroid and the spiral asteroid, which is doing its bank turn. You can see it in two little stages, and that is the red, and then the lead is behind the red. And then the dark blue and the tails go up over to the dark blue in the upper left-hand corner, and that is Attu and Attu's moon.
And you can see the shadow. You can see the shadow line coming from the left.
Yep.
There, if you actually pay attention, you can actually see the shadow.
And here again, there's another example of the angled down asteroid object cluster group coming in from the upper left. And this is how we do this, is a repetitive pattern, and we know and we watch it. Of course, there's other days where it's way more clear, and we've had events where you could absolutely not deny the complete shape and side facing and land masses of the planets. But over the years, go ahead.
I was just going to say around like noon to 1:30 when it's
midday.
Ish day, you can see the curves of Isatum and Attu's moon hugging the sun.
Right.
Almost
morning, midday, sunset are your best times to do
midday. If you really want to see the
middle part, I'm sure there's good and bad. If you see something, film it. But generically, your best time is morning, noon, and sunset. And now apparently some nighttime capture. So pop your head out. If you're enthusiastic about this and you want to get great captures, pop your head out, say 9 o'clock after sunset, etc., and then maybe midnight, and depending on if you work the night shift, 3 a.m., 5 a.m., whatever. And there's another right here is another close-up example of that's the Saturn's yellow moon.
Wow. Jeez, that's so.
See, it's on the right hand side. There it is. That's just the Saturn's yellow moon. And
you can see the darkness there, guys. How it's it's a little bit more subtle there, but it's darker than the rest of the sky.
All this. I mean, there's nothing else that would make our sky look this crazy.
This is Attu's moon, and then you can see the angling in that asteroid group on the left, and then back to center again.
Yeah. I just want
that blue lens flare. Remember that blue lens flare? The blue asteroid is in front of the sun below it. That's why we're getting that blue lens flare. It's popping up and down, but it's there. There's that blue fragmented lens flare that keeps moving. But if you look, there's a dot in front of the rounded lens flare, and that's what is coming from the blue asteroid. some shots in from, I believe, Canada this morning, where somebody was asking me because they were showing it to me, and of course it was yellow, it wasn't blue in his photograph. But of course it had the facial anomaly, and I blew it way up and got way on the horizon line and the height off the deck. So my next drawing, the blue asteroid, is going to have to be lower.
I was just going to say 11 o'clock coming down at an angle is where the cube is, and then all the asteroids behind it.
Right, and I would have to say that the blue asteroid is at 5 o'clock, just right next to the sun, above the light pole.
I just want to say to Andrea Adams how she was kind of laughing a while ago about how she says we're the only place where we talk over each other, nobody gets pissed off. I said, I was going to have a conversation. We've known each other, even though we just started doing this face-to-face. We've known each other for a while now. Enough to know that we're passionate enough about it to where sometimes, somebody's just going to say what they're trying to say.
Yeah, we know we're all.
So nobody takes that thing personal.
I try to sneak it in as fun with it. I wait for him to have a pause in his words, and I go, right.
And I just jump in whenever I feel like I got a second or two to like.
And I will consciously admonish all three of ourselves here, myself included, that we've got to stop talking over the top of each other.
Well, we usually do fine with that.
Well, tonight we're doing a lot of it. Yeah.
But today I think occasionally we get caught up in something and we just kind of like, okay, I'm gonna finish what I'm saying.
It has to do with our excitement level. I'm sure you.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Is that we're very enthusiastic about it. So I think that's really what it is. It's not, not anything else.
Look at that. You can see it right there. That's what I'm talking about. Right there to the right of the sun, you see it going up and over. You see it, right?
Yeah.
You see it, Jesus?
Absolutely.
I sat him, I don't know, an inch over from the ring, like an inch over from the halo. Starts right there, and
the ion tail going up to the angle.
That's why I was just saying at middays you can see them just curving in.
Same thing with what is going on the left. You can see a movement in from the upper left, and then as you plane out, you see the lead asteroid, and you see the red asteroid, and then over to the far end of the middle of the thing is the spiral asteroid. And it's just a repetitive pattern that we've watched year after year after year, which is why we know what's going on. And
I mean, you can even see the asteroids, like those little pits, those little dots, and it's got trails at an angle.
The red's got a little flat edge on the right-hand side as usual.
That was today.
Yep. And, this same pattern happens over and over. And we've been watching this, guys, for 10 years plus, 14 years April, I believe, 9th.
Right.
Why that date sticks in my head is weird. Oh, it's so cool. I got this microphone right in front of my face, and I'm spinning back and forth in the chair rather than leaning on my elbows.
What was April 9th?
When I started Montana Skywatcher.
April 9th. Okay.
I believe that's when I started publicly, about April.
In 2010?
And well, that's when I figured to myself, okay, the government runs on fiscal year, and, blah, 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 and if I'm correct, it starts in April. And so I said, okay. We're in April in 2010. I guess I can start talking.
Right.
I was sweating bullets the first day. The first day I even started talking about Nibiru and the binary, or actually it started out more over with the binary solar system than Nibiru.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I wasn't handing out people names until it took, like almost 2.5 years before we actually believed all the names were accurate. And people still to this day, well, who named the planets? And that was me. And an old video, it was called a Pleiadian message that I got in about 2008 on a long dead computer. And then we kept a copy and we posted it. And then it got banned in the United States for a while. And then one of my friends back in Berlin Polytechnic sent me a German copy of it. And then that's the one I still use to this day. That link came back through YouTube Europe. And then after that, an American retranslation or a recopying of the movie was posted again. And I have a link to that somewhere, but I don't look it up. I always used to use the German one. And they matched the planet descriptions, not completely compared to the video, nor was it the planet count accurate. There were small inaccuracies in that video, but they provided the names. And then over the first 2.5 years, we watched them come in and they matched per se generically accurate. And then we knew that when the purple planet Atu got here, that is where we went with the names, because they all fit, and those were also equaling and matching the planet count and et cetera and size, so generically, because they didn't give a full scale modeling or sizes to these planets. But when the information cross-referenced, well, after 2 years of us going, well, the red planet or the green blue planet or the big blue planet, and then over time we just say, okay, this is planet Nibiru, this is planet Nepesity, this is Saturn, that's Saru, that's Uri, it's Atu's moon. And then we finally just got comfortable with it, and we've seen many different suggestions from a lot of other people who were trying to pull up the Harrington names and all of that. And then of course after a while they switched the NASA description of, I can't even remember what the hell they call it, but I don't even go to any NASA information and use theirs at all. I don't trust
I don't either. I just can't. I just can't. I can't stomach hearing somebody that I know is lying. I just can't do it. And they've clearly been we've caught them in a lot of lies. So, yeah.
Oh, nonstop, especially, God, even 2016, 2015, numerous. Oh, and, the big new solar eclipse that's coming up. They're, of course, attributing to the moon of Earth.
Wait, we have an eclipse in 2024, right?
Yeah,
when is that?
They said 74 years, so I don't know.
I think I may have written it down in my the other room. Of course, it's where I take my notes at the TV in the living room. And I'm going to have to start bringing that to the table with me when I come to the podcast and have my information instead of having to run for my notes in the other room.
It says April.
I believe it's April.
It is on April 8th.
Okay, I was going to say the 9th, but yeah. April 8th. And what do you know? One day before the anniversary of Montana Skywatcher.
Right. I'll pull the path up. I'll show you where it's going. Whoops.
I wonder. You have background music playing, right?
There is a little bit. You
should turn it up because I just noticed it. I actually shut up long enough to hear something.
Yeah, well, hang on a second. I will. I'll change the song too. It's been playing that one for a while.
And I'm doing the ghost check for you there, Jesus.
That's an interesting question Rocketman asked, and I get that question all the time. I'm gonna have to go with no. Could you highlight that, Rebecca?
Say that again? What was
that? Man, he's saying, could our regular planets, like Mars and Saturn, could that be what we're seeing?
No.
I'm gonna have to go with no because clearly there's still, that I obviously gonna go with no, but I get that question a lot, and maybe I entertained it.
They're not going to change placement. They're not.
Yes, exactly.
To break out of the compound. We're not free floating gravitational bodies. That's not how it works. It's like the old models if anybody that did take chemistry. It's like little balls on sticks that are connected to each other in a structure. We are not even elements. We are a compounded structure. That's why there's two stars, two atoms with protons, neutrons, electrons, and we're stable.
Nothing's random. Nothing is random.
Yeah, our planets aren't going to move closer to us.
No, and even these planets that we're seeing now, even the planets that we're seeing, they're very it is very cyclic. If you pay attention to them, you will see the same cycle over and over. I can't tell you the amount
and the
of
same placement.
videos that I have of basically the exact same thing, of the exact same one, just weeks or sometimes days apart. And this is just such a pattern that just repeats itself
Yeah.
over and over. The more you see this, the more you'll see that it is absolutely cyclic and things don't change. They might change a little bit, their exact location isn't always going to be the same, but it's always in the general area, in that same general area. I've caught it right outside of my bedroom window many times.
The way I describe it to people is
passing right by.
Our solar system is greatly spread out. We have smaller planets in comparison to the second solar system. Their planets are massive. The water type planets, especially, they're Titans. They're Titan-sized planets, and they are real close, which always blows me away about this. This is visually. They're not close to each other, but visually, as we're watching them all the way through the progression from 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and them coming up from lower below us and Antarctica and everything from our lower left foot as we stare at the sun, and to now in front of us and going over the top of us to our right shoulder as they leave. They are in a tight spiral compared to us, where we are spread out. And no, our planets aren't going to move. And I have a cat hair sneeze, so I'm going to reach mute. Go ahead.
Your tight spiral, I can't. That's the one thing that I just struggle with, and I have struggled with from the very beginning, because it always looked to me like it was one big, huge planet. And then as things progressed and I was paying more attention, I was taking more videos and seeing other people's videos and other people's pictures, I realized these freaking planets are visually, as Sam says, nothing's as close as it looks, of course, but they're very, very close, in comparison to our solar system, our immediate solar system. Small planets, really spread out, but I find that fascinating. How they're so close that if you didn't know any better, you would think it's just one planet. And I make that mistake still to this day, where I'm looking at
translation of Nibiru is the planet of passing, and ever since I first heard that a couple of years ago, I didn't watch a lot of the Sumerian video on YouTube, etc. Every once in a while I watch a new one, and then they were describing it, and that just it sort of like rang a bell in my head. Boy, is it the planet of passing. And of course we have to remember that the first original seers of these planets were our earlier generations of less technologically, we assume, less advanced people, and they recorded it in the best manner that they could, and of course they named it Nibiru, or the generic term. I'm sure there was a great deal of the early kings perhaps had some knowledge of it, because we see it in their hieroglyphs and pictographs and architecture and some of that, where there are descriptive examples of the two suns and the second solar system coming in, especially with the Hopis, and the Hopi Indians knew about this. And I think a lot of that information, we had previous visitations from alien races that did teach a whole, advanced trigonometry and all of this to some factions of society, even 2,000, 3,000 years ago, if not even prior, or prior mankind teaching from post last cycle, which would have been 1700 BCE, 1800 BCE, 1900 BCE backwards. Remember, we have to count backwards with BC, which is always a pain in the butt. And those civilizations back then had higher skills and cutting rocks and building architecture, and if our civilization were to end tomorrow and everything would no longer have anybody mowing the yards and cutting the streets, and the jungles would take over the top of everything, and wood would rot away, and stop signs would rust away, and all of this, and street lights would fall down, and the only thing that would be left would be our stone buildings, our granite, and that sort of thing. And you have to remember that, and even when you go to some of the Malaysian temples, that they're saying, well, this thing's 1,500 500 years old when it's actually 15,000 years old. Um, and we can't trust a lot of modern science, unfortunately. And so you have to be open to a lot of this information to reset it in your brain. And we have tons and tons and tons of evidence going back through many different study groups that have proven that our current modern science is absolutely out of their mind wrong.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And it's time to rethink everything and start questioning, the things that we think are normal that are obviously and blatantly not normal, especially look what's going on with our weather. Look what happened to Hawaii. Look what happened to China. Look what happened to Saudi Arabia. Look what's happening to Australia. Look what's happening to Germany. Look what's happening to Iceland. I mean, look at Iceland right now. They have one small area of ice. And the rest of the they got wisps of snow all over the place. But, their glaciers and all that stuff are basically gone.
The world will always survive, Rocky, man. Like, you're right there. It's us. It's humans that'll.
Yeah, Earth is fine,
and it's humans that'll suffer. But every cycle, what happens, But the Earth will, shake itself off, and it'll be fine. It's been fine for billions of years. It's us. It's us that's gonna pay the piper. Not just the cycles, but also what we've done. We've not only polluted our Earth, but we have so many nuclear weapons and nuclear power plants that if anything does,
oh God, yeah, that's the one thing I dread.
Happens where it's like we shot ourselves in the foot, and that's putting it lightly.
Asteroids, Look at these asteroids rotating underneath Atu's moon. Rocket Man just asked a question. It's gone now. Is the red Kachina Nibiru? No.
Right.
Nibiru is not red. Nibiru is vastly dark blue and very, very large. The red Kachina, and we believe this, is the planet Isatum, because when it was first coming in, it was very tiny and very bright red. And when Matim was also in the same mix, orbiting underneath and around Saru and Uri, Matim was bright blue in the sky, and that was the early days. Literally 2009, 2010, 2011, they were tiny little bright flips in the sky. And then around that, there was also the cross star, which is referred to as the Anno Domini cluster pattern. And the Anno Domini in Latin means year of our Lord. The Kachinas are a really old topic, and over a decade ago it was called, and unfortunately that is one of the first things that people start in the history when they start to learn, which is good that you learn this background. And I prompt you and congratulate you for studying about the Kachinas. But the Kachinas are, and then of course that has to do with the southern or indigenous Indian in the Americas populations.
Yeah, it's a big topic of conversation where I grew up in New Mexico, actually, around the native people,
the spirit gods.
Yeah.
And we also have to take into account that on the previous cycle, if not the last cycle before us, or 3 cycles ago, I believe. It might even be 4. I'd have to, but there were giants on this planet, and there probably still are, and they're hiding in these vast complexes that they've had for thousands of years, because there's no telling how long those folks lived. The Nephilim, whatever you want to call it, and there's tons of evidence that had to occur, and it's in our lore, it's in the Bible, etc. And a lot of that's been, of course, skipped away and rewritten. So you have to take into account that what we live off of, this modern day knowledge, and I posted a video on Montana Skywatcher 1 and on my personal page here recently, where we have to understand that everything that we're being taught in school is part of a manipulation to keep us unaware, to keep us uninformed, to keep us down, to keep us working, to keep us paying taxes, to keep us doing what they deem the big, good old boy they. And people really need to completely turn the key off on that. I mean, turn that engine off and separate yourself from what they tell you, and start to think for yourself. And that's the thing that got me kicked out of every school I ever went to, or every political scenario in jobs and stuff. And I've run into management issues where a lot of management feared me because I ended up taking their jobs. But you have to remember that we're being kept and manipulated to continue their game and paying their taxes, and so they're in power, and that's why this subject is continuing to be suppressed. Well, look at that, separate, different, yeah. That's those literally like those videos I sent you earlier today, Rebecca. Look at this.
Okay, I got
Above
this.
is being a rotating planet, and you're seeing the cloud pattern, the normal cloud pattern below moving. The clouds in the blue area in the upper heading to the left are not clouds on our atmosphere or in our atmosphere. Those are clouds around the passing planets. And you're looking at Attu and Attu's moon right now.
Jesus.
Very close, very big.
Early on, that was one of the things that really got my attention. What was how I would see what I thought looked like two separate hemispheres. Like I saw one cloud layer, which was very much a lot lower.
See it.
A lot lower than I remember it being, just abnormally low. And then all of a sudden you see one going this way, one going the complete other way. And that got my attention almost immediately when I first noticed it.
Always look past the first couple of layers of clouds. And then what you see in the micro atmosphere, the micro clouds, if you look at these cloud patterns in the upper blue area, it's rotating and spinning past us really quickly. There are patches that are like complete weather systems. And if you look beside that, then, hey, there's a landmass, and hey, there's this elongated weather pattern and this rotational waves. And if you were to look at Earth from that same thing, if you were to flip this video upside down, you'd probably even see the rotating planet even better, because it's how the brain perceives things. And
it's and I tell this people all the time. I don't do this much anymore. At least I don't post, sideways pictures or upside down pictures anymore. But I play around with my pictures a lot, just so I could understand. I'll zoom in, I'll switch it at an angle, because perspective is a big part of all this. It's huge, and I don't think people have a very proper perspective, of how things are. Some things, you have to have that perspective. That it really helps you understand what is what, and what belongs and what doesn't, and what's a little past our atmosphere. Because I think the biggest mistake people are making is that they see clouds or they see blue and it's all the same to them, but it's not. It's not.
They don't go to the layers.
You don't go through the layers, and I think if you train yourself,
right, and it is training.
And to me, it really worked by sometimes I would, I'll get my phone, look at the picture, I'll look at it this way, then I'll change the phone that way, and I'll just see until I get a grasp of it visually of what's really happening. And very, very helpful. It was incredibly helpful for me, to do that. So whatever you have to learn, whatever helps you learn, guys, whatever helps you see.
Yeah, of course, start with the dark areas first, then work to the light.
I'm working on some information from SunD, so that's what I'm doing.
I saw a video today where the moon was in the sky, and then this guy is going, "Oh, this isn't going to be good for something's wrong with the moon," was what he said. This isn't going to be good for the election. Of course, I discounted it immediately right there, because they were sliding in politics at the end of it. And I was almost thinking that it was photoshopped. And because of the fact that I was thinking it was photoshopped, I didn't even record it or save it or even notice who put it out. I just blew past it automatically. But you have to realize that these things are huge. Yeah. They're really huge. You're not looking for little stuff. You're not looking, because when they're over, like here's an example. Look at the blue compared to the yellow, to the green, to the corner, to the bottom left. That is a planet in front of you there, and you see how the cloud patterns are completely different on the upper face and the upper corner.
The lower ones are always going to be a lot. The lower ones are always going to be a lot clearer. Everything you see above is going to be a little bit murkier and more blurry.
It was very similar to the one we were just. I want to see that one more time.
That's awesome.
And that, of course, is Attu, and Attu's moon rotating over the
Look
top
at
of it.
that.
And it's spinning slowly. These aren't the ones that I sent you, are they?
No, those are next.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I thought these were better. I was like, oh, I don't remember this,
Right.
But yeah,
right.
that's an example of a rotating to the blue area. And then you always look down at the horizon. Check the horizon of the real sky color.
Yeah.
I like what you were saying earlier, Sam. How everything that they teach us, everything that we see on TV, everything that comes out of their mouth, you have to question, because there is a reason for it, is to keep us doing what we've been doing. They don't want.
We're having conformity crammed down our throats.
Yes, exactly, and we see it in everything. You can't turn on the TV without seeing it. It's shoved right in your face. You turn on the radio, it's shoved right in your face. Everywhere you go, it's shoved in your face, and you have to learn to think a little bit bigger, people. Like this is what frustrates me most, is to see. Okay, once you see the truth, once you see what's happening right now, it's like a kick in the gut. And this is a constant, reoccurring thing to me. It's always a kick in the gut. I'll see the news. Like I come home and my brother is always watching the news. He's always either watching The View or watching the news, which is complete garbage.
That's excellent.
And I have to tell you, I have to go upstairs, because the longer I sit there, I get really annoyed. Because I know how much lies, are being.
Well, it depends on which news he's watching.
And I really want. I would like to be able to awaken our people, us, to awaken us up.
Find out what news sources he does watch, and then let me know. And because I watch a lot of different services.
It's mainstream stuff. It's garbage. It's garbage, but
some news is important.
That's what knowing the truth did to me.
Like you said, Al Jazeera News was more trustworthy than
in some cases,
like CNN. Right,
I used to watch RT all the time, and you have to remember the source. But I mean, RT would story our American services wouldn't. An example is Australian 60 Minutes has put out, and I recommend you go find it, the story of COVID-19. And I don't want to get us flagged over it. I just said it, and I shouldn't have. But the Australian 60 Minutes put a story out about that, and that information, and had to do with, and I'll just cover it real quick, the Wuhan military games, and check in that information. So that said, moving on, we're the sky here, that we're looking at Nepesity green, and then of course the influence rotation. Yep, that is Nepesity, and then this is probably Attu's moon spinning in, because remember, Nepesity is behind Attu.
That was it on that one. Let me get your video. See.
Yeah, well, they're not mine. They're a member.
Right.
One of the Montana Skywatcher, and I should have written her name down, and I apologize. I hope can you see her name on there?
I can get it. I could.
I could probably go. I could open up Facebook and probably find it, because I believe I posted it in a couple of places. Or I may. Well, that's the thing. I get going sometimes that I don't actually do what I'm supposed to do, to be as thorough as I should be, which is part of my brain speed issue, because if I slowed down, I'd be a little more accurate on some things.
I'm gonna put it on a little banner so we can all see.
Okay, awesome.
I'm not sure how to say her last name.
I run into that all the time. I had a gentleman there. Did you see that one? I can't even pronounce his first name, but that young man that took a picture of you and me and our information. He put out a video today, or it was posted today anyway.
That's it. Who? What?
I can send you a copy of it, and I'll let you do what you're doing.
Okay.
And I'll grab that rather than distract you. Another earthquake in California.
I just heard some guy video
Oh, okay.
me. I don't know.
Am I patching out or
No,
talking too
that's
fast?
how I heard it though. That's
Oh,
how I
okay.
heard it.
No,
I just heard his key words.
Sam? Is this that Rebecca is like she's at the head of the operation here that we have, so she's doing like a million things. It's like
Right,
that's
not
true.
on one thing. She
I'm not
has
finding it.
comments on another thing, so she's kind of like
I'm like,
she's
all over.
keeping this whole thing going. So
I hope he didn't remove it because I am
It's
not
kinda fun.
finding it. I am not
this-
finding it. Weird.
okay, so here, wait. That's right. Sam.
it's important to be self-taught. Was what I was getting to a while ago.
Right.
It
Right.
doesn't matter how you find the truth. It could be through us or it could be through finding it on your own. Just question authority because, the name says a government. And I keep trying to tell people, you know what that word means, right? It means to govern, to control, to babysit, basically. Then they're not here for they're here. The most important thing to government is stability. And that's what they want is just for us to keep doing the same thing that we're doing and don't question anything, and I think it's time that we change that and we start thinking for ourselves and we start thinking bigger because the world is a lot more than they tell us, a lot more, and it's about time that we all question that and we all.
Yeah, Rebecca, you did see it. I'm looking at it's on Nibiru Watch Africa, and I believe the gentleman's, and I'm going to butcher his name here, and I apologize in advance. Wally Lawal, and he's in
Right.
And you actually
You're
commented. He said you did such a good job. You're super accurate, really nice. You remember
Oh,
that
he's
video?
so nice.
And he took a compilation movie or video
Uh-huh.
and recompulationed it or whatever you want to or however you want to say it and then stuck it together and then posted it, which is great because he's furthering the science. It's a little
And I'll
In
tell
his
you
part of the
something.
world.
He asked me if I to be one of his co-administrators on him, and I accepted. So I've been seeing how many people have been requesting admission to that group since we started talking about his page on the show, and he's been getting tons.
good. I have been there not as often as I'd like to go there, but it's been an interesting.
Yeah, and I don't either, but I do post on there, and I do try to have some kind of presence there.
Well,
But
we
there
welcome-
has been a huge uptick in member requests on that.
we welcome sister
I'm gonna
sites
share a
and
picture so
Africa.
everybody knows.
Africa would be a great sister site because we need connections all around the world. We have South Africa, we have New
Right,
Zealand,
we need
have
to start
Australia.
Helping him, plug his,
Right,
group.
which is why I just said it.
Well, you got that straight.
yeah.
Yeah, it's just now sinking in, I was like, yeah, we really need to
Nibiru Watch
further
Africa.
that.
Yeah, it's on Facebook. Nibiru Watch Africa, and they seem to do a very nice job. And I can revisit their page now and scroll down, and I believe we're running live on their page right now. And his movie that I was video that I was referring to is the second one down. And I see that you posted. Here's another message from the angels and all of that, and they've got a lady from there as well, Karina, and she posted some interesting stuff, a lot of lens flare stuff, but it's also proved that lens flares do prove object content, if not placement incorrect. But there's a lot of good down his page. So far, he is the main poster.
I
You
do
know,
too.
And,
you could attribute this picture to clouds, but I mean, look at the darkness. Look at the clear darkness here, guys.
Oh yeah,
That is
you
a
can't deny
great
this one. Period.
Yeah,
That is an older shot of the side of Uri.
I thought, it's stripy.
Oh,
so yeah.
wait! I take it back. It's
Hmm.
it's Atu in front of Uri. No, I'm going back. No, this is Uri.
Yeah, the stripes is kind of what
Yeah,
had
well,
me.
the asteroid group in front to the right was making me think I was looking at Uri behind it, but then I went, no, no, that's Uri onset. Had I seen the picture in a larger format, it would probably have been more informative to me. But anyway, hello,
Yeah.
I'm
And
awake. Really, I swear.
video is always nice. Like I always try to get at least a little bit of video with every capture.
Yeah, I'm still freak. I actually
Okay,
like
I'm
my
getting
still photographs
more,
better.
and I'm working on Sunday. I have one more thing to take care of on that. And she has a question and a statement. So
Well, yeah, unfortunately, I see he's
bear
only
with
got
me.
305 members. Hey, you need more members.
Right.
I'm not cutting you down. I hope your membership roll grows, but careful what you wish for.
Well,
You're going to be quite busy.
you gotta be careful who you let in, and
Yes,
Yes.
it's just the real deal.
a
You
lot of
gotta
vetting
really.
going on. Yeah, Montana Skywatcher has like 2,800 and some odd membership requests, and Skywatcher
Yeah.
2 is down to 0 again because I went through them this morning.
I,
And
I accept friend requests or anything. There's two things that I go by. One, I go to the profile. If there's no personal anything, I don't accept. If it's just vague, no personal family, no
right, no
normal
history,
things.
no friends,
Also, and I
no
have nothing against religion or religious people in general, but sometimes if it's a little too much, I'm like, it's just a red flag to me because, so, if it's within reason, whatever, but sometimes some people get a little carried away with that. And I'm a little iffy about opening that can of worms.
We're also being bombed. We're being bombed
or,
by a lot
or
of people
any
from
political
India.
talk, like people who are overly political. I just can't do it. I can't. Like it's just.
Right.
I hate politics. I don't really care for. I mean, I don't really care for man's religion. And I just can't. I can't. So I try to avoid it.
Well, I haven't added
Your
new friends
video,
in a very
Sam.
long time.
Your video is loading, so I'm going to jump to Jesus's video, and then Sunday is probably in a
Watch its proximity, guys. Here, it's coming towards the viewer. If you're looking at this planet is, but watch till the end of the video, and then you'll see it clearly. But it's moving in. It's coming in. This is about 20 minutes of footage.
Attu's moon and Attu and the asteroids in front of it.
15, maybe 20 minutes coming, and here you start seeing it clear because it's getting closer, or we're getting closer to it, or both. But you could just
we're moving. They're moving.
Here you go, and there it is. There it is, nice and clear. This was the same thing. Just this was in real time, on a different camera.
There's the cube, there's lead asteroid, there's red asteroid, orbiting underneath Attu and Attu's moon, which is on the left-hand side of the sun.
And here I like to mess around
with
spatial
illumination.
See, that's the reason why I like to mess around with perspective, because sometimes it helps you see how curvy it is and that kind of stuff. So,
And dead center is the spiral asteroid going underneath it in the previous picture.
But see right there, clearly round planet, clear. You see even the clouds kind of conform to the roundness of it as well.
And Attu's moon in front of Attu, because there's 2 right there. Yeah. And then, of course, there's like 5 asteroids going around underneath it.
Yes. You will always see that angle coming in from the left, angled right at the bottom of it. This is constant. Every time you see it, every time you see Attu's moon, you will see the asteroids underneath it at an angle.
And the resounding, never-ending pattern match, month, year after year. And we had the grand luxury, and I've said this 100 times, if not 1,000. We had the grand luxury of watching when they were small, and then they got bigger and bigger, and so we got to study their entire base cloud pattern in a single glance.
You got to see them really small. Think when I started, they were small, but not as small as you got to see them.
Yeah. And Rebecca, do you want an early? I've got immediately to my mind here. I'm automatically thinking of
What?
Here's a very, very close pass. I just
the
dug up
early
on it.
Atu picture with that. Once we realized that Atu was Atu, and that was like 2014-ish. So first of all, I've got, and I haven't done that on this. I have to find the link that you sent. Where would you like to look for the link? Okay, I'll go to the
Look at this
StreamYard.
guy. Look at
Oh,
this guy at the bottom, guys. You see how it's basically still
Look at that.
pretty much in day.
Uh,
But you're seeing the
you
dark
can
side of
barely
the sun.
see
It's
it.
so
But
close. But look
at the
at
very
that.
sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Look at that. I know at the very bottom of the video, you see that blue sky, right? That's what I'm seeing. I mean, you can barely see the sky.
Lit up. Yes.
The whole thing was just darkness.
This was insanely close pass as well.
Look at that. That's
This was
the blue
2018,
sky.
2000, I believe 2018, because 2018 was a crazy year.
I can barely see it.
But you can see it clear as day. The nights, the day side,
Yeah.
and the day side.
It looks like it looks like it's nighttime,
Yeah.
and then you see it's still daylight, and you're like,
Mhm.
what?
Yeah, yeah.
That's crazy. Sorry, what time was this? What time of day?
This was just prior to sunset, just a little bit before
Yeah.
sunset. Yeah.
Wow.
yeah, I just sent you the picture on the PM on the same
Oh, boy.
Facebook PM that you sent me the StreamYard. So it's the one with
Okay.
Rebecca and Jesus, and I don't know what the whole title of that,
Okay.
but anyway, that is. I'll click on the picture so I can. That is listed as approximately 2015, and it was late 2014, early 2015 that we actually saw Atu close enough with Yuri close enough because they run together, where we actually discovered that Atu had a moon. And then when we realized that it was as purple as it was and it fit the information, this is when we finally started naming the planets according to that early 2008 YouTube video called The Pleiadian Message. And I forget what the rest of the title was because it's in German. I could translate it, but anyway. This is a picture, and I figured since we were talking about how we got to see it in the early days, that maybe our listeners would be interested.
But I sent a picture with that video too, Rebecca.
Okay.
That I was able
okay.
to brighten up just a little bit, so you could actually see that Sam's right. It's Atu and Atu's moon right in front of it. You could literally see really clearly that Atu's moon is right in the front.
Oh, you're talking about a picture that goes with the video?
Yeah, that was with
Okay.
it's I was able to I took the still shot and then I brightened it up a little bit, but you could see,
Oh, yeah. I see.
because the video's a little darker, but because of with the picture I could do a little bit more. I brightened it up a little bit. You could clearly
Yeah.
see that
I'll get it.
Atu's moon is right in the middle, smack in the middle of it, and
Nice.
it's white as I hopefully it comes out okay on the video, but
I got it. It's a good one to add to your collection.
yeah.
Right. Because I'm building like files for all kinds of people, several people.
I always end up. I always end up doing this at the very last minute and get prepared for because I've been having such a long work week.
Well, I know you busy person.
And then once I get to this, it's like okay, I start sending you videos as we're doing the show, and
Right.
you still make it work, and
It works
Yeah,
out fine, doesn't it? Actually.
We're so organized, aren't we? Yeah.
Right. It works out. I got my little notepad and I'm set.
My neighbor even commented how he had. I described our show to him, and hopefully they're listening tonight. I would be very happy if they were.
Cool.
And he said, "Well, I like that kind of podcast where you guys sit and talk about stuff." And so, I hadn't always been a fan of it where they have 12 people on, and 8 of them are standing there staring at each other for hours on end, and then 3 of them are the ones that are piping in, and one of them you don't want to hear talk. I'm joking, of course. And I've never been a major fan of that, but we, of course, have the three of us are doing this because we want to talk about it because we are obsessed, and B, we all feel it's excruciatingly important that this message does get out, and C, what else you got to do on Tuesdays and Saturdays, right? I mean, anyway, I could go on and on.
That's right. That's right.
I know. We just.
But I do agree.
Our little clubhouse.
But I do agree with Sam, and oh wow, that does look pretty.
There it is.
You see Atu and White Moon right in front.
Crazy.
Right in the front. Jesus, that
and
is
the illumination. I mean, it's just
that is
completely
freaking
shadowed.
close. That is freaking close. Jesus.
And this is in daytime.
Yeah. Jesus, that is insane.
Andy
Did you get
has
that picture?
I haven't looked yet.
Oh well, you
Okay.
better upload it so that we can stay
Right.
on topic while we can.
Right.
And
Yeah,
the
I'll
picture
get
the picture I sent you
I
is
love
one
that
of
picture.
an older picture of that too.
Yeah, I love that picture. I was just seeing it now, Sam. I love that picture.
And pretty much this is right about the
Oh, yeah.
time 14 to 15
Yeah.
where we really, attributed the names of the planets, and we found that we were accurate, and then we just stuck with it. And then, of course, there were a lot of people that were going, "Oh no, that's planet this or planet that," and then they'd show us these models that were, computer generated drawings from supposedly some knowledgeable person, and the orbit models were laying it out like on the dinner plate, like Einstein, and standard science that were going around on a dinner plate in our solar system when that's not how it is. And they portrayed a single pass event, and we knew better than that. We knew it was multiple rotation year after year after year, where the orbit model would be unbelievable if you tried to draw it. And that's why I always just described that it spiraled when we first saw it. It came up from our lower left. We're staring at the sun. It came from the lower left at our lower left foot. It has risen up before us, and that one. And when we watched them come in from really small. Now at this stage, this picture that you're looking at is actually middle sized compared to what we originally saw Atu, and Atu started out being the size of a golf ball next to Uri when we first started seeing the definition and the light illumination of Uri, because even then Uri in 2012 was very small compared to Saru and Nibiru, which to me still doesn't make sense because gas giants are supposed to be massive, which means that these water type planets are definitely titans. I mean, massive, huge planets. Because if they're even bigger than a gas giant, my God, they're huge. So, and of course, Uri is behind Atu, and you can see Uri's base cloud and all those little micro clouds in the round and the shadowing. That is Atu and Atu's moon. And when we saw how purple it was, and the little tiny little base cloud, which does reach
They're
into
so
a snail
small.
foot
Right.
when it gets close. But here, I mean, this is one of the better.
Yeah.
You can't argue with that round object standing there. And the little asteroids beside it and all of that on the left hand and the lower.
I mean, and if you do, like you're in complete denial if you just look at it and insist that it's nothing. You're just in denial.
And then Uri is
There's
directly
nothing you
behind
can
it.
do.
There's that angle of asteroids always there.
I just wanted to tell Greg
Thank you.
or E,
Yes,
thank you
Greg.
for your donation.
Thank you.
It
Thank
helps
you.
us all. Really
Yes.
does. I was just thinking about the monthly fees
Well,
that
yeah, even a
we
sponsorship.
have for all of this. I mean,
Yeah.
the StreamYard and all the
Yeah,
apps
right,
I use.
Right.
It adds up. Each month it hits my bank account, and so this will definitely go towards all of that.
Yeah, so, Aaliyah, thank you. I just noticed that you were here. I did get it the other day. Thank you very much. I did not have a return address,
Okay.
I don't believe.
Here is
And
what
if I did, I'll recheck. I will recheck.
Thank you for
Yeah,
being
people,
here.
If you do mail me something, please, on top of the envelope is great if you can write it clearly, but then it goes through the mail and gets messed up. If you would include your carefully written, plainly written return address, that would be very helpful, please. And I'm not used to apparently like the one we went through with Jerry, and I apologize. I'm trying to send it to Canada, and he's in the UK because I didn't understand the address. And then for those of you who are listening to us outside the United States, if you were to add to the PO box listing that Rebecca posts from time to time, if you want to get it to the United States, take my regular mailing address, and at the bottom write USA on the bottom of it, and it will for sure get here.
I'll pull your address up.
Not that we require any donations, but we always need donations.
Well, no, and also earlier I saw Rocket Man make a comment about waiting till he's able, until I'm able to accept donations, I think is what he meant on YouTube.
Yeah, I was saying,
I am able to accept
I was hoping
donations.
you would address that.
Right. Yeah. I don't know where his comment went. It's so far back now. But you can donate. That's what these people are doing. These people, I mean, these our listeners have done this evening.
Very helpful.
There's options that you can.
Well, we're all working on a shoestring
stickers, I think you can buy a sticker or something along those lines, so that's a way of donating. And then I was just checking with Google today, and I get like whatever is donated once a month, it's given to me. So that's how that works.
I'm also thinking
Like,
about
I see, okay, look.
designing a t-shirt, but not
What's
that I
that,
want to
Sam?
get
I
into
thought there
that.
was a gift button on the live chat on YouTube. I thought there was a
And we
gift
have Cash App and Venmo.
I guess
also.
Yeah, and even
That's where
even
some-
if you're not sending in a donation, and here's my address. This is my post office box. It's partially white, but still. Is send a letter and carry conversation, and you're out of the United States, put USA at the end of after it says Lola, Montana 59847, then just put USA at the end of that, and it'll get here. And you can write me a letter, talk to me, send me an Easter card, whatever. Not that I celebrate Easter, but used to when I was a child, and my parents were very religious, and we went to a lot of different churches and different religions over a period of time. My father ended up being a closet scholar anyway, in his house of books. That's another complete story anyway.
There's my email
So,
address,
not-
Rocket Man. That's my email address. So, okay. Let me check on your video, Sam. And then also, okay, I have a question for you from Sun D. So let me get that pulled up.
Okay.
It's about those time zone, like this missing time, okay? And you'll see, it took me a
Was
minute
that
to
the Alaska
understand
thing?
what I was seeing.
Was that what we were talking about the other day about
Russia?
the Alaska thing and the time zone?
I think it was over Russia. Bear with me.
Well, we know there's been a lot of quakes at the Mariana Trench. We know there's been a lot, Earth is expanding, getting bigger all the time. Look what Africa's doing. Africa's splitting apart down by Madagascar. The Great Escarpment, which I've been talking about for many, many years, and people looked at me like I'd lost my mind. And God, I was talking about this 20 years ago, that Africa was splitting apart, and you could plainly see it on the space maps and all of this. And lo and behold, now it's actually moving like 70 centimeters a year. So that's quite a large.
You mentioned that had nothing to do with this cycle that's going on with the planets.
Well, yeah, it increased.
Do you feel that it's increased?
Yeah, there's increased activity. There's increased tectonic plate movement, and I've always believed that there might even be excruciatingly quick tectonic plate movement on the exit when these guys go away.
Well, yeah, and I was seeing one of the videos that you shared there was this guy, I don't remember what his name was, but you shared it, I think, last night or today, and I was I think it's called Geomagnetic something, the channel.
Right. It's on my I know I scrolled past it just a minute ago.
I started following him because it's very interesting page.
Yeah,
How he
geomagnetic
was
Earth
saying,
watch.
how he was saying about anomalies, heat anomalies
Right.
on certain parts of the world where
Right.
you know it doesn't belong. And he was talking about how we were going to see it on the thinnest parts of our crust first.
Right, and we're watching the evidence of that right now. The
Yes, yes, and I just
in Mexico
immediately
and
was hooked when he
Iceland
saw
and
that
all of
video.
that. Yeah,
I loved how he was putting things, and I liked how he was using Google Maps, how to, you know, and all these. He knew what he was doing, you know.
right, yeah, right, and that's why, of course, why I
and
posted it.
yeah,
There's
how
a
he
brand
was.
new.
Yes, and he was mapping his area. And he was actually at the end of the video. He says, "Get familiar with the area. Get familiar with your demographic, and get familiar with." What is going on right now? Because they're not basically not gonna tell us. You have to learn this stuff and kind of get on board with it. But it was just
It's
fascinating
subtitled
to see.
Japan earthquake, heat and fires, geomagnetic Earth watch, and I watched his information and I found it quite credible. That's why I posted it.
Yeah.
And of course,
Have you been
you know,
following him for a while, Sam, or is he just somebody you just came?
this is new. This is I believe I've talked to him in the past briefly, maybe. And when I saw his material, the name looked familiar to me, which is why I clicked on it and actually listened. I watched about 15 minutes of 10-15 minutes of excuse me, I take that back. It's only like maybe 6 or 7 or 8 minutes long. I watched a few minutes of it, most of it, and then I posted it because I was, you know, I'm always in a hurry. But yeah, it's good information, and I truly believe that you know, they're talking about the core of the Earth, the liquid center of the Earth, volcanic, which is, you know, so many thousand degrees temperature and everything. I need to relook that up again. It had moved, and that's, you know, that explains that Earth has tipped as well. Our axis has tipped. Our weather has changed. Our geographic location on the planet where we used to be is no longer the same, which is also what all the other planets did when the second star got here. Our Earth tipped. Our axis tipped because there's this extra large magnet, and we're all going, "Hello, how are you?" Electromagnetically. And this is, of course, why we're having extreme, weird, odd super waves. And another bunch of people were asking this week on Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2 and a few of the other sites I went to about the super waves that were extra high tides that were hitting California and causing such devastation. Most of that is fueled by this enormous, unbelievably wide, spread out, very strong jet stream on the Pacific Ocean right now. And I've never, ever, ever, ever seen anything like it, like what we're seeing right now. And so, and I'll tell you guys, we are in a weather pattern that is unbelievably right now. And even Mr. MBB333 posted a video on it. And we were talking the other day on Saturday about the flattened out weird northern polar jet, how it's no longer fully oval and it looks more like a D now than a full O.
Yeah.
And he is showing a video, and I've of course got that posted, I believe, someplace, where he's showing there's a duel of those going on right now, where now all of a sudden we have 2 rings above Earth as well. So I didn't have time to watch it by the time I got a copy of it because it was right before
feel like
the show.
Mr. MBB333 is just dying to just really tell people what he really thinks.
Well, and
that's just my. I don't know. Maybe I'm just wishful thinking. Well, that's just how I feel. Like he's
okay. He was, you know, he does like his own podcast.
Yes,
show
I've been seeing him live.
I was watching that, and he does not believe in the Nibiru. He called it a fictitious.
Okay.
Planet.
Well, he doesn't believe in that if you want.
I think though. I don't know why. I just feel that I don't completely buy that he believes it. I feel he's getting there. I feel that he knows something is wrong.
He seemed kind of annoyed about it. Really, I was a little bit turned off by his. You know, like he was just like not going to go there. Like that.
And that's very typical. That's really typical of what we see. You know, nobody's really willing to cross
And
that line.
and that's
You
why
know,
we're only getting as many views as likes and stuff, and why all of a sudden, membership is down, and or communication is way down, even though membership isn't going down. But yeah, a lot of people are not talking to us because I mean we are talking about a subject that is on the fringe edge of crazy, period. And it's because we've been taught everything that we've been taught tells us this is impossible, and unfortunately, it is very possible. And I'll say this, for the thousandth time, they don't slap you with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement and not let you talk for 30 years if you're wrong. They don't bother with you at all. No one would ever bother me when I was 17 years old if I hadn't written this silly science paper for my, advanced chemistry class in my junior year of high school, and then get slapped with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement of talking about the binary solar system, 2 stars, 2 sets of planets, and then them telling me, that there's people that live on those planets, and if why bother if I was wrong?
I just don't believe okay, this is probably what it is with a lot of people. I don't believe everybody who denies Nibiru actually doesn't believe it. I just feel it's just
maybe they're fearful.
I just think they're fearful or they're, because it's such a topic of ridicule and and it's just still so fringy to some people to talk about it that some people just aren't willing to go there. And unfortunately, we were talking about this earlier. We have the world has created a science space where accepting or even looking at alternative information and you're done. Like you are absolutely done. So in order to keep your professional life going, you have to follow these certain things, and this is the reason why we don't see much new science come out. We don't see nothing that's out of the mainstream topic, line. You really rarely see anybody, anybody big come out with something alternative. It's always what mainstream dictates, and that's a big problem.
What the funny thing about all of this is? It's the absolute simplicity of it. It is so basically simple, and it's always standing right in front of our faces that we bypass it. And I'm looking at this graph in front of us that Rebecca's had posted here for a couple of minutes, and I'm looking at it, and it dawns on me, and it's like, duh, of course. They're showing us an area of time zone separation, right? There's this space that's empty. So what they're not wanting to tell us is that we don't have 24 hours in the day. There's a longer time period. In the early, prior to the Cretaceous period, our days, the length of our cycle of days was 19 hours. So this tells me, on looking at this graph, and it's simple, basic, and right before our eyes, that there's a time zone that they're not wanting to tell us about that exists. So there's an empty space of time, meaning that we're running longer than 24 hours in one single rotation. It's that simple.
I've thought about that a lot.
Here's the headline. Those zigzag lines, 3 hours go missing between Russia and U.S. Not really goes missing, but it gets weird.
So there is a longer span of time if you were to fly from California to Japan, that missing time zone. And this is, they're having to readjust all of their satellite tracking and location and all of that, and they have had to do it several times. And so what is the possibility that perhaps we no longer have a 24-hour day? And you notice how we've talked about where the weather was. We were always wondering, like, gee, it doesn't feel like January, or gee, it doesn't feel like September. Well, maybe it's the actual clock of reality has been passing us by, and our system of accounting, all the way, which goes back all the way to the Greeks and the Romans for the calendar year and all of that, is no longer even been told to us properly. We could be a month and a half off. in actuality, because of that time zone. And you add a few minutes, or I'm not sure that 3 hours dissipates in between that zone, but I could see 2. I could see an hour. Maybe it's farther. Maybe I'm just talking out my nose, but maybe we have now longer than 24-hour day period of time, and then they'd have to explain why. So then they would probably step into the premise of, well, there's bodies that are affecting us and pushing us, or change this or change that, or they maybe have to explain too much that they didn't want to go into in the first place. I don't know their reasoning behind this, but if this occurred and is real, I think they should have communicated it to us.
I mean, they would have
science is based.
They would have to explain a whole lot of other things, and they're just not willing to do that.
Is this something that just happened one day and then it went back to normal, or is this all the time? I mean, I don't quite understand.
Yeah, and of course we have no reference point to even know where this information comes from.
But real quick, I just want to say to Seven Spalding, thank you for being here. I've been watching your channel for some time. I'm sure you know that. If you ever want to come on and talk about it, you're welcome to. As I said in the previous show, I'm not sure. What you think. I know you are on the Nibiru side of things, but if you ever want to be on the show, reach out to one of us and we'll make it happen.
That would be right.
He has some nice. Last show I was mentioning how he has some really cool videos, and he has a great view in Cincinnati. I believe he's in Cincinnati. Great view, absolutely great view, and he shows some really cool videos sometimes, a lot of times. But
just to briefly
he's been
interrupt,
posting for years.
Rocket Man, I do not have an email. I can open my emails. I haven't been able to open my emails for quite a few years. It just scrolls and scrolls and scrolls and scrolls and scrolls and won't open.
This is cool. I did not know. I had no idea that he had a channel. So I just learned something new. So I have just subscribed. Yeah. There's all kinds of great videos.
Yes, he has some really cool stuff.
Wow, cool. Neat. We should definitely collaborate. That'd be cool.
Right, and this is why we always invite sister sites. We always invite other people's information, and if we can help them, then that's important to us, important to them. This is why we're doing the show, is we can reach out to other people, so that there's a lot of people out there going, God, I just knew something was wrong with this guy, but I didn't know what. And we've all 3 of us have heard that 150 times easy. And so this is why we're part of what we're doing. We're showing the cloud pictures and the representations and the comparisons, and the site drawing here that we're looking at right now as it scrolls, it gives you an idea of the size of these planets. Although that landmass looks mighty much like Earth, but that is that's Attu's moon. Is this the one I sent you?
Yes, Sam.
That is an interesting video.
Yeah, this is Attu and Attu's moon. Wow. And notice the direction of the lower clouds. And you're looking at land masses on the bottom of the moon here. Those little pock marks are craters. And Attu's moon has a funny lump to one side, and it's usually the left-hand side. And that falls into what we're looking at here as well. And boy, this is pretty patchy. Or are you running it slow?
I slowed it down a little bit, yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was going to say, I had not seen the video stall before, and so it was like I was a little surprised.
Oh,
yeah, well, this is the bottom of Attu's moon, and those little pock marks are actually craters.
It's not as clear because I wasn't able to download it, so I did a screen record, so it's fine. A little blurrier.
Fine. Okay, no worries though. I mean, it shows you the main representation of why I posted it to you this afternoon was so that because we're the direction of 2 different directions of clouds, and you can actually see Attu's moon rotate and slightly slowly turn. And on the second one that I had sent you was she'd captured
Right.
the base
There's
cloud of
another one.
Nepenthe doing the same thing.
I thought I had both of them on the same.
No
Yeah.
worries. They're pretty much the same
Yeah.
shot, with the exception of you could tell one was Atu's moon, and you could tell the other one was base core of Nepenthe. It's the same thing, but slightly different, but not mandatory that you bring it up.
Yeah, I'm still gonna load it. It'll just take a second.
And
But
I'll point out that look at the size of the clouds. Look at when around the facial of Atu's moon, you can see that the clouds are so much smaller than our clouds, which is a huge important differentiation that your brain can grab onto, especially when you're watching the weather go two different directions, and then the rotation. And Jesus has gotten quite a few shots of his live videos where he's actually capturing the rotation very well.
I was going to also, sorry, back on that time zone zigzag for just a second. Sunday, just wanted to also mention that it could also be that there's more land.
Well, yeah, I was talking about the Mariana Trench and the possibility that Earth is actually expanding. Now, it's entirely possible that that's exactly what's going on, because there's these larger objects that would be pulling on us. And if there is, this increased geological melt-off going on in the inside of our planet due to expanded ion addition and pulling away from us and back and forth transition of the static charges and the electrical discharges between the planets and everything, all of that would become like we would become a capacitor as well and store more electricity. And we talked about the purple clouds earlier in the show and everything, how all the not purple clouds but purple lightning. The purple lightning is high space lightning, and that is actually proven by science. And that's why I was chuckling so bad about it, because I'd finally found a video, and I should have actually written it down, because I do keep notes in the living room, and it just proves our point that this is all happening and it's all quite real, and it's entirely possible that our land masses are being stretched apart. How else can you account for the tectonic plate changes over the last 180 million years, Precambrian period and all of that included, and the covering of the planet full of now with water, and we talk about in the last couple of shows about space water and the interaction between the bodies and the larger huge electrical discharges from the larger body versus our tiny little Earth compared to all these huge massive Titan planets that are going by really close to us, and all this space illumination and all the stuff we've been watching for the last 2 weeks all around the world, where everybody's seeing these multiple rainbow clouds and all of that is all connected electrically, and you can't separate it. You can't separate our atmosphere from their atmosphere, because we're all connected. Even in dead space, there's interactions and transferences and things going on, and illumination and electrical and electrons and protons and neutrons interacting and holding their placement in this compound that we are. I know that's just way out there, but it's all connected.
I think about that, whenever I think about people, about how we are all.
Oh yeah, 100 monkey syndrome. Yeah, that's
right.
That's a psychological, sociological term. And you can look that one up. Look up the 100 monkey syndrome, and that's
Really?
where we all, even as humans, we act the same. And we have you ever noticed? You get in your car, you start your car up, you drive out of your driveway, and you go out onto your first street, and then there's a guy that's in front of you, and then there's a guy behind you. Have you ever had it happen where all three of you are going to the grocery store at the same time?
Yes.
Where you and the guy that in front of you is going the same place, and then the guy behind you pulls in afterwards, and you go, "Wow!" We travel in sociological, herd-like manner. We do.
Absolutely.
Herd, we all, and this is of course what we're going through with the transition of the year, and we're going into the Chinese New Year of the Dragon. So this is all going to be really cool, and we're we're in for a hell of a 2024. You guys, it's going to be fantastic. And I'm so loving this brand new microphone. I can't get over it. I'm just like chuckling over it. It's like
I know
right
you
here.
deserve it. I was thinking that
Right
earlier.
here,
I
I
was
don't
like,
even
I'm
have to move,
happy
and I'm
for
rocking in
you.
my chair, and I'm comfortable. And
Right.
last couple of months I've been on my
You
elbows
deserve
trying to
it,
talk to a
Sam.
box.
Yeah. I'm happy for you, really.
I just
And it makes you sound a lot. You sound
It
really.
sounds very clear,
Honestly,
very nice.
you could absolutely hear the difference for sure.
Hi, this is me, and welcome to another edition of Citizen Science. Yeah,
Oh boy.
I love it. I love it.
That's
I mean,
perfect.
we've gone pro, guys. Woo!
I know. We're getting professional equipment.
Yo.
I mean, it's and my daughter-in-law gave me that extra computer, so
Yeah.
I feel like there's a purpose for that somewhere along the way.
Yeah, now we got to tease Leandra and get her butt on here so she can start spending some time. I mean, she's got great backgrounds and everything. She's up there. I know she's busy.
Yeah. Maybe now that the holidays are over, I'll get in touch with her.
Yeah. Well,
Tell her
we
it's
need her
time.
side of.
Time.
I think she's in California.
Yeah.
We need Northern California to be on track here because we've got New York, we've got Florida, and we need to represent, man. Yeah, I apologize. I didn't mean to go there with that, but yeah, we do have to represent all areas, and everybody in Germany and Holland and Sweden and France and Hungary and I hope we get some people talking to us from the Ukraine would be nice. And I used to have a whole bunch of Russian friends, and I'm not talking. I haven't heard from any of them, and of course since the startup of the Ukrainian war. I haven't spoken to my friend in South Korea in quite a while, and I'm wondering why. And we talk to a lot of people around the world, and that's what's great about what we do, which is we do get an enhanced idea of what's going on weather-wise and stuff that's not being shared around the world. And I get a lot of prompting from a lot of people like, did you see the storm here? And I go, no. So I go look it up, and which also helps. And oh my God, thank you, Sunday. And oh my God, you guys, there is so much more going on weather-wise around the world right now.
Wow. Thank you, Sunday.
Thank you, Sunday.
If you're remotely concerned with what's going on with the weather changes,
awesome.
there is so much, and a huge
You
example
guys, that's so
of what happened
nice.
to Japan.
And then, hey Sam, look at this, Rocket
Yeah, I
Man.
saw that.
Thank you, Rocket Man. Wow, that's such a huge help. It really is. It really is.
Oh, well,
especially after the holidays. It's like,
well, we have to pay for connections so that we can keep doing this
Right.
too, and that's why Rebecca used this money
Man.
for that reason, and because we don't do this for personal profit or gain. We do this because it's important to share this information with
really.
you guys out there, and I hope that and I'm sure I say this far too often, but I hope our citizen scientists out there are sending at least one copy a week to somebody, even if they're on the fence, and you can blame me directly. Well, that guy's crazy. It's him. He's saying it, not me. I mean, you can go ahead and blame Sam. No problem. Oh God, I'm using me in the third person. Oh, look out.
Thank
Hello,
you, Rocket
Longbox
Man.
Cube.
I see it right here. Wow.
Yeah. And I watch the moment I see the cube, I all of a sudden start looking in the background for the Star Destroyers that are parked nearby, and then of course the side orb, and God, it's unbelievable. I can't believe that people haven't freaked out about the fact that they have been here. I mean, the first intergalactic ship, of course. What was it, Umatuma or whatever, that intergalactic. Asteroid, the long cigar-shaped asteroid that came from interstellar, meaning outside our solar system, and people just, okay, it's a cool thing, and then they move on and forget about it. And the same thing happened with the Norway Spiral, and the opening of the Norway Spiral, and out pops this damn Death Star. We call it the Empire Orb because it literally looks like the damn Death Star from Star Wars. I'm not kidding you. We've got thousands of sightings. Thousands. You've even got your video of it that is on.
Right. I can get that pulled up.
Yeah, pull that up if you'd like. And it unbelievably amazes me how important that this is, and yet nobody wants to talk about it. And it's like, you got to be kidding me. What's going? Where are you? Who are you? What are you? I mean, I'm not that kind of a person. I see this shit. There it is. Oh my God, we've proven it's real. We watched it happen, and we watch it happen. We watch it happen. We watch it happen. We scream about it for a decade, and it still hasn't gone viral. So like, what? I mean, where? How? And are people afraid of this? Yeah, I'm afraid. That's why I'm talking about it. Rather than ignoring it. I'm in awe.
What are you mostly afraid of? Like, which part?
Well, I'm not afraid of them.
Aliens or asteroids?
I am more fearful of our governments, plural, not just mine.
Yeah.
I agree.
The people in power and the rich who want to stay rich.
I
am more concerned about those people than I am about the alien craft. Because I mean, up there you've got an ability to bargain with a logical, intelligent person. Here you don't even get to. Here you just get controlled by money. Here you don't got a voice. Here you're suppressed. Here the intellectual, scientific, brilliant people are not even respected. Unless you got some big pile of money and a big plaque on the wall and a Harvard education. I'm sorry, but we've lost our way, and we're unfortunately being drastically controlled. And people don't even realize how many banned books there are in the United States overall. There's millions of banned books that we don't even get in the United States that have been printed around the world for decades and centuries, and we don't even get them here. Look that one up, and that makes me angry. Because there's so much and look what we're doing. We're being stifled here too. We're being shut down. We're being ignored. We're being shadow banned, and we pretty much have proof of it. And my house got, right after I started talking, my house got fried, and it cost me a whole bunch of money to fix, and I lost a lot of equipment and even things that weren't plugged in, which is and I had the electrician and Montana Power here both at the same time to deal with this event. And they were in awe as to how it could occur other than a mini EMP, which, by the way, can be shot down out of drones now. They can aim the focal beam, and if they don't want you to have technology, you don't have it. And as they fly over, you're done. So there's a lot going on. I actually fear the secret technologies that do exist that we don't even know about more than I do what's over the top of us. Except, excuse me, folks, there is an invasion fleet from more than one faction above Earth right now and has been parked in the same place since 2019. And if you're not aware of it, you need to inform yourself. Get off this, complacent couch. Take your head out of your cell phone and start looking up. Or if you're going to be on Google and your cell phone, look this crap up. Look our old shows up. Look up Radio Wasteland. Look up Rebecca's information. We worked hard to share this with you guys, and we've done it we're going on our 14th year, and Rebecca's going on 6 or 8 years, and Jesus is going on 6 or 8 years, and we've all been working for you. We're not doing this we're doing it for us because we're obsessed and we're insane because we love it so much. But hello.
I know we don't really have anybody else to talk to about it.
Yeah, I don't know how the hell people don't see this. Nice. Oh my God, you're kidding me. I mean, oh my God, you're kidding me.
Right.
Right. Or Ed Beagley, are you serious? I hate to quote him, but are you serious? You haven't seen this shit yet? You got to be kidding me. It's been going on for Christ since 2010, 2011, when the second star got here. And how the hell did you not notice that? Wow.
Yeah, to anybody new, still new to this, all I say is just give it some time before you make up your mind, because I promise you, if you do, it'll lead you down the coolest, more unsettling as well. I'm not gonna paint it all pink and butterflies, because this comes with the law, but you're gonna be part of something really big that's happening to us all right now that a lot of people are refusing to acknowledge. And you can't be don't be left behind. This is a very important time in human history. You could either just ignore it or you can be part of it. We're all here on the same rock, guys. Let's come together and get this information out there because it affects us all. And we've already seen that we can't expect the government to do the right thing. We have to do it ourselves. That's the whole point of doing this whole podcast, guys, is to kind of get this out there. So, yeah.
Rocket Man,
welcome in, you guys. Just try.
There's a song out there, and I might be getting the title wrong, but there's a song out there, and there's like a 12-hour version of it. It's Pink Fluffy Rainbows, or Pink Fluffy Unicorns Dancing on Rainbows. And I posted that probably 100 times when somebody would throw out one of those questions or comments, moreover comments than question, that was so, it's like Red Planet Nibiru. I would always grab, Pink Fluffy Unicorns Dancing on Rainbows, because there's it's so far out there into the silly pink and butterfly thing, which is what you were talking about. That, and I think when people step out of that comfort zone, that's where they start to shut down, and then they either say, "Well, I don't know about this, and I can't know about this, or this is beyond my education." Sometimes I think that's a really easy excuse not to.
Well, there's that element of fear, and I think that's what you're saying, Sam, is that sometimes that element of fear really stops you from moving forward to learning more about it. I'd be lying to you if there wasn't times where I wished I didn't know any of this.
Oh God, I've done that a 1,000 times.
Especially this last cycle. Last cycle, there was some things that happened that really scared the shit out of me.
Well, and I get up here and I talk to you guys every day, and we all get together and we're putting out this information. And every time we do a show, immediately the next day I go, "Oh shit, I hope I didn't say the wrong thing. Oh shit, I hope I didn't say too much." Or, "Oh shit, I want to be accurate, and I don't want to lead people down the wrong path at all ever." Yeah. And then I get the trolling on top of dudes stand there and they tell me that my life is meaningless and I'm nothing. And then I chalk back up and I remember that here we're seeing it again. Oh my God, look at this. This is so god dang exciting. And oh my God, there it is again. And oh my God, there it is again. And so, we're all going through the meat grinder back and forth, and yet we see it, and here in front of us again is, a blue planet over the top on this picture we're looking at. And that's from Nicole. And you can't argue with this repetitive over and over and over again pattern, which is why we're trying to share this with the rest of the world, because this is real, 100% documented, time-proven information that we've all learned. And it's never going to be wrong, and it's just either going to be ignored, but it's happening. It is real. It is very real. 2 stars, 2 sets of planets. There are alien presences here directly above Earth, and alien presences living on those Titan-sized water planets. And they're in our history. It goes back to the Sumerians. It goes back to Egypt. Go ahead, Rebecca. You wanted to say something?
No. No. I was just listening.
My mind's eyes thought you were ready to talk.
No, actually, I don't have anything. I was just enjoying what you were saying. So.
Oh, okay. As long as I'm not rambling,
But you're absolutely right, Sam. It's all over our history. Like, all it takes is, because this rabbit hole, after knowing about the planets, for me, my interest didn't peak there. Like, I want to learn more, and I went down the archaeological aspect of it and realized that there is proof and evidence, and they left us signs, and everywhere. They left us petroglyphs, and they left Sumerian text, and none of that, according to mainstream science, all that is just folklore and fantasy.
Yeah, and you don't grab a hammer and chisel and a big rock.
These people, do you know what it takes to do what they did, to to leave us signs, to leave us, information, and that everybody just that is just ignoring.
Da Vinci Code, the Templar Knights.
There are signs
I mean,
everywhere. Once you know the truth, you can look back at our history, and it'll all make much more sense. Once you know this, you can look back at our history, and everything will fall into place, and you will get a great overview of what the world is and what it's become and where we're going. And it's, if it scares you, being ignorant to this, that shit's scary. Okay,
yeah,
because
yeah.
when things happen and you don't know what is going on, there's gonna be mass confusion, and that's scary. That's
I
scary.
I can't even imagine what it would feel like to wake up 10 years from now or whatever, or, depending on your age and how much time you have on this planet, and all of a sudden realize that all of this did happen and you'd missed it. That's a huge empty spot in the middle of my chest that screams at me. It's like,
Absolutely.
what if I did miss this? Oh my God! This, and how could I be remiss and not see this happening? And how could I, and that I'm prompted by that. That's part of why I could never quit, because I want to know what's going on. I want to know what's out there, and the only way I can get this information is by talking to people around the world.
Yeah. And the biggest motivation for us is to share this information, because I don't want to keep this to myself. I can't keep this to myself. If
this is the coolest thing ever.
I would walk around and tell the entire world if they were willing to listen to me. Unfortunately, there's very few people willing to, make that leap between, batshit crazy science, and then make that jump toward, it's just, not everybody can do that, but we need to be able to start thinking outside of the box, guys, because the box that they created for us is exactly that, just a box where we're not moving forward. We're just stuck doing the same shit, and I, for one, don't want to move forward,
It blew me away. And in the early days, we had people that were, taking daily North Pole readings and documenting all of this, because we noticed there was something wrong. We noticed that the change in even the Big Dipper, and we noticed a change in the Milky Way, and we noticed a change in the moon, and we were all drastically documenting all of this information, trying to figure out what the hell was going on. And I kind of knew, and then I was sitting there from 2012 on watching Planet Nibiru and Nana and Amel Saru from my yard. And, it's this massive, freaking huge ass planet. And I'm trying to point this out to people, and everybody looked at me like I was absolutely batshit crazy. And I, to this day, can't believe how they didn't see it. When there's the round, it goes right there, follow my finger, look, there it is, it's huge. And they couldn't fathom it, because they were expecting a small little planet like we see Jupiter, where you have to actually get binoculars, and the telescope and everything. And they were so stuck on that it had to be way out there. And especially since that bell that went off in the Nibiru, the planet of passing, well, it was documented and recorded by earlier cultures because it was that damn close. And all you have to do is go back through all of that information. You don't sit and carve a stone carving out of granite that, out of an 18-ton rock or whatever for 2 years if it's not an important message. It's not like you're tagging Bill on the side of a building with a can of spray paint. These people left us messages for a reason.
And I was seeing also in some going back to part of this Graham Hancock character that I
watch his stuff all the time.
But he was talking about how there's a lot of underground, and there's one, I think it's in Turkey, an entire underground city that
Cappadocia, right?
Yes,
yeah.
I think,
and in
like
in Georgia,
20,000 people,
yeah,
carved out of stone.
right.
The enormous effort.
Even if it's sandstone, that's still a hell of a chore.
It is an enormous effort to do that, and again, he's mentioning how they say that it was to protect themselves from war, but the last thing you do when you're protecting yourself from somebody who's there to kill you, is go underground because they don't even have to fight you. Okay, they just close the seal off the entrances and you'll slowly die. All right, that's not what they were hiding from. They were hiding from something else, something.
Oh, they brought their animals
something
down
else that
there.
was
They
above ground.
brought their water down there, and
Yes.
these weren't just minor caves. These are things that go for miles, and they've
But they
discovered
dug it
that
down to the water bed, Sam. That
they
is
found they have found tunnels going from Cappadocia to England underground, and they're not telling people.
yeah.
They're discovering where Atlantis was, which is on Western Africa, because there used to be water inlets. They're now talking about how the Sahara Desert has drastically changed since the last cycle as well, and then the cycle before that. And if you go back through Egyptian history and you look up the dynasties and the dates, and you cross-reference to Earth to Brain, Sam, you cross-reference to 1650 BC and forward in time, and see how the climate change occurred there, and then you go backward in time to about 100 years prior to that. They also had another onset drought period and climate change as well, and then going back like 300 years as well. But if you go back through history and you look up the cycles of kings and that sort of things, and then cross-reference into that, like for example with the Sumerians releasing the Abraham and his people, who were originally Palestinians, but when they got back and were sent back to Palestine, they represented themselves as the Jews, which was the origins of the Abrahamian religions. You can look that information up. That's where the Old Testament came from, and that was all rewritten, renamed prior civilization texts from the Sumerians as well as from the Egyptians. And if you cross-reference those same stories, they have the Mary syndrome, the born child, all of that in all of those former earlier religions. And unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of people that will be upset by that. But it's a written, proven time fact. And you start looking at the changes in the kingdoms and the climates and the end of this era and that era, or this dynasty.
You see a timeline there. There's a timeline.
Yeah, and it's a visible timeline, including the origins of wheat and how they're now bumping back the period where they thought that men were only hunter-gatherers for X amount of years, and then we only became farmers who became localized as of approximately 10,000 years ago, which is what I think they started out at. And now they're backing up to 50 and 60 and 70 and 80,000 years, depending on which scientist you're talking to. And, they don't even know what the hell they're talking about. And then they come up with these things that are buried in coal, that are these complex machines or screws or high metal designed implements out of some machine or a part or whatever that's buried in coal 2 million years old. And we know that this is not the first civilization, and we know that this is cyclic. And a lot of people, I don't think half of our members that are listening tonight or will listen in the future, realize that this is not just a one-time deal with Nibiru passing. This happened 80 some times in the last governmental regime that is controlling the overall and this is the information that I got off of Off-World from the Pleiadians, was there that this has been going on for a considerable amount of time, and there were other regimes that were in control of Earth proper and the zone around it prior to them. So there's so much more. And we, of course, we live 100 years, and we're talking thousands and thousands of years. And so, of course, history's been improperly recorded or assumed.
Well, we're so short-lived, too. Is that,
and that's part of the story as well.
And that's a big problem in the reason why we function and we learn the way we do. People are still stuck in old ways, because 80, 100 years of life really isn't that much.
No, it's not that long at all.
In the grand cosmic time, it's nothing. It's just.
We can complain to our maker over that and say, "Excuse me, you guys could have done better."
Maybe we can earn our right one day and actually actually do that. That's kind of the point here. Kind of
grounding meditation, Om chant. I think we can connect to sources that are going to prolong our life, and we could actually hope for that we'd have a upgrade. dial an ET, dial an alien. Come on down here and let me, lay on your med bed for a while.
We sure could use a little upgrade for sure, man.
I would enjoy.
Even though I'm 40, but I could feel the age already, man. I could feel my construction days. I could feel it all over my body.
I got a birthday. Yeah, mine too. I worked too hard when I was younger, and I worked for the Bureau of Land Management, and I worked for the Parks Department, and I used to do the Arnold Schwarzenegger walking down the side of a mountain with a big ass log on my shoulder. Yeah, and I'm paying for it now.
Yeah, I was in much better shape then, but yeah,
I used to be Superman. I loved it, man. Yeah. I used to mountain bike up and down. Every morning, and anybody that knows Missoula, every morning I would run the zigzag trail to the M before I had my first cigarette, and people used to look at me like I was insane. And then I'd go up there with guys, and halfway up the trail, they'd be throwing up. And I'd run up to the top of that thing and light my first cigarette of the day. And that's what got me up there every day, was that addiction issue. And I went, okay, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. I want a cigarette. Damn it. I got to jump on my bike. I got to ride 3 miles to the mountain, get up, lock my bike, run up the damn mountain. And it was a killer trail, but I used to be Superman, and I loved it, but not now, man.
Yeah.
So we don't have a lot of time.
I was a 20-year smoker myself, and
and you quit? I wish to God I knew how.
Yeah, I quit.
It's my only form of reward, unfortunately, and it also deals with my nervous attitude, and I unfortunately still smoke way too much, especially doing shows. And I've got 1, 2, 3.
I can't even picture that, honestly.
Well, I've got. I light them up. I take a few drags and I put them out. I was counting 1, 2, 3.
I never knew that about you, son. I've
got 9 3/4 length cigarettes sitting here in the ashtray that I put out. I only take a couple of drags off it and put it out.
Yeah, no. I quit like
smoker.
I quit like 5 years ago, and it really helped me. Even and then moving here. Because
take a bus up here and chain me to a radiator for 3 days, please, and don't give me any cigarettes. And that's you got to get through the days.
Again, like moving up to Salt Lake, the air quality here, especially recently, has been so bad. Can't even. It's so bad we can't even see the mountain ranges right now.
Wow.
It's that bad. It's
all that salt in the air, and I'd almost be tempted to be wearing a filter mask, like.
No, and a lot of people are. A lot of people are, and I hear a lot of times people say, like, why are they still using the mask? I'm like, it has nothing to do with COVID.
Yeah, well, the salt are toxic.
It's just our air quality here is comparable sometimes to that of China.
Yeah.
At certain times of the year, but thankfully I quit smoking before I moved up here because
I need to do that. That was on my list for this year. For 2024, it's definitely got to do that.
I'll tell you, it's really easy on your pocket too, and
that's the thing. I like these darn things. I take 2 or 3 drags off them, and I can't stand them so much that I put them out right away.
That's what was happening to me the last year or two that I smoked, Sam. I was doing that, and I just like, why am I still doing this? And
I'm there.
Move on. And that's what I did. My recommendation is try using the patch. That really helped me. I know I never would be the one to believe the patch would help, but it does.
I did the patch at the airport, and I smoked anyway.
Jeez, but it does take the edge off. It really does.
Yeah, I have the gum, and that that stuff is really bitter in your mouth, and it kind of burns your lip, and that'll. Now the last time, because I did quit before when I worked up in the mountains, we were up at Spike Camp in Lincoln, Montana, planting trees, and I didn't know that we weren't going to be anywhere near any food supplies where we would come down off the mountain, and we were up there for 3.5 months. And after my first carton of cigarettes, they said, well, no, we're not driving you down the mountain. And so that was till like a month in. And then so we could resupply with, like shampoo and soap and that kind of thing normal people would go through. And they said, no, we're not driving you down the mountain so you can buy any cigarettes. So I ended up getting like long leaf Applejack chewing tobacco. And I was never into, chewing. And I ended up quitting that way because I did it for like 2 days and I went, and I couldn't do that. And so I weaned myself off, and then I never even gave it a second thought. Then years later, I went out with some people for a birthday celebration after
That's
work.
how it happens. Yeah.
And I had a beer in front of me, and the guy next
Mhm.
to me was smoking Old Golds, and my older brother, used to smoke them, and I thought, hey, that would be cool to have one. And then
Mhm.
boom, I was right back at it again, and I still regret that to this day.
But see, that's exactly what happened to me. Because I had tried to quit a few times till it stuck. The last time that it stuck, I was like, okay, if I'm really gonna quit this, I need to quit drinking too.
Yeah, oh, well, I
That's
did that.
how it stuck, because I quit drinking too, because
Yeah,
every
yeah,
time that I
hand in hand,
would go back, that I would relapse back into smoking cigarettes was when I
right?
was drinking.
Yeah, I
For
fortunately, after I left the bar, I stopped buying alcohol because I wasn't going to pay for it. I used to get mine for free, and it's like, nah, I'm not spending $7 for a 6-pack of beer. No way.
I wish it was.
Yeah, and we need to get back on topic. And I apologize to everybody out there listening here. We're doing our regular crazy phone call.
We
dive off
you're
topic
off every now and
regularly.
again, but
The sacred plant, yes, tobacco is a sacred plant to the American Indian and even the South American Indian, and it also is figured prominently in Wiccan spell components. Okay,
probably all the crap they put in it. I agree, Andrea.
Oh yeah. If it's natural,
I agree. Because
wish
I
people
have
would grow
had
it.
natural tobacco, and it doesn't even taste the same.
and it's actually heavily regulated. If you were to grow natural tobacco and sell it to your friends, you wouldn't be able to do that.
Oh yeah, big time.
Because they want all that nasty stuff. Well, and Rebecca is going to be the first one to jump in because she believes that there are groups out to get us a little more than I do. I try not to go and live. If I lived in that world, I would be upset more. So I try not to go there. I already have enough shit that stops me from sleeping as it is.
But I don't know. I'm kind of with Rebecca, Sam. Honestly, I try not to let myself go there because it does upset me. I agree, but I do believe that this information isn't a lack of interest. I do feel that it is purposely not really being. The algorithm is limited with the.
For sure.
I absolutely agree with that. Absolutely.
We've seen examples of that too, especially on Facebook, where you get a private message and then it comes in. It says this. It rather than show you the thumbnail, it says the materials within may hold landscape settings. It's like, well, why are you warning me ahead of time about a landscape sky scene? Hello, I mean, wouldn't anyone open that? Or, it's like, warning: the images we're about to show may be shocking to some. I was like, what? And that is a base reference to that. Yes, this is going on when they're pre-warning you about a sky scene, landscape. What? It tells me that and that's the base algorithm talking to you. And yeah.
Have a good night, Thunder. Thank you for being here. Yeah. But yeah, I do feel this. And again, I feel, and we've talked about this. You have channels out there that are disinformation, like
and they're fine.
Well, maybe not disinformation purposely, but a lot of them is really misguided information, and those channels flourish. So it's not a lack of interest. It's not. There is a lot of interest in this topic. It's just, I think we really are the only ones that are actually on the right track, and we know this. Like, I don't believe that. I know that. There is gonna be that level of limitation. I do believe that. That's why it's important for those few that are here to share it. Because there is a grassroots kind of thing that could take a hold that the algorithm, the limited algorithm, might not be able to do. If we could just get together and do like a grassroots movement, as they say, kind of thing.
This too shall pass. Yeah, I think that we're gonna. Well, we know that this actually gets out in the future because this is part of what the Pleiadian message was, and Yeah, I'm rolling in circles on that statement alone, and it sounds a little either arrogant or insane. But we know that we are successful because we know that we change the way things are and what's going to become of this, and we know that it's going to come out. It will come out, and we will, we are the ambassadors of this, and it's not like we have any reason to mislead anyone, because we're not trying to rake in that religious dollar, or try to sell survival supplies, or this kind of knife, or this kind of solar panel generator, or ham radios, or any of that. We're not trying to sell anything, and we're doing this strictly for the science of the fact that we, A, we love the hell out of it, and B, I can't believe anybody doesn't see this yet.
Yeah.
And I hope you hear that in my voice.
Hey, Sam. Okay, so Seven Spalding, I guess you left when I addressed you and said thanks for being here. So again, I'll repeat it. Thanks for being here. And I was telling everybody that I have been watching your channel for years. I'm pretty sure you know that by now, because you're watching this on my channel. So I know that I've commented. You always answer my comments on your videos. So I want to say your videos are awesome. I love watching them. You have a great view in Cincinnati. And if you ever want to be on the show, let us know, and we'll have you on here. But real quick, I see that you're still catching up to our version of what's going on. So I'm gonna let Sam kind of give you a quick rundown on what we believe, what we have been seeing over the years of doing this, of what's really happening. It is a twin solar system, but I think Sam will probably explain it better for you. Would you please, Sam?
Yeah. To start all the way back in 1978, I wrote a paper saying that we had to have a binary solar system, because I believed the atomic structure of the solar system and the building, the makeup, and why, if we were dealing with a gravity well versus Einstein, I never believed in that, because it didn't make sense to me. To have this dip in the time-space well, and where everything gravitationally pulls in, then why was the larger atomic mass body planets like Jupiter and Saturn and Neptune, these majorly heavy, huge gas giants, why weren't they closer to the star? Wouldn't they be closer in if they weighed more, because it's, centrifugal force and gravity and all of that? And it just didn't make sense to me. So I looked at it atomically or subatomically in a chemistry manner. And I believe that as above, so below. What works in the tabletop also works in astrospace, in the out there. It's not separate, it's connected. Well, anyway, knowing this, I wrote my paper, and then I was unfortunately slapped with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement. And then when I saw the planets come in years later, it was like a shock to me, because I never expected to see them so large. And then I immediately opened up that entire book of memory that went, oh shit, they're here. Because we'd all, back in the 70s, we'd all expected Planet X, this rogue planet, the red winged destroyer, to come in. And then over a period of time, I was looking, prior to actually becoming public, I was spending a lot of time looking in deep space and Google space and space captures and this satellite and deep space and stereo A and B, and doing all the science I could get my hands on to try and look at what's going out there. And then I bought a camera, and I was filming at night, and then I held the camera up in front of me and saw this big red blob with many dots inside of it. And then I dropped the camera, and you couldn't see it by eye. And that was roughly 2009-ish, and which also furthered me looking in certain areas of space and Google space. And then they had the Google space blackout, and that went for like 2.5, 3 years, I believe. During this period of time, we also moved to the webcams on Antarctica, the live feed webcams, and there used to be like 7 of them. I don't know how many are running today. Might even have been more. But anyway, we were watching the live webcams, and then we started seeing these changes in the sky, and then which I realized that they were much bigger. And then all the way up into 2011, 2012, we watched the second star come here. And then over time, I was trying to find current around the world information. And so this is when I started Montana Skywatcher and started telling people that I knew that we had to have X additional solar system. And then I had the Pleiadian information and as well that I wasn't trying to share at that time because I was really, really touchy about it. I was sweating bullets just trying to even talk publicly. But over time, we watched all of this information come in. So all of this that we are running off of is documented, time proven, as each planet became more and more visible. And then it matched the previous information. It was all researched and covered and cross-referenced. We never called any of this stuff at all, just willy-nilly out of the blue. This was all over after many, many numerous sightings from people around the world that were comparatively matched, that matched our information locally as well. And so the information that we're talking off of and dealing with today is all, like we've said 100,000 times, 13 plus years documentation. And all of this information has grown from the knowing of what we were looking at and how we watched it. And then it has taught us, oh, this has this behavior, or this does this is what that looks like, and this is why this is, and this is why it's over here, and why, and then we documented and watched the cyclic changes of it spiraling forward, getting bigger and bigger. And then it went left, right, and then we have documented all of that, including the site drawings and stuff, and the earlier videos where we were doing cutouts and the Understanding the Sky series and the Fight for Our Freedom radio series and the Radio Wasteland series and now the Citizen Science series. So what we do is proven, and there is no other representations available because it's all been documented and cross-referenced using existing legend, existing facts from previous civilizations, etc., all blended in and researched, because we all went through the documentation of the Sumerians and the cuneiform tablets and Immanuel Velikovsky and then Carl Sagan and you name it. We've been cross-referencing in Dr. Harrington and Dr. Deagle and all this other stuff. So we've been cross-referencing all of this information, including a whole bunch of people and YouTube people and stuff that have been posting their information, including a few bad ones. Planet X News, for instance, is a joke, and maybe I'm going to get in trouble over defaming them in that manner, and so I'll quit.
It has to be said. It has to be
I know.
said.
Yeah. That's why I don't just call them the Money Boys, but there's a whole bunch.
But I will say this though: anybody who has any decent judgment and character will see through that bullshit not right away, but you will eventually see it. I saw it. Yeah,
Who is it that you're talking about? Who is it?
Oh, the Money Boys, Scott and Jeff and
the Planet X News is probably the worst one. I don't remember what his name is. That dude that runs that channel, but God, it was just
Jeff P. or Scott Sion. I think yeah, Scott runs Planet X News, and then there was Jeff P. and then there was Steve Olson, and then they came up with their secret. I don't want to remember what they called her, but they astrophysicist or whatever, which turned out, I believe, to be Claudia. But anyway, and I went back and I watched the show the other day where we were talking about her, and I was going to try to start out being polite and kind about her for the first 15 minutes we were talking about her. After that, I laughed at myself, and I just kept going on and going, she does no science like I ever heard of, and yeah, there's been a whole bunch of really spooky folks out there. And we've gone through them all, and we do try to listen to everybody. And where we are today is time proven, drastically grown information that has all been documented and proven. We don't fabricate anything. It all generates itself. So I strongly suggest you get on board with the terminology, because we didn't create the terminology ourselves. This has been acquired from 200,000 plus members who have all been donating this information to a central clearinghouse hub And that's what we are. We are joining sister sites who have all taken time to learn this. And of course, frankly, it does come from me, and I am the central clearinghouse because I've watched it long enough, and I am literally unfortunately, and fortunately, I have to cover that both sides of the coin. I am fortunately the person that remembers all of this stuff. Although there are thousands of us, thousands and thousands of us, and this is proven information, and people have to get on board. And the terminology is important. That way, you don't get distracted and lost. And once you learn the terminology, and some of it's been slightly created over time. We talk about thread attachment or thread attraction, and David Talbot. I still even forgot how he describes it, but there's other scientists that describe it in different ways. But once you understand the whole premise and the patterns and the electrical and the repulsion and the electric universe, once you understand that, it all fits into place and it makes complete absolute sense. And then you go, oh duh, why didn't I know that in the first place? Because we've been manipulated into thinking in gravity. It's that simple. And it is simple. It is simple. And it fits. That's why it's true. Only lies are complicated.
They want us to think it's something that we can't really learn, but I'll tell you, we've been doing this. Sam's been doing it a lot longer. Me and Rebecca have been doing this about 6, probably going on 7 years now. And I'll tell you, once you really get a grasp of what's happening, it's really not that complicated. You have to wrap your mind on the enormity of it all.
Yeah,
that's the hardest part. But once you do that, once you're able to take that step that a lot of people aren't willing to take, you'll see that it's repeatable, it's provable, and it's freaking nuts. But it's really happening. It's really happening. You just gotta you've been watching Seven for a while. I think it would do you some good to kind of get familiar with what we do and what we've learned and we've documented over the last 10 plus years, starting with Sam. I think it would really help you maybe make up your mind of what's really happening, because from what I noticed on your channel, it seems like you're still on the fence on some things.
He just said boring. Bye. You got about 3 messages where he was making comments down the row.
I know.
I apparently insulted him, or some manner.
He thinks Jeff P is cool.
Okay.
But he knows.
No. Well, okay. Well,
I mean,
Jeff's in it for the money. He definitely not in it for the facts. And yeah, okay. Call me arrogant, call me big-headed, whatever. Excuse me, but
there was a lot of misinformation that came.
I took the time to learn all of this stuff, and a lot of people that ego thing. We talk about this with guys. We run into this a lot with men. They have that ego that just and you went through a touch of it. You were quick, and remember when you first started, because you want to share what you know, and you think
it's not arrogance, Seven. We're just saying that we have. So we do this with a bunch of other people, a bunch of other people.
I'm glad Steven's
and we take one comparison and we compare it to a bunch of other people's stuff. It's not a one person thing. This is a group effort. This is something that we've done with thousands of people around the world.
Time proven documentation for over.
This is not a
13
we're
years.
The ones. No, this is a movement of a lot of people. And how we're comparing things, and we're coming up with patterns and things that are provable. This is all we're saying. That's all we're saying.
Right. And a lot of people can't. They run into trouble on fathoming the planetary count. Well, don't take this as a big, huge thing. Take one step at a time. Start at the beginning. Start with the light. Start looking at, your skies outside and look at the dark areas. Go out and look for yourself. Take a couple of shots. Send them in. Ask questions. Seven Spalding, we do not wish to insult you. That is not the deal. I do have a government-rated high IQ. I come off. I have social differences than you do. I look and view things differently, and I play Sheldon Cooper. I don't mean to insult you intellectually in any way. I respect everyone. I respect everyone's opinion. As a matter of fact, sometimes I respect other people's opinions too much. And we're not trying to down you. I'm not really trying to down Jeff. I spent a great deal of time trying to talk to Jeff, and all he's ever done is ridicule me from day one, and they did it publicly. So and then this is why they went off into the money world, and they were originally, some of them were Skywatcher members that took a 5-minute education and off and went and saw this was a money game that they could sell, and that's what they focused on after that, and they never grew, including Olson. Olson was a nightmare for what he did, and he was blatantly duplicitous and almost evil, and claiming to be a religious person when the opposite is what evidently proved to be true. Unfortunately, and the jury's still out. I haven't personally convicted him, although he owes me a great deal of money, which I'll never see, nor would I even bother to expect anyway. And so we hope that you fall into our information and at least give it the opportunity to maybe go back on some of our information and spend time learning it. And if you're completely thrown away by it and say no, well, then that's fine too, I guess. But then you're missing out on the greatest show that ever was. And that's where this is the greatest thing that ever was. And this is why it's a drastically hidden secret, and why some people out there completely scoff at it immediately and deny it, or intentionally, for their business practices, completely deny it because they'll lose money or whatever. It's literally like, publicly talking about which candidate you want to work for or whatever. And there's going to be some haters out there no matter what. But we have worked for this, and we are not talking out our backsides. We have this proven. We are the source of information. And I would just absolutely love to see anyone else that has more information than we do, and we'll watch it. We'll get on board with you. I mean, we're not trying to run the show, but we are the show. We are. This is our thing. This is our YouTube place. This is what we do. And there is no one that has more information out there that I have found yet. And if you know about them,
I won't give Planet X Hunter. I agree with Andrea. Planet X Hunter is a great Skywatcher. I love his. Oh yeah, it's another channel I've been watching from day one. He has some great. He has a great grasp of what's going on.
Same goes for Rocket Man.
Yeah, we love Planet X Hunter, and we would like him as a co-host or a guest or whatever you want to call it. And people can even visit for 5 minutes as a cameo. Hi, I'm Bill. I live in Texas. I want to say that you guys are doing a great job, or I think you guys are full of shit. And if you want to come on camera and say that, you're welcome to. I'm always ready to.
Happen.
I don't really mind. I don't really mind playing with trolls. I do enjoy it. Kitty and a mouse, and I'm sorry. That's sort of a developed thing that I never used to be like that. But I've actually grown to the point where I enjoy teasing them a little bit to hopefully we'll roll the ball down the hill and they'll start thinking, or whatever, or maybe in the future they won't harass people publicly when they don't know what the hell they're talking about. But you know what I mean. Cough drop time again.
Right. I was also, I want to thank Rocket Man again. While Sam was talking, he donated 2 times, $3 each. So thank you. And he sent me something on Venmo earlier. So thank you again.
Yeah, and if you do have contact with our Planet X Hunter, tell him that we think about him regularly and we'd love to have him. And
Yeah, he's
pass
on my
on the word.
list here too because
And
he said
there's
he
a lot
would.
of people out there that don't want to come on the show because they're partially embarrassed, or they're afraid, or I don't have anything to say. Well, that's okay too. You could be on the show. You don't have to be an expert in the field. We would just like to hear what your opinion is, how you found us,
Mhm.
how much you tell your friends, what you see in your area, because we always want your sightings. And that's all I ever ask people around the world every day is, what did you see? What did you see? And do you have a copy of it? And did you take it over here? What was the direction you looked? Et and that's what we do. We live, eat, breathe, sleep this 24 hours a day because this is what we do. Okay, I'm going to get another Coke. I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam. Yeah. Planet X Hunter Dave and we've communicated a little on YouTube, and he said he would join us. He'd like to join us. So we just got to, work out the date. So I got him back on my list to follow up with. So I would say here in the next, 2 or 3 weeks. It's really up to him because my schedule is mostly open.
I think he said the date earlier, but I can't remember what that was. But yeah.
Right. Cool. Yeah, I would look forward to talking to him because, gosh, wasn't it about Jesus? When did you start watching Planet X Hunter? Like what year? Because that's about the same for me. Whenever that was.
He had he had less than 100 subscribers when I started watching him.
Yeah.
Like he was very, and I think I don't think that he really knew as much as he was still new to it too. Like there's a lot that he didn't know. There was a lot that he learned along the way. I literally feel that we learned together. Like we learned right around the same
definitely.
time. Right. Because there was so much that I learned on his channel, and then referencing that back to Montana Skywatchers and going back and forth. But honestly, I think Planet X Hunter came before Sam, came even before Jamie.
Oh, okay.
It's been a while.
The early days of Montana Skywatcher 1, we were running a couple of thousand members. And I think a lot of people were drastically on the fence still. And of course, I think that once we got to the attainment where we actually knew the names of the planets and we were using them regularly, and our material went out there, and we were even part of when James was affiliated, and when the planet Understanding the Sky series finally came out, I think we brought in a lot of people at that point, and we did grow. We all had to learn how to do this too ahead of time, and then there was a lot of issues with submissions and the kind of information that people were, and we spent years trying to fight the red planet thing and the destroyer thing and the mixing of all the information that everybody thought that they knew. And so I think a great first couple of years was us trying to push the rotten berries out of the good berries and separate what was usable. And I think there was a great movement literally about 215, 216, 217, where we started finally reaching people in a learned, understood manner. And that's, like you go back all the time, Jesus, and you say you like the way that I did things, and how unfortunately strict I had to be. And you can describe to those people what we went through, because it was like trying to run a kindergarten. It really was.
It is, and you could tell just by you have to have some kind of water, and this is why I often say this to people who tell me that, because I hear it all the time, and I know you hear it too, but some people get a little sensitive about you maybe getting on them. And we've all had that run-in with you. Anybody who's been on Montana Skywatchers long enough has had that. But
and I run in different moods too. I have different elevations of patience.
Yeah, but there has to be some sense of order to something for it to stay
Right.
what it is, or else it's gonna be run
Right. And we
amok.
have chaos, and this is why our documented information became time proven, is because we stuck to the rules, because we weren't letting people send in the Harrington names and the orbit models that were generated by so and so or Talbot, or not Talbot, but other non well-known scientists. And there was so much, and we still get it from India right now. We're getting a whole new influx of people. I unfortunately, folks, from India, if you are trying to become a member of Montana Skywatcher 2, you need to write me a private message somehow through someone else, because we are getting nothing but spammers galore from India. So I've had to be 3 times as looking into who you are before admitting you into our site, because we've gone through so much spam bombing here, unfortunately, in the last couple of months. And so it's very difficult currently to get in. But
Yeah.
the documentation, the creation, the time proven, has all because of that set of rules and how we had to run things. We had to keep people on track. We had to ask for certain types of submissions, not, oh, I found this on somebody else's site, which still keeps happening, by the way. Neo Indigo Star needs to be, I hope you're listening to our show, and you need to tone down your finding and YouTube retrieving information. Yes, you're an older member. I do let older members, including JD and other people, get away with a little more leeway, but you need to include that information when you do a type up on your heading. If you're going to use other people's material, I need more information. Otherwise, I'm going to remove yours. Anyway, I wanted to say that publicly, just in case. I did type it to him earlier, but I don't know if he sees it. I see him rarely and occasionally. So anyway, there's a whole bunch of background scene information that we're all doing. Rebecca's sites and Jesus' sites and JD and Jillian and Andy Pohl and Matthew and all we're all working. And so all this information comes into a central hub, and this is where we share this on our bi-weekly show. And because there's a lot going on. And Audrey, where are you? I need to set that in my brain.
South Africa.
Oh, that's right. We talked about that before. Bang, the bell went off. Oh yeah, we already discussed this. Duh. I look at your post and it's like it's not sinking in your case. So I keep wanting to think you're in Germany. Maybe that's why. Face blue smiling, face blue smiling, face blue smiling.
Yeah, it's a bunch of little emojis.
Oh, okay.
That didn't. Yeah.
Oh, president. Yeah. Oh boy.
And I'm emailing you back right now, Rocket Man. So
I don't know if I want to be president. I would be very fine at running my own ashram, thank you. But president, I don't think so. Yes, 2 sets of clouds, you moving in 2 different directions. That's exactly what you start to look for. You got to learn and discern. When you start out with the dark areas, you watch the cloud, you ignore, and this is where we went into the sea trails in the early years, where everybody was talking about them and getting us flagged, and we got in a whole bunch of trouble over that. And we kept getting booted off of Facebook and Facebook jail. I've been in Facebook jail so many times I've lost track. We got to the point where we completely ignore the base clouds, the normal Earth clouds, where you don't even see them anymore. Same thing with the sea trails. You don't even see they're there anymore. You've learned over time to ignore them. And then you start looking at the dark areas. Then you focus in on where the sun is, what the size of the planet is. Then you cross-reference it with the monthly site drawing. And then before you know it, you're an expert. And it happens over time in a very short period of time. Once you take the time to focus on the information provided. And then I'm not even going to call Mark out. I don't think Mark fully gets this yet. I don't think Mark pays enough attention to the information in the monthly site drawings. Without the monthly site drawing and the knowing of which planet is on which side of the sun and generically there, If you don't take into account this monthly site drawing every month, you're going to be far more lost. And then once you start doing that, you'll be able to look at it and go, oh, I know where things are. And then you won't even, you can look at it once and go, okay, and you won't have to keep going back to the monthly site drawing. And yes, the monthly site drawing can be hard to attain a copy of. And Rebecca, if you'd like to post a copy of it, hopefully we won't get flagged for nudity.
You know, Sam, and again, I like Mark. I like him as a person. I just don't think he's that into
Mark
it.
is very easily distracted.
I just don't know, but more than anything, I don't think that he's really that into this topic.
Well, I think he's skeptical. I do. We also know that we've had
clearly,
conversations with
but I
people.
think above all, I don't think that he's interested enough to actually spend the time to make up his mind.
Yeah,
I think it seems like he has a lot of interest, but I don't think this is really one that really gets him. I just
your remarks have crossed my mind before. And this is why I hope he's listening, and I kind of tease him a little bit publicly. He's good. He's a very smart person, but unfortunately he's busy doing other things, and I don't think he takes into account all the information that I've given him, and I've spent a great deal of time with him. He's one of my friends
because
and he doesn't have to get this
because he goes way back from when I was seeing some of your old. Well, probably the oldest.
Mark is one of my oldest Facebook friends.
Yeah. I was seeing one of your oldest videos I think I've ever seen, and
He's
you mentioned
very sweet, loving Irishman. He's a really fine, well respected Irishman, and I respect him as a person. He's younger. He's about half my age. He's just a little bit flighty, and he comes from a pretty upper middle class, if not upper class group. I don't know for sure. Excuse me, I got a cough here.
Thank you, Rocket Man.
Dry throat from talking. Thank you, Rocket Man.
Thank you again.
Mark is a wonderful man. He's very sweet. He's very kind. I like him dearly. Currently, he's playing pool. He's more interested in playing pool, I think, than the information I'm sending him.
He was telling me he's thinking about. Well, I don't know. I hope it's not. I don't think it's a secret. He's not. But he's saying he wants to start a business or something.
Oh, he's always saying Mark.
But that's Mark. My point is that he has a lot going on. He has a lot going on.
15 a week.
And for us, personally, me, I go to work. And then it's like I have my life, right? Where I go to work, I do what I have to do. I do the things that I have to do, and then I come and do what I want to do. This is like, it doesn't take effort for me to come here and do this and spend 3-4 hours doing this. Yes, sometimes I'm running late. Sometimes I come, I have to rush a meal before I get on the podcast. But I love doing this. Like, this does not take any effort for me whatsoever.
He hasn't found the bug yet, and I don't think and I typed this to him like yesterday or today, probably yesterday. I said, Mark, you're caught up in the mundane, and he wants to make money, and he wants to, he's about to pay his farm off, and he wants to upgrade, and he's in his 30s, and so he's looking to the future, and he's trying to should I buy gold, and I'm going, no, don't buy gold at this price, it's insane. You'd be better off buying silver, and he's asking me these financial questions, and he comes up with I got a new money making scheme this week, and it's just like, okay, Mark, you're not listening to me. Have a nice day. And I'm working on his spiritual soul as well, handing him hints for free. And I probably spend a lot more time on poor dear wonderful friend Mark than I do on many people out there, but I'm always trying to guide him into the stuff that I took twice his lifespan to learn. He's a good man, and that's why I do it. Although
I get nothing but good vibes from him every time that we.
But you're right. I don't think
every time that we talk, I sense that he's a good guy.
And we need opposing opinions. And Mark is an opposing, if not distracted opinion. And then I can give you an example.
I don't know if I would call him opposing. I just don't think.
No, I'm not saying opposing. I mean opinions that are not the same as ours.
Like, I just don't think he has much of an opinion about it at all. I don't think he's interested
Well,
in.
I think maybe he's still
Really have
ruminating.
formulated that.
And then he also had some recent influence from certain people that we know that certain people from the Peanut Gallery have been literally reaching out to all kinds of fringe members around us and sort of trying to somehow pick away.
Yeah, that's where all the craziness started with what I was
Yeah.
talking about earlier.
Yeah.
About how I had to block some people because
I don't understand
doing a
why
little
they would
bad
bother.
shit nuts on me, so I had to, I had to block some. But
Well, and
I
then
don't see
we saw,
Mark as going that way.
no, I think
Yeah.
all it done is to make him more skeptical. That's all.
Yeah, I just feel like Mark has a busy world
he's busy.
life and something
he's
that
busy.
most of us here lack.
Right. Well,
I go to work and I do what I have to do because I have to make a living. But
He's had the same job for many years.
I don't really enjoy worldly things very much. I enjoy this. I enjoy taking pictures. I enjoy taking videos. That's when I light up like a Christmas tree. Like,
Yeah, this has become my greatest obsession.
If the skies are showing me planets, that's what gets me going. That's what gets me going. That's what makes my day. It'll make my week. And
yeah, I'm dreaming this when I wake up.
On my footage and putting together a video, that to me, that is genuinely what I love doing. So of course, when you have somebody that loves it on that level, you are going to learn on a way deeper level than somebody who's not really that interested. It's just the way it is. Rebecca, you know that you're like me. You're obsessed with this stuff. You eat, breathe, and sleep this stuff.
Yeah, I wake up thinking this. I'm clicking my pillow at night, talking to people 24 hours a day. That's all I do. I don't even hear the music, by the way, Karen.
I don't either.
You don't hear it?
I thought it was already off.
Yeah, I don't have headset on, so I don't hear it at all. I can hear just barely a hint of it. And my speakers are 3 feet away from me.
I just want to say hi to Audrey. I know she's been seeing most of our shows, if not all of them.
Okay.
She was saying at 6 a.m. and
I'm going to back out. I'm going to back out and come back in.
Okay. And I'd like to thank everybody that did send a Christmas card and a small donation. Thank you. It's finally, it did help pad. We didn't completely make our goal, but I managed the rest. It was a little smaller than it has been in last year's, but I understand economically we're all in trouble. But thank you everyone that did send in Christmas cards. They were far less than normal. I'm not even talking about donations. I'm talking about just Christmas cards in general. But thank you. And now that we're at the new year, we're going to hopefully do a little bit better and earn your subscription, as Dan Hurd says, from YouTube. And there's a lot of YouTubers out there I would love to promote all the time, including just not only us, but other people. We've had such a horrible heat wave in South Africa. Yeah. And we're way too warm here too. We have just a wisping of snow on the ground. And right now actually next week and the week after, we're going to hit a cold snap here in the United States. We're finally going to catch up to where we're supposed to be normally. We were talking on many shows previously about, is the effects of Nibiru lessening? And I think we're about to enter a new stage that's going to be kind of spooky. I hate to say that. I want to be wrong. I really do want to be wrong. But I think we're about to see some rather unusual northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere occurrences with the jet stream, because I've been watching the jet stream patterns on the site we talked about, which is Null School. And for those of you who I'll give you the exact YouTube / whatever. Of course, it's HTTPS. Of course, Earth.nullschool NULL school SCHOOL.net. Now that is the one that I use to judge the pole and the jet stream on both north and south poles and weather around the world. I use it every day. And the patterns that we are watching have drastically changed over the last decade alone. And what's going on with, I'm currently staring at South America, and I should be staring at South Africa. There we go. Um, yeah, I am watching the rotational, uh, what they used to call the trade winds, and what's going on in the Indian Ocean right now with the trade winds, and what's going on in the Atlantic Ocean with the trade winds are nowhere near normal. And then you look at the jet stream on the south of on in Antarctica or the South Pole, and you roll the planet, which is what you can do on this website that I use. And currently, the jet stream oval around Antarctica is drastically farther out. It's way bigger and way wider on the bottom of the planet than I've ever seen it. Now it's currently dropped down into, oh, you could say two major jet streams, and then it focuses back into one. But that's also what's going on with that weird jog on the North Pole, where it's got an opposing extra jog on the opposite side as well. And we talked about that in the show the other day, where it was a D-shaped pattern, and then Mr. MBB333 also showed a double dual pole. And again, I have not watched that video yet to surmise his information, but we are seeing polar, both North and South Antarctica behavior that is quite unusual. And I mean, quite unusual, drastically unusual. And these heat waves. And I believe this year we're going to see a major melt off of the Antarctica in a way that we haven't seen prior. And I believe that we're going to see massive weather issues, and we're going to see frying and loss of water. And if you people own your own home and you have a well system, or you have a water storage ability, I strongly recommend that you work on that or make it better. And people might start thinking about getting large containers to store their own water. And remember, water is a rather interesting thing. You can actually, it stores very well, and you have the proper containers, and you can pretty much keep it on hand, and it'll be good even later. Although you got to be careful. And I always recommend, a little micro drop of bleach to kill any microbacteria in the water when you previously use it, when you get it, when you put it in your container, just a touch, tiny amount of bleach to kill, or to add to, or sanitizer powder or whatever. But if you're out there in the world and you own your own home and property, or even if you're rent, yeah, I would think about how we do things. I would think about the food that we get, the storage that we have, the supply availability. How often do you shop? Is there a way that you could put a little bit extra away? Now the Mormons, and I was raised Mormon. The Mormons believe that you're supposed to have at least a year's supply of food on your shelf, and there's a reason for that. And I recommend you thinking about those things.
Yeah.
We've talked about in the past.
That is for sure a thing, because I grew up Mormon myself, and yeah, it's very common that they have pantries that they keep fuel. They keep. One of the last people that was our pastor when I was still active. I remember I would go do some yard work for him, and he had, I would say, probably about 100 gallons of fuel at any one time. Just
put stabilizer in that, and then it keeps well. But your containers, of course, and storage, and you have to be wealthy enough to have a stable.
Yes, he was, and I gotta say this: most people who are really in the religion are very well off. It's
there's a unity too.
It's one of those religions that looks out for their members.
But they're also really vastly wealthy from the monthly tithing that they are.
Yes, that's right. But it's entire communities, Sam, and here in Salt Lake, I will see entire communities with the church in the dead middle of it. And you'll have these really almost $1 million homes just surrounding.
Yeah, my mother was a member of the Mormon Church.
Just an entire community of this, but yes, they're always looking into, scarcity, and that and they're
and that also stems from people that went through the 40s and the 30s and the famine in the 30s, and we are right at that very similar weather occurrences, just like in the 30s, but actually worse, and including the derechos and including the Southwest weather patterns, and they don't talk about it in this. And I still watch the farm report in the morning all the time, and I'm watching crop prices and who's buying the corn and who's buying the soybeans. And this year alone in South America, the soybean crop is going to literally fail. And if you look at the number of influxing people that are heading our direction, a good portion of their crop workers may be heading our direction because they can't find the work, and they're in complete climate change. The Amazon River, for God's sakes, which is an excruciatingly important part of our entire world planetary eco moisture system, has dried up. And if you don't believe that this summer we are going to really, really just fry our asses off, well, then you're not paying attention and you're burying your head in the sand. We're in trouble. And
I feel it, Sam. Here, this winter has been just
yeah. And
I
really
don't understand how how everybody's okay with what's going on here.
Yeah, and Australia's putting out heat.
Weather is absolutely bananas, and that was another topic of conversation that we were having, for New Year's with some people, was how everybody's okay with what's happening right now. Like it's normal. Like they ain't even going as far as to calling it climate change. It's like we have weird weather, and that's what people. I'm like, how have you lived? Even me, like. I haven't lived in Salt Lake my whole life, but I have been coming to Salt Lake since I was a kid.
This isn't normal.
I can tell you that this is not.
The weather isn't normal.
At all, and it's not just local. It's bigger than that. But if you can't even notice your local weather change, then
what happened to California last year alone in the Northern Mountains?
Complete denial, and.
All the snow they got in California they're all going, oh, we love it, but hello, you're watching an excruciatingly, drastically dire, complete change.
Yeah.
That never happens, and then you're not there's a newly discovered bunt cake shaped undersea volcano off the coast of California that they had never known about. And apparently has grown very quickly that's why I said bunt cake, because the shape of it precludes that it is quickly formed. So there, and we talked about the heat up in this geologist guy, Geology Watch or Earth Watch, the guy we talked about earlier in the program. And there's so much going on, and people aren't catching it. They go, oh, it's normal. Yeah, it's normal. But not when you add all of these together, and these events and the changes in the jet stream and the flattened out jet stream, how the Pacific Ocean has this immensely unbelievable jet stream going across it. And the whole Northern California all the way to Baja are being pummeled by these super huge waves that they've never seen, and coming onto these people's property, and literally it's a wind tsunami. It's not a tsunami. And then people have already forgotten about the eruption at La Palma. And La Palma, if that whole side of La Palma Island goes into that skid fall where it dumps into the ocean, guess where most of those people are living? Right there, where the area that will go in the water. And if that were to occur, we would see the entire from northeastern southern Canada all the way down to Cuba, completely inundated with a massive tsunami the size Earth has not seen in 10,000 years. And about 10,000 years, like with the loss of Doggerland. And all of these occurrences, they can occur, and we're watching all of this shit ramp up, including the geological, volcanic, and the tectonic plate movement, and the weather changes, and the jet stream changes, and everything all going off right in our face. And yet, people go, it's okay. So we got a little bit of snow this year, no biggie. That's normal. we're in trouble. Warning, Will Robinson.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's gonna be a weird. I don't know what this next cycle is gonna be, Sam, because it's like
I want to be wrong.
it's almost like the 180-day cycle never ended, and now
Yeah,
we're
exactly.
back almost in March again.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I'm just like, what's
Right.
going to go on? Because this cycle is going to be intense.
And I want to be wrong. I really do. But
I
what's
do
going
too,
on?
because again, this last cycle was a little scary. In the beginning, it was some scary shit.
Yeah. What's going to happen when they go past us?
Yeah.
When they're actually in our absolute proximity, and they're going beyond us, and they're pulling at us and coursing and circling and rotating and passing. And are we going to see, major geological effects, or even increased electromagnetic increase, which will heat up our core? And I've been expecting a major volcano to burp up anytime now in the North Pacific Northwest, anytime now, including California. Arizona while we're at it. Or Texas. There's been geological cluster volcanoes cluster earthquakes in volcanic laden, previously displayed quiet seismic volcanic areas. And anytime now we could see a brand new birthing of anything from Mount St. Helens to to any of the number of the quiet sleeping giants in the Mammoth Mountain Range in Northern California or Arizona or any of them. And there's been evidence of activity going on in Yellowstone again, and it was shut down for some reason, and they're not saying why. So and then I've been watching the earthquakes in our area, and we're having quite a few, but they're all small. But then the pattern is showing that there's some sort of volcanic mounding going on in the entire Northwest, or excuse me, the entire western half of the U.S. Because I have to include Arizona.
In that video I shared, how Mecca was like getting all plush and green, because they're getting so much water now that the deserts are getting all
that's one of the
covered in grass.
When the rivers dry up, or when it rains, and when it does this, and they just went through a locust plague, and they had massive flooding going on in that area, and that's in the Quran, that's part of the end days.
Well, I was gonna say, I hate quoting the Bible, but I do believe that there is some historical truth there, historical accuracy.
Right.
But it does mention that, there will be places that were dry, will be lush, and vice versa. It does mention that. My dad talks about it all the time,
And the Earth tip is going to automatically manifest that, regardless. And then you add the decades worth of weather changes. And this is why, God, all you have to do is look at the storms that went through Russia and China and Saudi Arabia and Yemen and Taiwan and the Philippines. All you have to do is look at last year's weather. And again, I always recommend SOTT Weather, SOTT, SOTT Weather on YouTube. As a matter of fact, I do.
Yeah, that's the one I was going to mention earlier when we were talking about.
I need to look at
actual channels that you can trust. But you had to mention that one to me, and it's actually quite open, a lot more.
And they give dates, and it's chronologically laid out, and that's what makes it so fantastic. And they don't, doctor their thumbnails like everybody's doing all of a sudden, which I actually detest. Don't Photoshop your thumbnails, for God's sake. Don't.
I agree.
What does that mean?
What?
It's like clickbait,
Yeah, they're putting all of these pictures. They talk about a flood, and then they cut and paste, people getting washed away by this wave, and then over here on the thing they've got another building crashing in, and then they cut and paste a car floating, and the scale is completely off, and it's all photoshopped.
And it has nothing to, and it's not even a part of the video. Like this, like the thumbnail has nothing. Like it doesn't even appear in the movie or the
And
video.
there's a lot of videos out there where they'll put some girl in a bikini on there, and then you'll watch their program. You watch 8-10 minutes of their program, and the last second and a half to 2 seconds is that girl in the bikini. And I've seen that, and I just keep chuckling and going, yeah, clickbait,
Right.
clickbait. And all you're trying to do is get somebody to watch your video so they can be monetized. You know, it's horrible, and yet they're not really providing a service. They're just uh, parroting information, slapping it on a video, and then regurgitating it and hoping other people watch it, and which is fine, I guess, but that's actually not really doing any actual service unless you're very good. And then if you are very good, then keep up what you're doing. But I mean, wow, yeah, it's a new world. We're pilgrims in a strange
Where you
land
got
now.
to trick people into watching your videos, you know.
Yeah. That's why I made that slightly rude comment saying we need girls in bikinis on the front of our on the thumbnail.
Right.
Yes, watch Montana Skywatcher hosted by Daphne in this bikini.
Right. That'll get them in.
Wow, look at how many South American or European weather girls go literally in these scary, scampy outfits. Not that I mind, but one way to get the weather watched, I guess.
There was a question. I'm looking. It was from Nicole. Let's see. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure I see. She says, I can see my comments and questions. Anyone else? I see your comments, Nicole.
Yeah, I've answered some of them as we go.
Okay.
Andrea Adams is commenting about New Zealand turns into a tropical paradise.
Tropical paradise. I was just
New Zealand is already unbelievably awesome, and I mean, I would love to go there. I would love to live there, but I don't think I could actually handle being on the southern half of the planet. I think that would mess with me because I'm a Montana boy, and I'm up here in the mountains, and I've left Montana before, and I got a problem being away from my mountains, I guess. So that would mess with me to be in New Zealand, although I would love to go there. Not that I'd like to sit on the plane for that long to get there, but anyway.
If you could just teleport.
Yeah, I can handle a 5-hour flight, but I mean to sit there for 16, 18 hours to get there.
Oh,
God. I've hung out. I got stuck in LAX before for days. So, you can get through it. It's not fun. I mean, eating Burger King for breakfast is not a great idea, but and that's what I ended up doing the last time I was stuck at LAX. I was sitting on standby and they kept bumping me.
Right. Well,
but if you're going to be on, I was working at the airport, and so therefore I got complimentary tickets, and that was what was nice about working at the airport and having friends that worked at Delta and Alaska Airlines, and I'd get complimentary what they call buddy passes. And all you have to do is pay the taxes, and you pretty much fly anywhere for free within continental U.S. and even including Mexico and Alaska for Alaska Airlines. Here I'm doing a commercial. Alaska Airlines.
That's pretty cool. I like friends like that or jobs like that where you get perks like free.
And I
free
flew
flights.
Aero California once, which was I believe a Mexican airlines, and oh my God, anybody who's ever flown an American or a German or a French airlines, you have no clue what it's like to fly on a third world country airline. Oh my God, they lay that thing over like they're crop dusting, and all the garbage that flies around the plane inside, from chicken feathers. It's just like in Indiana Jones and the chicken feathers, man. I'm not kidding you. I've been on one of those flights.
Pretty wild.
Yeah. And where the shit, they lay we're coming in for a landing from 35,000 feet, blah, 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 in Spanish, of course. And then they lay the plane down like they're going to go crop dust, straight down, and the shit's flying all, from the back seat, hits in the back of the head. And our American Airlines pilots, they bank turn slowly. Oh, that was in the 90s. Anyway.
Uh-huh. Oh, gosh.
That was the last time. Wow. Yeah, we don't have any clue how lucky we are. And you just fly a third world country airline sometime. It'll teach you a whole different point of view. Woo!
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, we are so spoiled you wouldn't believe. We are. You
What
know,
what do you think? What does Nicole mean by La Palma? If that's possible, do you know what she's talking about, Sam?
La Palma is the volcanic islands off the coast of Spain and northwest Africa. And if La Palma, there's this big crack. La Palma is a dual volcano. It's an older extinct volcano to the northern side, and there's a newer, fresher volcano to this. It's the same core, of course, but it's just moved because
in Spain.
Excuse me.
It's one of Spain's Canary Islands, is what I'm saying.
Right, one of the Canary Islands, exactly.
Okay.
And it's got a fracture in it from extending from the northern older volcano cone. They're linked, but the cone, the undersea or the magma shaft has moved with tectonic plates, and so it created a second volcano, or a second island, but they're linked, and that whole face all the way from the northern volcano all the way to the southern shore island has fractured, and it has landslid into the ocean in previous cycles, but I believe it was like 30 or 40,000 years ago. I'd have to relook that date up, but I know it was a long time ago before current man historical records, etc., way vastly beyond. And they expect that with the size of the crack, the fissure going straight down the crest of the volcano, if it was to do a similar outburst volcanic eruption, just like Mount St. Helens did, then all the side material would blow into the ocean, and that would cause a literally 300-foot tsunami on the East Coast from Canada to Cuba and South America. And it would be destructive beyond our wild. It would literally go 300 some odd miles inland in a major tsunami that would wipe out the entire East Coast of the United States. And it is proven science. And so they're fearfully watching that. And I've been fearfully watching it since the activity, since I literally started doing all of this. I regularly check the Canary Islands and La Palma. And then when we were having that eruption last year, I watched it nonstop. So I didn't voice my concerns, but it is the rift, the crack down the middle of that entire island is very, very wide, and it's definitely moving. And that whole slide area, when that thing goes down, it's going to be unbelievable. And it may happen within our lifetime, maybe it won't.
So it is possible then.
Oh, it's vastly possible. It's spookily possible, and it's showing signs of activity because we just saw the lava event from La Palma last year, but the movement, and they're volcanologists and geologists are watching the rift, the crack just get wider and wider and wider, and it's now like, Christ, it's now 15-20 feet wide on the island, and if that whole half of that volcanic goes to a side eruption, it's just going to be unbelievable what it will do. It will be earth-shattering, civilization-shattering magnitude. And then of course we can talk about the one on the Juan de Fuca plate. Yeah, that spring is overloaded, and it's due for a major seismic slip break at any time. And there's also an undersea volcano going off the coast of Oregon and northern California, and that's all that activity is moving and active. And there's been a lot of activity even the last year, even undersea. And this is why I mentioned the newly discovered volcano off the shore of California. So there's a lot of tectonic activity that are going on that is, that they're just winding up that spring for the next big, here we go, and that's another chip in the on the pile of potato chips, if you want to call it, but straw that broke the camel's back, whatever. There's a lot of stuff going on, and it's really dangerous shit. But then you don't want to come off and sound like, oh, this, the sky is falling, any penny and all of that. But there's a lot building.
Mm-hmm.
And La Palma is drastically, it wouldn't affect me up here in Montana, but I that, and people worry about, the super volcano Yellowstone. And yes, there's activity in Yellowstone that's drastically increased as well. And I'm concerned about, and we've had earthquakes over here. And then, the one I'm still watching the one in Idaho, and that one has not stopped since we had that 6.5 here a year and a half, 2 years ago here, that we felt up here where the whole damn house shook and moved. And and this is where I was talking about earlier, but when they go past us, what is that going to do? Is that going to be the opposite? It's like you're moving a chair and you're moving a chair and you're moving a chair, and then all of a sudden you go on the other side of it and then you move it back and then it falls over. That's, of course, a hyper metaphor, but we don't know what's coming, and when you shove something one way for so long, and then all of a sudden you push it the other way, is it going to break and fracture or twist or break or pinch or whatever? So then we talked about tectonic plate movement in a hurry. We don't know, but we know that it's drastic. And look at our weather, and this is just another step of that going on right in front of our face.
Right.
And for that, I want to be a semi-alarmist. I want people to pay attention. I want people to realize that there's a whole hell of a lot more going on than you just going to work tomorrow. Because if you don't,
we've said before that we try not to focus on the fear part of this, but I think we have reached a point, Sam, where it's important that we do address that, at least on some level.
Yeah, we have to
can. Up until now, we've had fun doing this, and it's been fun, and it'll always be fun. But I think this last cycle really, at least in my mind, really made things really real. And
I've talked about bug out kits.
Time that I actually was a little scared. So it is important to address that now, because we have reached a point in the cycle where it's important to keep that in mind, because
I'm not
all
just buy a bunch of survival gear and weapons and all of that shit, but actually, bug out kits or talk to your children about a plan that if something did happen, we'll all meet here. A little preventative medicine, saying, okay, this may occur or that may occur, or be aware that, where are my backpacks? Where's my camping stove? Where do I keep my this? Where do I keep my that? And I've always recommended people group that up in one place. So if you do have to go into your car and throw everything that you think that you need in there, you'll have it in one place rather than running around in circles trying to grab it. Or including if you have an emergency situation, think about, what am I going to take? My documents, my family pictures, my ring, my grandmother's brooch, whatever. Be aware of where those things are. Plan ahead. That's something. And it's the old, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail.
Yeah.
And be aware. And
ask yourself, if you have 30 minutes to grab so much things, what are those going to be? Those are the things that you should have easily.
Yeah. Also, remember that in 30 minutes,
in
the case of a house fire, in 30 minutes, your house is gone completely. In 15 minutes, your house is probably fully engulfed. And so you have to remember that there's storm events that cause fires. There's storm events where the roof blows off. Where are you storing this equipment? Is the roof above this equipment going to blow off and it's going to scatter down the neighborhood? Or is it in a secure location where it's not going to get destroyed? Or, and think about, or if you're building a house this year, I would rethink about who you have planned that and maybe look into hobbit houses. And we talked about the cities of Cappadocia in Turkey, where these people lived underground. I recommend the hobbit house with a very thick cement roof with grass growing on top of it, half buried into the building. And that way you're using half of the 50-degree temperature to save yourself on heating costs. It's a greenhouse. They call them earthship. Look into Earth Shipbuilding. It's a house that's built partially into a mountain. Now look into this. Look into geodesic domes. I mean, look into, we talk about cars and stuff, and I frankly don't believe electric cars are the answer in Montana at all. I don't think they're gonna fare well here either at all. Period. Batteries and freezing cold don't mix. And if you live near the ocean, on any shore, on anywhere on this planet, you're in trouble. And we're already seeing coastal rising of the sea all over. And right now, drastically, our friends in South Africa and New Zealand and Australia are telling us how freaking hot it is down there, and it just hit summer. And that means the Antarctic is going to melt way faster than what they expected. And you have the extra sun and the angle and the tip of Earth and how our orbit is different, because we know our moon looks weird. And so you got all of this stuff is now we are pilgrims in a strange land. We are no longer in Kansas, Toto. I mean, I keep telling people that it's all changed. This is not normal anymore. Period. We're way past normal. And I can't stress that enough. I mean, how many times do I have to say this to people? And then yet, we should be going viral. This information should be out, for the safety of people, at least,
Right. I mean, there are some people that could possibly, save their families' lives just by moving away from the coast, for instance.
Even personal education of your children. I mean, don't hand them the whole ball of wax and scare the hell out of them. But point out situations. Point out that, hey, if we ever have to do this, or if something like this is, talk about it. And yes, it can be a trouble for relationships. I understand that. We've all gone through it. My 40-year-long friends are no longer visiting, and I don't get a Christmas card either. Hello, Punch Cloud. Yeah, and that, of course, is the flame-like bottom clouds of planet, or Saturn's yellow moon. Excuse me. These weather occurrences are happening nonstop, and we've been watching it. We've documented. You guys have got to listen to this. I mean, what am I supposed to say? I mean, how crazy do I have to get before people start paying attention? And we spent the last 13
at least
years.
32 or 34 or 5, whatever, how many is here altogether. That many are listening. Well,
congratulations and thank you for being here. I mean, you're at the right place.
We're I know, we're such an elite group, aren't we? And I want to thank Rocket Man. I just can't.
Rocket Man's on a roll
tonight. Away. He's like our biggest fan tonight. So
okay, whip out the Elton John. Here we go.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rocket Man. Seriously. Well, you know what? Whenever I had to back out because the music wasn't playing, I come back into the app, and my monthly bill was due. It's set up to on the 2nd of each month, and I had to re-put my card number. And anyway, I was just thinking about that. I was like, because that was $33, so what he donated and everybody else donated tonight, which we're at $76.
Yeah. I never even, I never
really something.
Count the chips in the middle of the game, but yeah. I don't try to focus on money at all. And thank you.
It is necessary.
I know. I try to.
Yeah, I was super happy.
As far away from that as I can.
Okay, I had gotten my laptop, remember, last week, and I had not last week, but a few weeks ago, and I had to pay for it last week. That stung a little bit, but I love it, and I love that I'm able to do this without my phone freaking out, or with the clickety clacky and stuff. So unfortunately it's necessary. I mean. This doesn't, we wish it could all just come for free, but it does cost.
Thank you again, Nicole.
Monthly it does cost, guys. Very much appreciated.
They know. I mean, because I know they probably
very much appreciated.
They they pay for apps too. We all do. If you want to, experience whatever it may be, you pay a few dollars here and there. So the same goes for us. We pay for it to make all this happen. So,
geez, my scroller stopped
nice.
scrolling along with the thing. I hate it when it does that.
I wanted to address Andrea's concerns with Yellowstone. Yellowstone is very well vented, so we don't really foresee much pressure building up with Yellowstone.
Yeah, I don't see a catastrophic explosion.
Yeah, I mean,
calculated the time I'd have to run, but
it is one hell of a big volcano.
We would see that. I think they would actually warn people over that one. If it was really acting up, I think they would go, "Oh shit!" Everybody from here to the East Coast, run. That would be, if that thing went off, we would be migrating to Mexico.
Yeah.
I am not kidding. And we have to talk about that. At the last cycle, there was climatological migration where entire civilizations had to up and move, period. And they don't leave records behind as to why. They just vanished. And then they mixed in with other people. And of course, the history is recorded by those in charge, not those who move in. So we have to contemplate the possibility that everything we know within the next 20 years is going to completely break down into different than what we expect. And just trying to even sit down and think about that alone is mind-boggling. It's frightful. It's confusing. Oh boy, look at those momentous clouds. I've never seen them separate on their own like that before, ever. Wow. That, of course, is the bottom of Attu's moon. And
separate on their own, like those little balls?
Yeah, I've never seen them independently separate of the cloud face.
Right.
And that, that could be an asteroid as well. But oh my God, look at that. And we've seen this happen in these cycles, and it's always in the close passings of Attu and Attu's moon. And this is where we documented all of this stuff. And I ponder this regularly, where I'm trying to fathom my description to you guys out there compared to how you guys out there perceive what I'm saying. And I weigh that all the time because I am so conditioned by what we do. And then we talked about this earlier, where what I take as normal is completely either not normal to you or even unheard of. And I fight that concept all the time. And I'm trying to remind myself of somehow reaching out to everybody at the starting point rather than in the middle of the, chapter 8 in the book, And Agatha Christie isn't so good if you start at chapter 8. You usually need to start at page 1. But yeah, look at that. There you have the red asteroid and little sister underneath Attu and Attu's moon. Again and again and again.
Yeah. I have a picture that's floating around. I'm going to share it with you, Sam. And
we also have to remind people that the snail foot in the base cloud of Attu also includes these asteroids. It's a reach cloud that goes between them. The closer they get to our atmosphere, the more they start to cloud up, and then it creates this big snail foot. And that's what we're looking at the beginning of right here. And actually, what it actually is asteroids underneath Attu and Attu's moon that we've documented going back years and years and years. And even Mr. BBB 333, it's MBB 333. I should be nice and learn it properly and say it properly. Out of respect for everyone. Yeah, and he even posted a month or so back some pictures very similar to this, which are, of course, a repeat of what we're seeing. And this is a current photo. And clouds don't just do that out in cloud land. When they're repetitive and repetitive and repetitive, and we look at it, and there again, look at the purple. You go up to the upper corner, that's purple.
But there's a clip I found. It was from the Weather Channel, and they were explaining that this is happening because wind was blowing up against a mountain and then causing the wind to circulate and create that pattern. That was their explanation. that was I mean it. So
yeah, no, I heard that explanation, and they said that this usually only happens around, small mountains and around mountains.
And then there are lenticular clouds, which only happen in the Arctic, but now they have all of a sudden decided to go all over the planet. Yeah, yeah, I know that one. Yeah, it's like it's the transit of Mercury. I swear, it's the moon that's going to cause this next full eclipse that we were told we weren't going to have until many years from now. And then, it's just the annual eclipse. Wait, you didn't talk about that before. Oh, hello, lead asteroid. How are you? Yeah, this lead asteroid. And look, you can see the nice little sea trail going in front, leaving the shadow on the face of it.
Yeah.
Which proves to you it's not just a rainbow cloud. It's an actual object.
Yeah.
Hello, come on. And what amazes me is how many people buy into this shit and they go, oh, no, that's just this. And because they said so. They told us what it was. Oh, okay.
I don't have the original.
Yeah, don't buy the first thing that they tell you. Really, seriously. And hell, you don't even have to believe us. But just, we'll prove it to you time and time again. Listen to a couple of our shows. And when we come up with next week's show and all of this shit matches again, and maybe you'll listen. And not that I'm saying that you won't now, but I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just, because, this is only clouds that we're showing, but we're showing this out of knowledge and how and repetitive and worldwide sightings every week, every day for 13 years.
So Christopher is asking, he says, what did you call that, Sam? The line that's leaving the shadow? The line that's causing that shadow? Right. I mean, it's just like a shadow being casted onto another.
But he said sea trail. I think that's what he probably didn't hear.
Yeah.
And what's really weird, about this photograph is the sun is behind this object, and yet look at the direction of the shadow. That's direct Earth refraction light onto the object, which is making it luminesce. And we know it's the lead asteroid because of the placement and the angle and the facial and the size. And look, where there's that blue little blob right there that's telling us that the blue asteroid is somewhere in the lens area. I'm going to have to redraw that. I think in this shot, it's in the upper right on the shaft, because I see a little something hiding behind that shaft light of the X there. And we see this. We've done this for so long. It's just become almost too easy, with the exception. And now the planets are so huge that they're not as easy to identify as they used to be. And which is, pardon the expression, as I buff my fingernails and in a semi-arrogant boasting gesture, say, I'm good at this.
It's
We've done
true.
this long enough. Yeah,
I mean, you've proven yourself. And
well, you too, Rebecca. I've been watching. You've been answering everybody's questions for me, and there's a lot of people who go, Rebecca, what is this? They don't even ask me anymore. They're asking you, and you're accurate.
Sometimes, yeah, right.
Well, no, most of the time you are accurate now, and I don't.
Okay.
When was the last time I had to correct you? It's been a long time.
Wow.
I haven't had to correct you in forever. Oh yeah,
I remember a lot of times. I was just going to say, I remember a lot of times, like, because I didn't want to be wrong. It's a horrible feeling. It's
right. Yeah, I understand, because I hate being wrong.
Right.
I dread it.
I would still go ahead and share something, even if I wasn't sure. Even if I was over 50% sure, let's just say,
well, you learned this, and this is why
That's how I learned. I mean, I would go ahead and share it.
You earned your scientist.
It was right.
You earned your lab coat.
That's nice, Sam. Thank you. Really.
And yeah, and people are showing you that by respectfully asking you, and they trust your opinion, and that's why I try to, when I see your comments to other people, and I'll just reach over and hit a like button on your little thing on your comment there, and so that way you know that I saw it, and
right, and that you would tell me if it was something
right,
that
and I don't get mad at you if I have to correct you at all. Even there's no, you've earned every inch of what you've earned your place. You do your science.
Oh man,
and it was like I was telling Mark as well. I was like, thank you the other night for posting what you did post, and while we were in the middle of the show, and his information was informative and perfectly timed, and it matched what we were talking about. And so, and anyone and everyone out there, all of the citizen scientists out there, you can all earn your spot and what you're good at. Now, this is a picture of the bottom of Nepesity, and we've seen this so many years in a row that we know it automatically. And because Nepesity is the only one that looks like that, with the exception of Saru, but its base cloud would be much thicker at the bottom and quite a lot more oily and bright, whereas Nepesity is shadowy. And believe it or not, Nepesity is a pretty small planet in comparison to Saru, completely different size.
Yeah, thanks again, Rocket Man. Rocket Man, our biggest fan. We could write a song about Rocket Man. Thank you again. Goodness.
Again? Yeah.
He's very supportive. Very,
Audrey,
very. Thank you.
That's a very important question. The answer is yes.
Cool.
And I briefly touched on that earlier in the show, and I didn't want to put my foot in my mouth or the gun at my head. Not my gun, but somebody else's gun at my head over this. That's a topic I can sort of hint at. Yeah, that's exactly what is happening. And there's the old term tribute to the gods that I could answer. Well, hello, red asteroid, spiral asteroid, a whole bunch of little sisters. And there's that same pattern again. Underneath, if you look up above it, there sits Natu's moon.
And there's probably not a mountain in sight, the mountain theory.
Yeah, probably not a mountain in sight. Well, although there are pine trees. Pine trees do grow in the mountains. Yeah, not a mountain in sight. Yeah, and this is, you unfortunately, I ran into this when I was briefly with the government, where they believe people are generically stupid. And unfortunately, I am going to partially agree with that statement. There are a handful of really, unfortunately, gullible folks out there. And I would love to spend a little time helping you in any way I could possibly do so. Although a lot of them get mad at me for doing that. Look up, people think we are crazy. Yep. Yeah, Mark was even going on. I was kind of a little shocked about that when he said that he didn't dare look up in public.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, Ireland, they're very social. They're like 1950s America in some cases.
You gotta say, I have felt awkward in a crowd, but it hasn't stopped me.
Oh hell, I'll stand in the Walmart parking lot for 10 minutes and stare up.
Yeah, it has not stopped me from recording, and
Same.
No, but I have lived in small town, small community before I moved to Salt Lake, where nobody really gives a crap here, I have lived in small communities where it's so small that people have nothing else to do but then to gossip. So I kind of get it, and again, I've even had the cops call me a couple of times out there. Again, because people just have way too much time on their hands, and they, small town folk could be a little judgy, but it never stopped me from doing it.
I'm reading a side thing here to not just completely change the topic, but Sabrina, she says, I can always hear the music in the background. And at the end of the comment, it says, I'm autistic. I don't view autistic people as autistic. I view autistic people and people with Asperger's syndrome and ADHD as gifted. You're hyper gifted and focused on your special talents, not the rest of the world. And that's the rest of the world's way of categorizing you and slamming you and down you. And don't ever do that to yourself. You are gifted and special, not autistic. You are thinking on a different train of thought than everyone around you, and that is okay. As a matter of fact, I I congratulate you for an outview that might be wondrous and beautiful and fantastic. And I have uh, levels of what you would refer to as my point of view and my IQ and everything. I'm sort of Asperger's. I have my oldest daughter has forms of it, and that has to do with IQ. And don't let them tell you that. Go the other direction. Congratulate yourself in your special gifts. Anyway, I saw that. I felt important to talk
No,
about it.
yeah, I saw that comment too, and I'm
That's
kind of glad
true.
you addressed that, Sam, because
Because my youngest son has levels of Asperger's.
Well, and they're just because they focus on different things. They're lost in another train of
Right.
thought, and that's okay.
honestly,
Um,
that's the only way I can get to sleep. I need some kind of background noise, or else I'm in my head all night, and
right? Yeah. Oh, and I suffer from that
I will
greatly.
put on an interview with Sam. That's helped me a
I
lot,
put you to sleep, huh?
really. Or or I'll just put something, that
No.
I
something
had
that I can just put in the background, but I need something to
I
kind
had
of
an old '80s jute or a little and the radio boxes with the antenna and the FM station and the CD player and the cassette tape player.
remember.
And, yeah, I had one of those, and it had the repeat button. And when in the early years after being abducted, I had serious. I would go great deals of period of time. I had what do they call that? Insomnia repeatedly because I couldn't unwind, couldn't get it out of my head. And I used to play Enya's Shepherd Moon in repeat loop, and it would just play it over and over and over, and I loved it. Shepherd Moon
Yeah,
and yeah, Enya.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's always something different, but
Home chant.
I
Yeah.
will say for like the past 10 years, my theme has been either an interview with one of your old interviews or something like that,
Cool, cool.
or something related to this. Holy crap! Another
My
one.
calming, subtle voice. Yeah, okay. I find that funny, but I'll take it as a compliment. Thank you. Oh, wow. Hello out there in world land. Yeah, and here we're doing our podcast, trying to, talk to people out there about the Nibiru passing planets. And oh my God, you guys, it's just the coolest damn thing that ever was. And every time I talk to anybody about it out in public, they'll give me the weirdest damn look. And I just go, okay, here's my card, And Nibiru is here.
Guys.
Nibiru is already here, and Nibiru followers anonymous. And I'm constantly promoting your YouTube channel now.
I know.
Rebecca.
I know. Sam's a big fan too. Thank you. My goodness, Rocket Man. I don't know what to say
of course,
at this point.
here we are looking at
kind of
most
running
likely.
out of things to I don't know, stinking.
I know. It's a huge Rocket Man. Really, it adds up. I know, but wow, that'll help out tremendously. Honestly,
Yeah.
kind of.
Yeah, I'm actually. Mark sent me a link on
Wow.
Starlink because my internet bill is just getting more expensive every month. And I started out at $65 and I'm paying like $147 a month now. And the only problem is it's hooked to my landline because I can't use a cell phone. I can't carry it around with me. If I had a little purse or something, maybe I'd be able to get away with it. But if I put a cell phone in my pocket, it's dead when I pull it out, even on a fresh charge. And if I touch phones, I fry them and all. And of course, Jerry gave me one, and I'm handling it very carefully with a pair of gloves on, and that don't make for pushing buttons too easy. I'm still learning. It's been, my last phone was a flip phone, and it didn't last. I think it lasted 2 months. And I got to the point, I had all those cameras. I went through 5 different cameras, and I fried every one of them, including when I pull out the computer chips. Now I have to do that with tweezers and gloves and not touch because I have actually wiped clean those darn chips, and I don't know how, but I have. And this is where part of my technology. And people, well, how do you type on computer and not fry it? Well, it's because I'm typing on plastic keyboard, and I go through quite a few of those too. I go through at least 2 keyboards a year, if not 3. But then I'm working. This is what I do. Hi, everybody. Welcome to my job. And for those new trolls that wish to come after me, you can go ahead and pick on that. I've laughed over that topic. I mean, get a job, dude. It's like, dude, this is my job. So, and I believe we're looking at Atu's moon. Depending.
I see Nina is here, and
Hi, Nina.
I wanted to say hi. Good morning, Nina. She's in Scotland, pretty sure. So, and Aaliyah, I think I saw her name a little earlier, but hello.
I hope Scotland is recovering from its minor flooding and storms. And I hope everybody in Germany is, after Zoltan, is recovering. And oh boy, look at that. That are beautiful. That's lead asteroid, red asteroid, and little sister. Oh, and probably the spiral at the bottom there. Wow, they're 1, 2, 3, 4 stacked. That's a cool picture. And yet there it is again, guys. And once you learn the shapes of each of these, after time, especially if you check the monthly site drawing. By the way, did you ever post that?
I did. It was.
I missed it entirely. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I'll get it. Hang
Obviously, I missed it. If I'm asking you to, Hello, Sam. Oh, I get to talk and start staring at the ceiling here and messing with crap in front of me like cough drops and Coca-Cola cans and, sitting at my little dark desk here in the dark room. Soft little LED light, swooning on all my glorious sky watching members that I cherish deeply.
Popping up.
Those in Ireland and New Zealand, and it's great that we're talking around the world to people. Now, guys, get this crap out there to everybody else.
Back in the day, you couldn't begin, to hardly make a long distance phone call without, having problems, let alone do what we're doing now. That's pretty amazing.
They finally, within the last 5 years, everything's gotten a whole lot easier to do as well. Before it had so many, you had to jump through so many hoops. And I'm still kind of irked about the loss of, the Understanding the Sky series, because we were doing a lot of work back then.
And I really hate that. I really hate that. I think about it all the time, and I hate that doesn't. I really love that series.
Well, I'm glad. Thank you. 2.5 years worth of work, just poof, And
it was clearly a lot of work, because there was a lot in those. I think it was like 10 videos, maybe.
No, I think there was far more. I think there was probably 20 or 30.
Well, the series I saw I did see the entire series. I saw every
I could be wrong. I
might be wrong too, because it's a while. It's been a while since all that happened. And I was new at that time too. But I would say my level of understanding really started with that series.
I never even tried to type it in. Understanding the Skies Edition 1, Samuel Hoffman. I could try it right now, but
it doesn't. I think there's a couple of them that show up, but they're really old, and it's not at all what that series was.
Those were the original ones that prior to going, I sent them off to James to add to production, and then he added a whole bunch to it.
Yeah. And there was a few people that reached out to him when he took it offline, and were like, you're really doing a disservice to everybody, but
a lot of work.
He didn't even respond to the comments,
and now we don't have any of that early information that we were posting as well, because there was a lot of like number 7. I think I remember show 7, and we put up a lot of, and then I started doing literally a yearly gather. I think we were doing the last couple of shows, we were doing we got this series this year, and then the next year we got this series where we did a yearly compilation. And all of that, and all of those pictures are now gone. And because I've lost, I'm on my 15th computer in just over 13 years, and because I get bribed regularly, and I got hacked over and over again, and I've hopefully learned how not to do that anymore. Some of it was partially my fault, but most of it was not. Yeah, I love these. This is, of course, ice crystals, most likely.
Yeah.
We can see that the halo goes literally to the horizon line of the photographer. Although some of what is going on here is actual planetary. And it's just, when it comes to these shots, I just sort of go, oh, that's really pretty. Yeah, but there's stuff going on, but I can't actually call and tell you what's going on. Because some of it's real, some of it's atmospheric. Interesting. My microphone just went down by itself. That's cool. Thank you, Mr. Ghost. I appreciate it.
Oh no, Mr. Ghost. He's going to be a regular on the show.
Oh, we have regular walkthrough visitors here. So
yeah.
And so I saw one this afternoon that was so blatant I couldn't believe it. Was like, oh, hi, white blob that just walked by.
I have something I thought we could address.
Okay.
It's something I see a lot on these other Nibiru groups, and it's the orbs on the FAA cams.
Oh,
we haven't really ever talked about that, but I feel like there's a lot of confusion.
Yeah.
I was just seeing somebody post that I think
on one today. Lens flare.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, those multiple dots show you that it is a dust refraction. There is no red. It's not even the red asteroid, which would be right there.
And you could see right there. You could see it double too. You can see it, and sometimes
like a glass double. It's a refraction.
Yeah, but you can see them multiply. Sometimes, again, judging from, because I love tinkering with cameras, but that's something that I had to learn too.
Yeah.
That sometimes you'll get that doubling too, and you could always tell because they'll line up perfectly with one another. So you'll know that
the dust on the lens, and you're seeing the round focaling of the lens, and so it's doubling. Yeah.
It looks like it has a housing unit.
I mean, it even looks like it's on top of the clouds.
Yeah.
It looks like it is.
And we've been talking about
it has a housing unit as well, and that's always
haven't we been warning people for about 4 or 5 years now that don't rely, especially the Alaska Webb Skycams, because they are the ones that have the worst lens flares out of all of them. And none of this goes to any documentation with any cross-referencing with land masses, with cloud bases, with groups that have repetitive patterns. This is always that same size lens flare going straight across the bottom of the sun, always, time after time after time after time after time. And I've told, God, easy 150 people in the last couple of months alone that, don't even deal with Alaska Skycam. And not only that, to go out and take your own, you got a phone, go take your own pictures. Show me what you're seeing in your area.
It's always these particular cams. You don't see it really on anybody else's.
Right.
It's always that same lens for that people say it's craters. And again, if you be seeing, that it's craters. If you were to be seeing
this one.
Oh wow. Yeah, just that's.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that would be too good to be true.
Boy,
and I have to point out the real planet is more than half the screen behind it.
Right.
That dark area curving, that's the planet, guys. Not that little.
Right.
Whatever this is, that looks like somebody stuck it there. That looks photoshopped as hell. And if it's not, then wow. I mean, how can it be bolder than the mountain range? That should have the same sharp edge on the mountain range as that planet, or that's not a planet.
Right.
Maybe
Yes,
it's
it's
the Empire
definitely been
Orb.
photoshopped.
I'll
Yeah,
get the original.
or
I
well,
saw
it's
I had the
over
original a
colorized. We
moment
can
ago,
tell that.
and we'll compare. I didn't darken this either. But let me. I don't know. I mean,
I saw a bunch of
I
stuff
definitely
this week that
believe.
was pretty suspect in Hui.
Yeah.
Maybe they're jealous and they want to get good captures, so they're creating their own. I mean, that's like somebody, on that. Like, there's a lot of ghost channels out there where these people are paranormal experts, homes, and then they film and then they freak out. And the unfortunately, the Japanese are the worst at it because they scream a lot. And it's like tying a guide wire with fishing line to a chair and pulling it a couple of times, and I detest people that think they need to reach to get these captures. And if this is even a capture of something real, then why are they focusing on the small stuff?
You're right. And I mean, I've tried a few times to explain what the real planets are, that this is not, a planet from this, but that there is a solar system out there. But they're usually not very receptive on it. I mean, they're really sold into these orbs.
They know better. Yeah.
So you can't change their mind usually.
I will be back in 2 seconds. I got to deal with a cat. For some reason, the cat's freaking out.
Okay. And then I got another video to show you, Sam.
Okay.
Yeah. You may have seen this one too, Jesus, but it's like they're calling it a portal over Switzerland near CERN. Did you hear about that?
No, I haven't really. I tried to do my rounds yesterday, before the show today, but I only got so far.
So. Sure. Oh my goodness. He's at it again. Rocket Man has struck again. Oh boy. I'm going to get spoiled here in a second. Thanks, Rocket Man.
Thank you, Rocket Man.
That's
and always nice to be spoken to.
It's going to help all of us.
Always good to be spoken to in my native language. So
okay, so now tell me what it says, so I don't have to spend the next 10 minutes trying to decipher it through my terrible Spanish.
Okay, so he said, "I'm a paisa, mucho gusto." He says, "Paisanos like."
Well, I know what paisano is.
Okay, all right, so
Italian. Yeah, I understand some Italians. I understand some Latin. I understand French. I understand a little bit of German, a little bit of Dutch, a little bit of this and that and the other thing. My Spanish is, however, terrible.
Yeah, no. So he was just saying, nice to meet you.
Yeah, that part I got.
So I said, yes, sir.
He is here.
I said, yes, sir. I am Mexican. From Chihuahua, actually.
Yeah, I got that part. Well, I must have I read all of it, and
yeah. So same. Very nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you. Thank you. Very nice to have you here with us.
It wouldn't have actually, if I'd have slowed down, I would have probably read that a lot faster and understood it. But I
spend more time learning. Got most of it down. So yeah.
As of 2010, when the Ascension started, all of a sudden my language skills did improve. Interestingly, I understood Latin better, and I didn't know how that worked. But and I got better at my Latin, and I got better at my Italian, and I did get a little bit better at Spanish. And both my parents spoke 7 different languages, so they.
Well, I like to think my sky watching obsession has come from my Mexican side, is because my ancestors really they were obsessed with the skies as well, and are
for good reason.
Yeah, for good reason.
Your ancestors have recently met the people that live on the cube. That was a hint, by the way. I saw your head.
That's what I was going to say. That's a conversation I might bring up later in a personal message, but it's and
if you people are up on the cubes and you are listening to this podcast, thank you for listening. We'll talk to you soon. I know I have an appointment, and we'll work that out then. Okay, go ahead. There's a showstopper for you.
But
I
yeah,
know I have
that's
an appointment.
What? You have an appointment. That's
Yeah,
how you
yeah,
find out. Yeah.
yeah. Well,
Rocket
You
Man.
win.
Rocket Man is from my neck of the woods, I guess. Well,
you always saw it. Yeah.
that's really good to know, Rocket Man. Mucho gusto.
Castilian.
It's great to know. That's right. Good to know. But yeah, that's where our obsession with the skies come from. Our Mexican culture has always had a love for the skies and the cosmos, and they were
Your
really good at
culture
it.
has been drastically underserved. I mean, have you seen the LiDAR information recently posted by Modern Science about northeastern South America?
I was seeing
Unbelievable.
I was seeing how what's his name had brought it up in the episode that I was in, but it was a little old. So the episode that I was seeing with Graham Hancock's a
The
little
whole
old. I
of
don't know nothing up to date.
northern half of South America was occupied by vast cultures that aren't even listed when they talk about the Incas, the Mayans. We're not even talking about the same group of people that were there prior to them. And there's so many other civilizations that have lived that aren't even recorded. It just blows my mind. And like if we turn to dust in the United States, they might find the Capitol building and look at it and go, oh, look, it's Stonehenge. And if you cross-reference the completion date, not the beginning start date of when Stonehenge was first originally started, the completion date was right before the end of the last cycle. Right, and that's why that work on Stonehenge quit, was because they were watching the planets come in. They knew the planets were coming in, which is why they needed a solstice dial. And anybody that wants to go back and look it up and look at what happened on solstice day for the last 13 years as taken from Stonehenge, and see the pictures that have come out, you'll get answers. And all of this is connected. And there have been other races here. There are, and we had to deal with 1947 with at the end of World War II with the aliens and all of this, and Antarctica and all this other stuff, and including stuff between the American and Mexican borders. And that's about all I dare say too much about. But there's a whole bunch of stuff going on that we are not even being told about. And this also goes into where I've been telling stories about a little bit of hint here and a little hint there out of what the off-world information says, and I try not to throw too much of that out there. But there is so much. And I mean, if I stood on a soapbox in the middle of town and said all of this shit, they would lock me up. They really would.
Well, there's so much that there's so much that's still being discovered that's in ruins. I think they're barely, when it comes to archaeology and that kind of stuff, they're barely scratching the surface. Barely scratch the surface. I think LiDAR
to dig all that up
is absolutely gonna change the game. Is already changing the game. And
you only got heavy equipment if you have a road.
That's right.
You can't climb up to the side of a mountain and actually get anything done without a shovel. And if you really want to move some dirt so that you can actually do a discovery, it costs millions and many, there's archaeological sites that have been going for 80 years or 25 years or 30 years or 10 years. Look back at, some of these major rock tombs that they call them in Ireland and Scotland and Switzerland. And a lot of those were probably having to dealing with the high temperatures, and they were all hiding under these rocks in villages where these mass amounts of effort went to build them. And you don't create a huge mound of this, that, and move giant stones without a whole bunch of people working together. And it's got to be a strong enough reason. I mean, you're not going to get your entire village to do this for one holiday. This is something where you're doing it because you have to. You have no other choice. And we have to take that
Thank
into
you,
account in
Rocket
some of this
Man.
archaeology. It doesn't have to do with religious as always, as often as they say, but with some of it, I'm sure, because that's all mixed in too. Um, but you know, it's not a religious site. It's probably a pragmatically important site that they had to have, and an establishment of social behavior or whatever. Um, you know, there's so much misinterpretation because of the limited outlook of modern uh, empirical science that says, oh, you know, people were stupid before they were smart, and we need to look at it and remember that these people were smart and they did shit for a reason.
Yeah, yeah. Nobody goes through these enormous efforts.
Yeah, you don't move a 30-ton stone for no reason.
Yeah, yeah, you know, over just you know, everything in our history is always wrote off and dismissed as folklore or something stupid like that. But nobody does that, you know.
Yeah, look how hard it is to find friends that help you move or paint.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know,
Exactly.
I swear I'll
Yes.
buy pizza at the end if you help me paint. You know, I'll
Mhm.
buy the beer too. You know, that kind of thing. And Mark and I even talked about this. You know, I mean, if you want to move a society, you have to have beer. That's all there's to it. You won't get the beer till the work's done, boys. And there's a big turkey dinner coming too, you know. And I absolutely respect the Amish and all of that for how, you know, how they do their thing. And what a wonderful life. And I wish that, you know, I could have been Amish, but not knowing what I know, I could never be Amish, unfortunately. And I mean, I love their life. I love their skills. I love their mindset. I love a lot about them. I don't like how they live, but
It's a hard. It's a commitment.
oh,
It is.
could you imagine the bliss of, you know, I think about this all the time. I mean, ignorance is bliss. I think back to the, you know, God, it's hard for me to go back that far where I didn't know stuff and I was completely ignorant of extraterrestrials and all of this other stuff. And I keep wondering what life would have been like if I didn't know any of this stuff, you know. It's a constant ponderance. Look how that one
I
cloud in the center
know.
keeps rolling in one place.
I mean, because you probably would be focused on a whole other,
Oh yeah,
topic.
yeah.
Right.
I wouldn't have raised my children the
What
way I
would it
do, and
be? Right.
I would have
It
been more
changes
trusting
you.
in other things, less trusting in other things. Perhaps maybe chasing the almighty dollar more, because my point of view has changed. Because money is not the road to success, although it makes it a whole lot easier to get along with things. But yeah, I'm interested how that cloud has sat there in one spot over the entire time of that video. See that center cloud right there rolling?
Look at that.
It stays in one place the entire
Yeah.
time,
For hours. Well, maybe a couple of hours.
and it's rolling. So is that not created by something above it rolling over and over and creating sort of like a between the rolling pin effect, you know, like the dough being rolled in a rolling pin?
See, that's what I. Okay, see, there you go. I'm glad that you brought that up because that's how I look at clouds. Like whatever's
Yeah,
happening
it's stable
above,
one place.
a
It's
lot of
moving,
what's
it's
happening
rolling wave
above
effect.
is a lot of what's happening above. You know, the clouds. I kind of think of it as water because it literally is. You know, like you said in one of your interviews, Sam. You know, it's thick. You know, what do you say? Water is thick.
Water
Thick.
is thick air and air is thin
Yeah,
water.
yeah, yeah. So anytime that I look at clouds and the way they conform to the planets, you know how they just kind of conform to the outer curve of the planets.
Well, that has to do with
always think of these
our
patterns.
electrical field also. That
I look at the sky and I picture it like if it was water. That's just the way that I make sense of it.
well, yeah, it
The
is.
way
There's
the
moisture,
clouds
there's
behave,
water in the air.
the way there's a pattern to it that's very similar to what you would see on
Well,
a
what we
pond
breathe
or
in is actually mostly a form of liquid. I mean, we don't just breathe in oxygen. There are all kinds of gases. Only 25% of every breath that we take into our body is made of oxygen.
It's crazy.
The rest of it is other gases. And then we don't even think about that. And only the oxygen manifests through the membranes of our lungs, which adds the oxygen to our blood, which turns it from blue to red. And people don't it's an atmosphere. It's a liquid atmosphere, which is thin water. But then there's, I mean, there's oh God, there's methane. People farts, methane. There's all of the. I could look it up. I haven't recently done it in probably about 10 or 15 years, but you wouldn't believe what we pull in, but only 25% of what we breathe in is usable, and the other 75% is atmospheric gases. And what holds them into Earth and keeps them from venting out free is our electrical magnetosphere. The reason that Mars has such a densely thin atmosphere is because it's not as electrical. The core, the liquid volcanic core inside of Mars, is much less active, I believe. It could have to do with what it's made of. I haven't looked up the density metallic factor of what's inside the core of Mars, but I'm not sure that they absolutely know. It could be iron, just like everybody else's, maybe, different makeup of different metals. And of course, that's why we all also cross-reference that we think some of the other planets are, because of their color, they may be made up of different metals. So there's always that possibility of them being different. So, and that's why our oxygen stays close to us, because our electrical bubble, it's electrically positively charged. Sort of like a water drop. If you put a water drop next to another water drop, they'll actually move toward each other and connect. And gold does that too, which is also positively charged. And this is another example of why we live in an electric universe, not gravitational.
That reminds me of that video, Sam, I was going to show you. Somebody, Thomas,
ready anytime you are.
in Germany sent me a copy, and then I've seen it on Facebook also. Give me a second.
No problem.
It was really weird. It was stated that it was over Switzerland near CERN, and of course it's tagged as a portal. It's something like that, but it looks like an electrical.
Oh. Whoa, righteous. Yeah, that's exactly what that is. That is a craft opening a portal.
Wow.
Yep, and we've seen that. That's also the Canadian Spiral did exactly that. This guy's trying to open a really big one.
Huh.
You seen that? You seen that come out of the clouds? Man, what was that?
No, it's like Rue. It was on the left.
Hold on, Jay.
And it looked like a disc, which would be a lander. See the shape? And then that's sending open the shaft, the beam, the connective, and then it forms the portal.
So what's doing that?
Wow.
Like, who?
They're opening a gate.
Who? We? Us?
Whoever?
Humans?
No, that's UFO. That's a lander. That's a disc.
Oh.
So that's a smaller craft. The discs are smaller out of the big star destroyers. But yeah, this is a smaller one. And it's probably some other faction, but they are opening. That is a portal opening up, and that matches the Canadian Spiral portals and the Norway Spiral and all of that. And you can actually hear the zorching in the background sound effect. And we've seen this when they now, pity we don't have the ending of this where they actually go into it or something else comes out of it. That's opening a wormhole, a gate.
Wow.
It doesn't appear to be doing it very well. Unless we missed something. Wow, that was the end of it.
This is it's repeated itself and it's slowed down on this.
I didn't see the ship go in it. I wonder. It looked to me like they were having trouble opening it. Because usually they're smoother. Where, of course, look, there's something in the clouds. There isn't there. There is an object.
Let's go back and look.
It could have come right through, and I missed it. But that's how the Empire Orb got here. It came through that big Norway Spiral, which was ground projected from somewhere, in Germany or Norway. If this is near CERN, I would say this is where that connected. But this is because this is the seventh marker, so this is of course where they'll show up is above Germany, and that's why the Texas cube showed up above Texas because they have a collider also. Maybe something does come through. Yeah, right there. Weird.
Is that it? Like that light?
Yeah.
What is that
see that
light?
dark object on the far right there, right in front of the hole? There is a
Yeah.
dark circular object right there. And it might have popped right out. I don't know. We may have missed that. This is pretty choppy. But yeah, that's the opening of a gate. Oh, I love this. This matches the Canadian spiral and the other ones that we've seen. Although I've never seen the emitter ray from the front of the. Remember that one that we saw like a couple of weeks ago? Also, it was much smoother
Yeah.
and more constant. Like the beam was a lot. Look how this beam is looking like more like a fire hose than a straight beam. This is weird. Yeah, and it looks like it's opening a hole.
Man.
But
Wow.
almost
seen
to
that?
me, it almost looks like it failed. But
seen
then
that
maybe
come out of the
something's
clouds?
there that we don't see.
Man, what was that?
Yeah, what was
Hold on,
that?
Jay. I gotta rewind. Oh,
Yeah, that's a ship, and they see the beam comes out of it, and then opens it over to the right, opens the wormhole.
Goodness sakes.
It's a gate,
What?
and we've seen this before.
What do you think is being so close to CERN? You think that's related? Oh, wow.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, remember the movie? Oh God, Earth's Brain. Stargate, and they were looking for the
I
seventh
gotta watch
marker,
that.
the address. Well, you need to watch Stargate.
Right.
The whole movie is probably available everywhere. They need, in order to travel in space, you need a number of mathematical designations. And in order to get here, oh God, I'm reaching into, yeah,
Oh.
yeah, I can't,
Oh.
I can't give that information out.
Yeah.
Yeah. In order to get here, they have to have a set of conditions. And there's two locations on Earth that we know of that can give those conditions.
Huh. Okay. Okay.
I'll leave it at that. And that's why we have seen the Empire orb appear where it appeared, and then that's why we've seen the Texas cube appear where it appeared. And many other smaller ships leaving through designed wormholes that we've seen in evidence time after time on YouTube,
you seen that?
including the Canadian
Seen that come out of
spiral
the
all the
clouds?
way back in 2010-11.
Man, what was that?
Thank you again, Rocket Man.
I gotta
Rocket
rewind.
Man. Very, very generous tonight. So thanks so much.
Wandering around making collections.
Yes. I know.
Go to your
I
local
know.
bar
He's-
past the house, past the hat. I walked into the pub.
awesome.
I passed the hat for your live show. Well, it's like someday,
Yeah.
maybe if we ever go viral, we'll get the
So
opportunity
nice.
to Comic-Con and stand here and have these open conversations.
Oh, would that be great?
But
I guess we'd have to get all dressed up, you know.
We'd have to be popular enough, and we'd have to have funding, and all of that, because none of
Yeah.
us can afford to even jump on a bus right now, let alone a plane.
But don't you need some like elaborate costume? Isn't that how it goes?
I don't know. I probably wear a Led Zeppelin T-shirt, blue jeans, and cowboy boots.
I see. Okay, just go casual.
I'd be me.
Comfy.
You wouldn't want me to, you wouldn't want me to be not me.
No, it's
You
true.
know, I mean,
You're right.
I used to wear
just think
three-piece suits,
Comic-Con
but I
is
don't
like-
anymore.
Yeah.
I have quite a few left. I have a really expensive cashmere sports coat made with Russian Mongolian cashmere, but
Nice.
yeah, well, it's probably retro, worth a
Just-
small fortune, and I might wear one of my really expensive older 1950s retro vests You know, I have some really nice vests for for those 3-piece suits.
Right.
Those
You
you
just
can
need
wear.
a place to dress up to
Right.
go,
Right.
you
Yeah.
know.
Put the old cowboy boots on, which is what I wear when for dress shoes up here. Unless
Uh-huh.
unless it's raining, you don't wear cowboy shoe, because when you walk in on linoleum with wet cowboy boots, you go for a slide.
That'd be a bad.
Mhm.
Right.
It's like standing on a skateboard. So you got to be careful, unless you got Vibram soles on your cowboy boots, which some people actually glue sandpaper on the bottom of their cowboy boots. But anyway, emery cloth. Here you go. Here, Grandma almost scratched your floor. Anyway,
Hey Sam,
Right.
so
Right.
I mean, I'm just throwing this out there.
okay, I'll catch you.
So you say okay, so this video we just saw was over CERN, right?
Yeah.
And you say that it is connected. There is some connection there.
Uh-huh.
But you also mentioned that it was a little sloppy, the portal opening.
Yeah, I have no. I have. That's the
Is
most
is there a
encumbered.
chance that was us?
No,
I
I.
mean,
Well,
not no.
well,
I
it
mean,
was a blatantly
do you think we're
distant graph.
maybe in the early stages of learning how to do something like that, or are we still
It kind of looked like it failed to me, but it
Well, yeah, it did. It kind of did.
the beams that now we saw that a couple of weeks ago, even a very similar effect, and I don't even know if I have stills from it.
This is it, right, Sam? This is a slowed down version. I'll get the fast one.
So I mean,
There were others, yeah, but there was others besides this
Uh-huh.
as well.
so I mean, I don't think if it was if it was an actual alien race, I think it would have been it would have gone down a little smoother. I'm just,
Right. The beams are smoother, and you can see the portal open, and we've watched them fly into it, and including a double sonic boom, where we went boom, boom, and then it echoed. The sonic boom echoed this. That's especially the Canadian spiral, and that was up for years. And I've tried to find it, and I can't find it. And because it was an unbelievably good copy, and my last link died with my last computer, and that's the one negative to changing computers is there's saved up links that you keep your favorite list. You lose that, and I lost that link, and I should have written it down in a book. Yeah, this is downright odd. I'm not completely convinced this is what it is, because we could be looking through glass here too.
Yeah, but you can see.
Well, the question is it a glass refraction? Somebody in the window behind the photographer has got a toy.
Yeah, but I see a lot of
Lightning. Yeah.
a lot of the landscape lighting up at the right at the same.
We have never seen anything like this before, ever. Not in 13 years have I seen this. I've never seen this behavior. So
Never.
And we've seen a lot of ships and we've seen a lot of videos, and I've never seen anything like this before. So, I mean, it's interesting.
Again, it has that same little light, like the other video.
Well, I'm wondering if somebody's
Look
doing
at
a
that.
circle 8
Like
there, and
something's
then an up
spinning
and then
around.
down again. So if they had a flashing toy and they were filming through the glass behind the photographer, then you see there's the flash of lightning, whatever these sparks off on the right is all about.
Yeah.
I don't, and then the flare comes in front of the roof, and if it was distant, the flare would go behind the roof. That's what threw me the moment I was watching that, and then the flare gets down and comes in front of the roof on the bottom.
Right.
See that right there?
Yeah.
And that to me screams refraction. It would be behind the roof if it was in the distance, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I'm looking at this, trying to understand it literally.
Well, I'll see this video is a little bit more questionable than the one we just saw.
Right. But there was another one we had. I believe Jillian was here for, where we had some pictures of this this what looked like a space wheel, and then it was putting this energy beam to what we assumed at the time was an opening
Yeah,
gate.
I think I saw that. Yeah,
And
that
that
was
was the one that was remarkable, like this previous one that we were talking about.
See, it looks like a little disc at the.
Yeah, I'm what it could. Yeah, well,
So what if
did
it
you ever
is?
find that Empire Orb one we talked about in the video?
So I mean, it could be
Okay.
just the disc, and then a lot of the other stuff that we're seeing could be the refraction. You know,
Well, I'm wondering, and well, look how fast it's bouncing up and down. That means it's a small craft. Because if there were people on there, if there were beings, animals, creatures, alive people, and you move a vehicle that fast and change direction that fast, you go splat into the side of the wall from G-forces alone. I mean, you'd squish. So whatever that is small enough or robotically droned that it can move that quickly.
Okay, I'm gonna check for the.
Unless you got stabilized internal, gravitational whatever.
Have a good night, Rocky Man. Thank you for being here.
Yes,
Thanks
good
for all
night,
your
Dr.
support.
Dan. Thank you so much.
I
Really.
just don't know what to make of this. It's rather freaky. Now, if we see it again next week and the week after, and we see a
Yeah.
couple more sightings of something similar, I'll go, wow, this is a phenomenon. But
I still feel like I didn't like. Is it possible, Sam, that we're experimenting with technologies that we don't really understand yet?
oh, absolutely. I'm sure they've got craft left and right.
Yeah, but I mean, like this last video that we saw, not this one, but the one before that.
When you say experimenting with technology, we have other races who actually work for the government, so their technology transfer would probably not be as experimental.
Yeah, but are we far enough to be able to open a portal? You know?
Us, yeah, I think we have some. You've seen the Men in Black.
And then maybe that's what's going on here in that video because it does.
Yeah, maybe they're
It
trying
does
to
look
deal
a
with a
little
larger
sloppy,
portal than.
and I can only attribute sloppiness to us because I would not attribute sloppiness to a higher race.
I love it. Yeah, I agree with you.
It seems to me that it has to be human if it's
Yeah,
sloppy.
maybe but it was a disc shaped craft, and the discs are the landers. Those are short term, like shuttlecraft or smaller than the Millennium Falcon would be. They're smaller craft, and because I've been on one and I've seen them, and they're not that big, and I didn't think that those would have. My first thought was, well, do they even have the capacity to open a wormhole? Usually the bigger stuff. Now the one in the Canadian Spiral, which was like 2010, 11, and that was phenomenal. I mean, it was.
Yeah, and that was really
so
smooth.
well
That
filmed.
went down
You could
very
see the
smoothly.
ship. You could hear the birds in the background. You could see it when it took off and went through the wormhole and vanished, and you could hear the big sound breaking of the sound barrier, boom, 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 and going off, and the echoes in the mountains. You knew it was real. And then the damn thing vanished, and the portal closed, and you just went, whoa, because it was so. I mean, you could see the ship, you could see the edges of you could see the windows on the ship, and it was just like, wow, it was so well filmed. And the guy had a phenomenal camera, but up in Canada, probably some moose hunter or something, some guy with, that does nature shots. Anyway, and this was sloppy. This was really sloppy.
Well,
I've never seen one that looks like a fire hose blowing,
All right, I had to resave that Empire Orb
Yeah.
video, so it'll be just a
Your turn for the
minute.
cough drop. See, you got to have cough dropped.
Cough drop time. Cough
Yeah.
drop.
There you go. Yeah.
Coke.
I'm getting dry throated
Coke
too.
time. Yeah. I gotta check my water now. I had an ant in my water earlier, so
Oh God, I'm glad I don't have to
You
look for
know.
those this time of year.
yeah. I know. I was surprised to see you. And
What
so,
the hell? Well, you come hide in my house, huh? Yeah. Well, around here, come fall, you get the mice try to get moving in, and I don't like that. We try to avoid that.
yeah.
I love this about Salt Lake. We don't deal with flies. We don't deal with no bugs. It's like very minimal.
Wow. Nice.
Very
Even in
minimal.
summer,
I
no
love that.
flies.
Yes, like you'll see them, but oh my god, they're so minimal.
It's not like a
Yeah,
nuisance.
we don't have a
Mosquitoes,
lot up here. We
very
have
minimal. It's
spiders.
like such a minimal thing.
We have
Where
a
I come
very,
from in
very
New
rare
Mexico,
rattlesnake. We have more mountain
in
lions
New
and bears
Mexico,
and that,
yeah, there you go, That's the kind of stuff you got to worry about, But
and
I
wolves
don't
and
go up
bucks
to the
and
mountains
coyotes.
where I can't. I don't go that remote because I know I know there's a lot of dangers up there, and
Yeah.
I'm not prepared for that kind of stuff. But yeah, when it comes to
Yeah, last
bugs,
time I
it's
was in
very
Arizona, every time you sit down, you gotta look before you sit down. Don't go sitting on a tarantula hole, and don't go sitting on a snake hole, and don't go sitting on fire ants, and don't. Yeah, look at that empire orb. And we knew what it was because of that right there, because I have seen that do that by eye. And that was, of course, why I immediately knew that this was a valid video.
yeah, and
And
the pixels just really add up.
yeah, and then these guys that fly in
Usually
afterwards.
when you have Photoshop, the pixels don't match the rest of the landscape, the rest of the video.
And
This
those are the
matches
smaller
everything.
craft behind it. And probably they could be orbs to the discs. We don't know because we only see the illumination. But yeah, that sucker is real, boys and girls, prince and princesses. Though that is a very real visitation, and that craft has been here since 2009. We believe it came through the Norway Spiral. We watched it. We did. God, we talked about it for months afterwards, and then I wouldn't be furthering it as far as I do, except for I did see it by eye, and I watched it pop out of the clouds and then change direction and then turn and look at me, and then that damn blue light turned on, and I about soiled myself. I saw it, and soiled my armor. Anyway, that's from Monty Python. In case you have any Monty Python fans out there, I'm a big Monty Python fan. And anyway, yeah, we know it's real. We watched it. We've seen it. No, how many? Okay, Rebecca, how many sightings have we seen of that sucker in a decade?
Oh, well,
Yeah,
including the Norway Spiral and all that, several. I mean,
yeah, we hundreds, hundreds,
up
and
to
hundreds and hundreds of
right.
sightings, and we got a ton of still pictures, but this is the first and best live video that we had with that light turning on and off, and it was just like,
Right.
oh my god, because this is the king of videos. As far as capturing
I mean,
the
that
Empire
light
Orb.
kind of reminds me of that light on these other videos. I don't know.
Well,
How it has that.
it was when I saw it by eye, it was like them turning on a high definition camera LED lamp, and there's other. We have some pictures going back where there's other colored lights on the side in a facial array, and it's a really good capture. And that goes all the way back literally to 2009, 2010 in the early stages of this, where this capture was maybe 2020, 2019. Do you remember when we got this?
No, I sure don't.
But it was recent. It was within the last 3 or 4 years.
Oh, this video, right.
this
I want to
video.
say around 2020,
Yeah.
around the
And
time, when I was starting to accumulate help, like moderators and such, and it seems like it was around that same time frame. So
yeah,
yeah.
right. And had I not seen it, I probably would have been twice as, if not 5 times, skeptical. But once I saw this by eye, and then we saw the same video again, this is why, it was very important that we save a copy of it. And then, of course, Rebecca made a short video out of it, which is great because then that'll be there. And, this is why we're doing these shows as well, because as time goes by, all of this background information that we're laying out right now in a recording, we'll be able, a year from now or 2 years from now or however long we're at this, we'll be able to go back and go, well, yeah, I remember when that event happened. And, this place is all in this part of the documentation. And we get the dates and we get the times. And we said, so-and-so saw this, so-and-so saw this. And so this is part of the citizen science as well.
So Jeremiah, or Jermaine asked, "Is that real?" And then Christopher is asking, "What is the Empire Orb? I understand it's a craft, but what is its purpose?"
Well,
So
it's an
yes, it's real.
intergalactic craft that came through a wormhole, probably from another galaxy, and they were the advanced people at the time of the Norway Spiral. The G7 country world leaders were all in Germany having this big G7 meeting on that very day. Actually, it was the next day after they got there. And I to this day do not believe that was a coincidence. I don't, of course, have proof on paper that says, well, they all went there for that, and here's your invitation, sir. But because they were all there right at the time as the Norway Spiral, I believe that was the arrival of the early part of the faction telling all the governments it's time to give to the tribute of the gods. There you go. This is the Norway Spiral. Now, this is not the complete video of it. The ending of the video has been cropped, and they brought it back, but this is the Norway Spiral. And if you look inside the Norway Spiral, you will see what we just saw flying across the screen a couple of minutes ago with a little bit different facial marking, but it didn't turn the light on. Now, there you go and see what's inside this big damn opening hole. And see, they end the video here. In the original of the Norway Spiral, it actually comes out of the hole. And it goes through, because when you're looking at it into the other dimension, it is a little bit more magnified. But when it comes out of the hole, it becomes more defined. And I've got some early photographs of it. I don't post them a lot. I don't want to scare the crap out of people. But I have quite a few actually.
I mean, it seems like they just explain this away as being a rocket. Isn't that what they normally say?
This is
people do see it.
A missile test, I think, was this one.
No, they said something about a missile test, right? And they just discounted it, and it went away about a month later. But it was actually talked about for quite a while by a lot of people. I, of course, kept talking about it because I understand a premise behind the colliders that perhaps not the average Joe Facebook does, but and that, of course, is just my basic scientific brain kind of thinking things aren't exactly what we're told.
Right.
Because I question everything, where a lot of people accept what NASA says. Here you go. This is what it is, and you go, oh, cool, great, yeah, So there's a lot more going on. I mean, anybody that hasn't even looked into the architecture of the Freemasons and stuff, like how Washington, D.C. is laid out and the monoliths. And there's just, oh, God, there's so much information out there that people are completely unaware of, including throughout history. And it shows you how huge a pawns we are. And I don't want to go off into the deep end on that, but, I would become sad if I believed everything I think of. And I try to avoid a lot of that, the feudalism of our inability to change that which has been the wool that has been pulled over our eyes, including the missing money and all of that. Our standard of living and where we should be had all of this information been announced even back in 1980. I think we'd be a completely different society if people knew. I really do. I believed it then. I believe it now.
If people do, well, there's just so many lies, one on top of another, yet they all fit together.
And so many variables about what if, what if their fears of this being too much for people to handle, and did we end up in World War, whatever, over this, or factional war, or people going mad, or the zombie apocalypse, or any possible number of possible outcomes by telling people too much. I weigh that all the time. But I do believe that if people would have known that these planets were on their way, whether they knew there was more people living on them or not, I really think that maybe our society would have changed in a different manner. I think we'd have been a little more protective of our environment, be a little more aware of, pardon the expression, pissing in our Wheaties. Uh, I would hope. I really sincerely do believe in mankind as being smart and wise and loving and caring, although I haven't seen too many examples of that recently.
Well, yeah, Sam, but I think you're right, and this is why I find it very important to get this information out there because I don't see the world the same, and I mean that in a much better way. Like there was things about the world that I never even considered prior to learning this and seeing the world through these eyes. I think that's very important for the rest of humanity to catch up to. I think it really would change everything. You know,
I really don't think people understand how little our governments are actually um, not concerned with our benefit, but their memorandum as to how they run things on purpose for their benefit. And when I found that out, when I was threatened by the government for not working for them, when I found it's literally you do things our way, or we're going to really screw you over, and you will be branded, blah blah blah, for the rest of your life, blah blah, and the threats and all that shit that went with it. And I'm branded. Um, when you find that out, it's shocking, it's staggering, it's depressive, it's uncomfortable. But then part of you gets over it later, and then you start to wonder about all the other things that add up to a really scary pile of circumstances that create a scenario that scares the shit out of you. So, and this is why, we can even talk about, how the government bought millions of plastic coffins. And then, people don't even talk about that anymore because that was all the big 2011, 10 stuff where the government's going to put us in all. And by the way, I recommend if you ever have the opportunity to go to a camp, don't. I was told about the camps many years before the camps
Oh
were even
yeah,
thought of.
no.
And I have to tiptoe around that topic as well. So if you're ever on a bus or they try to put you on a bus to take you someplace, don't go. Walk instead. You're much better off. Don't expect people to save you because they're not gonna. Don't expect the mothership to come land and take you to another dimension. That's not going to happen. We have to be self-reliant. We have to be smart. We have to be wise. We have to be calm. We have to be loving. We have to earn this. We have to earn our future. If we go along and play what everybody else is playing, then you're going to be just another sheep in the group. And you know where they end up when they get on the truck. So and I try not to go there. I try not to live that thought process. I try to look at this as, we're gonna get this out, and we're gonna give people the opportunity to maybe change their lives and rethink how they live, and maybe be prepared for these disasters, and maybe just take that extra little bit of caution that might actually save them. Because it's always better to have something and not need it, but then need something and not have it is a different story. But then I'm not telling you go out and buy a whole bunch of stuff you can't afford, but prepare, plan, think ahead. Where are we going? What is our goal here, to make, the Forbes 500 list, or to actually live a safe, productive life where we're healthy and we don't end up with cancer 3 weeks from now because you used some product on your hair or something?
Well, yeah, but that's what I mean, Sam, is that prior to knowing this, I was just as much of a robot as anybody else. Learning this, okay, this is,
Oh, it does change.
and I'm sure you feel the same way, but just for the sake of conversation here and for the listeners, one of the biggest things, one of the most important things to me of actually going through it and going public, and doing this podcast is because I feel that the lack of this information is the reason why people behave the way they do, and I feel that if
Yeah.
they come to this side and understand what the world is really like, I think we would behave differently. We would.
Oh, I would hope so. I really,
I do.
And that's why I scream about the
do
weather all the
think so.
time.
Even though I do feel a lot like you. Like there's some times where I'm very disillusioned in people's behavior. I do feel that if we would just give people a different vision of what the world really is,
Oh,
the
yeah,
vision
it's
that
not.
we were
Uh,
lucky enough to be able to see, and also unlucky enough to be able to see. But
a lot
if
of people
people
don't
would
even
see
get to
the
go out
world
in the
the way,
forest. They don't get to go for walks. They don't get to be part of nature. Whereas, out 2 seconds out my door, I'm in the forest. And I know there's a lot of people in big cities and stuff like that, or in farm countries where they're just nothing but farm, and they don't experience the way things used to be. And this is why, of course, I try to talk about grounding and Om chant and meditation and learning how to touch
I
our
think
older
I think
values.
they have taught us to just think very small, you know, to think just about paying rent and
Yeah,
paying
paying
the
rent
bills
and the power bill,
and just being able to get by.
and my
But
daughter's going to
for
prom, and
me,
yeah,
like after knowing this, the reality of our lives, of our existence, yes, I'm disillusioned.
there's
Absolutely. But I also do feel that if we succeed in getting this information out,
well, it's 2024. It's so weird.
we
I
could
think
change the world. Like we could literally change the way people look at the world. And
I
I
can't
think
believe it's 2024. God, I just spun around and it was 2001. Like,
Oh,
wow,
yeah. Wow.
wow, wow.
I know. Think about that.
God,
Goodbye, Audrey. Bye bye. Have a good
I've been where
lunch
I'm living
or
now for over
breakfast.
20
Yum.
years, and I'm
Mm.
shocked. It's
goodbye,
like
Audrey.
where did this last 2 decades go? And they just flew by. And here we are, 13 years, 13 years straight watching Nibiru, and it's still not out. Oh my God. Um,
That's frustrating. I get it. I'm frustrated.
I'm actually laughing at it because I can't believe people can't see this. It's just, I mean, I sat there for, in 2011 and 12, watching it come up from the Antarctic, and then here it's in my south sky between the mountains, and I'm watching it. Just this big, huge ass, massive freaking planet with two moons going around each other. And there's this middle, and it's rotating. Here comes this land mass, and look at those oceans. You know, 2012, and here we are at 2024, and we're still going on to like, "Ah, it's out there, I promise you," and people are going, "No, I don't see it." I'm absolutely to the point of just laughing my ass off because I cannot believe people do not see these freaking planets, especially the red one or the purple one or the big
Right.
ion tail going across the damn sky. I mean, how are you missing this? Oh my God. And
But
I
they're not missing it. A lot of people see it, but they are, caught up with all the conspiracies. So they
it's
think the
clouds,
government's doing
man.
it
Yep.
all.
I see cloud. Okay, yeah, those are
No, but
clouds.
they think the government is doing it.
Oh yeah, there's tons of that. Oh God, I see that
Whatever
all
it
the time.
is, they think the
They blame. Oh
government
yeah,
is doing
they're to
it.
blame. They're doing it. It's
They're
man-made.
manipulating the sun, the clouds.
That be them
They-
Jewish space lasers. Yep. Yep.
yes, lasers too. Yes,
hmm
for sure.
Yep. I heard of them.
So
And
I've
don't
noticed
forget.
that they will
Don't,
gladly take the blame to make people think it's them doing all of this versus people figuring out what's really
don't forget
causing
the
it.
Chinese sun simulator. Yep.
That's because there's a patent. There's a patent. So
Oh
that's
God, we dealt with that for a decade. Oh my God. I'm sorry.
I
I'm
don't know.
laughing tonight. I am in Hello Atu's moon, and we're looking directly at it. And we have pictures going back in, oh God, early Atu days where we can directly through sky cams that were local through the United States, not up in Alaska. We have numerous sky cam footage of there sits Atu's moon right in front of big old purple Atu directly above us, and that was 2018 and 19. We have tons of those pictures, and we're putting them out for year after year after year, and people still don't get it. Right? Hello. And you know what happened to our 200,000 members, and why? And I'm not trying to harp, but I'm going. Why hasn't this gone viral? Why aren't people sharing this? I mean, this is absolutely documented with beyond reproach, and yet
But I mean, first you got to find people that's just even slightly interested in
yeah, it could.
Sky or Nibiru, because that's
Maybe
how I
it's a
got
topic
into
that we
all this.
think,
I was
maybe we're like the
curious.
Audubon Society. We like watching birds, and other people go,
Yeah.
"Oh, you're a bird watcher."
So you got to
Okay.
find those people first. So it's already narrowed down, out of the whole population, it's narrowed down to just, the sky watcher type. And then
Yeah,
from
yeah.
there, how many are going to be willing to set aside what they've previously learned to
Yeah,
take
next
something
question
like
is
all of this
how
on?
important to other people is sky watching even in the first place? 'Cause
Well, I mean, Sam, we live in a culture where looking up at the sky is considered dumb. So, I mean, it's an uphill battle.
oh my God,
I'll
are we
give you
nerds?
that. But like,
Are we nerds? Oh no!
it's an uphill battle. Looking up at the sky is not the sexiest thing.
Oh, my
Everybody,
God.
it's considered something that dumb people do. I mean, look, you have your head up in the clouds. I mean, that's how long have
Yeah,
we,
come back
where do
to
you
life,
think that
boy.
saying came from?
Make some money. Earn something out of your
Yeah.
laugh.
And that's not by coincidence.
No.
I mean, they've engineered that to happen that way so that, that would just take away from our credibility and this and that. So,
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm still trying to get over where people are talking about how that we're in a simulation and the Matrix and all of that. I still see that. Do you know that actually gets more play than we do?
I'm sure.
Yeah. Oh, look, it's a
Simulation
glitch in the Matrix.
idea.
There's this woman, she's frozen. And I
Right.
saw one the other day on Slapped Hammer or whatever, where they're driving by and this woman is repeatedly turning her camera and like she's a Matrix glitch in the computer. And I thought, well, okay, very cool, very interesting. But that actually gets more play than we do. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I know. I think we're kind of a small
This is blatantly necessity.
group overall. I
Yeah.
mean, worldwide. I don't know what percentage would be, like 5%.
Oh,
do you
I wasn't
4%?
going to be that generous.
Oh, oh no. Okay.
I was going to be. I was thinking a much smaller percentage.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and my brain spins both directions on this regularly.
Yeah.
It crossed my mind probably 3-4 times today alone. Like, I know this information is going to go. I know we're going to get out. But then there's the other side of the flip coin that goes, nobody's listening. Nobody gives a shit.
Right.
It's going to go
We're
by.
at
It'll
the
be
very
done.
like big
We'll
base
be,
level. We're at
we'll be
ground
the
I'll
level.
be honest, Sam. I can't handle you going there because sometimes I get that way.
We'll be
And
known as
but I
the
see
Nibiruites.
you, and even though you put up with a lot of shit, you still keep going. And that to me is inspiring. So if you
Oh,
ever
right.
were to go that way where you're just done, that would really kill it for me.
You can't make this shit
No,
up.
no
Look at the
pressure,
picture
no
in front of
pressure
us.
at all. I'm just saying this.
You look at the picture in
Yeah.
front of us right now. You can't make this shit up.
No, you can't.
There
And-
it
and-
is. And if anybody okay, they're just clouds. No, look at that dark blue. Look at the sky. Look at the sun. Look at the normal area of sky. There's something really wrong with this picture. And if you can't see that big damn ass planet right there in front of you, I actually feel sorry for you. I do. Because it's there. It's been there for a decade. Oh my
And the
God.
people, here's what they don't realize is that how it repeats itself. Like, especially that right there to the right, there's always this slant curve to the right. It's
Yeah, and
always
it wasn't there in 2018.
okay. Yeah,
It
I
wasn't.
was
It
I don't
were-
recall it being
Nibiru
there.
and his Saturn were
years
way,
ago.
way back on the right-hand side of the sun, but they were way, way back. And then in 2018, Yuri was there, but in a different manner and smaller. and had different, cloud effects, which we documented. And we worked at this every day. We didn't come out at week one and, I jumped back in 3 months later and found this. No, we have all worked at this every day. Sometimes anywhere from 2 to 8, 10, or God only knows, 2 to 8. Well, you see how long we talk on our podcast. 9 hours is our record. And we do
I
this all day
know.
with
I
people
know.
around the world.
That's crazy.
Yeah, well, actually, it is crazy. It's crazy.
I know.
We're the Mad Hatter
Right.
here. We are absolutely out of our frickin' minds.
I mean,
Of course, look at that green.
I know.
We know what that green means. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
The same patterns, because we've done this for so long, and we've done this for so long. I can't explain it any other way. And Christopher says, I was seeing them. I just didn't understand what I was seeing planets. Yeah. Well, nobody in their wildest dreams thinks that they're that close. They're that big. No one, not me, not anyone. And I was expecting them. And when I saw that first one go by in 2009-ish, I was out in my yard raking leaves. And I saw this damn huge ass planet that wasn't ours, because I know what our planets look like. I spent a lifetime studying the moons and the stars and all of this stuff, I know, Pleiades and this and that and the other thing. And I know where, Milky Way and the moon and big, we're in Montana. My God, we know stars. Anyway, and I see this big damn ass planet go by, and I immediately remembered that, back in the 70s, they said they were going to be here anywhere from around 50 years from now. My brain just went bing. And I just knew they were here, and I'll never forget that. I mean, oh my! And I said, "Oh shit, they're here," and I never looked back. And here we are. I knew they were coming. I knew we had to have 2 solar systems. That's why I wrote the paper. I knew that they told me I couldn't talk about it. So, and here we are.
I love this picture.
And that is the light illumination edge of planet Isatum. That line that you're looking at, the center line is the edge, and that wave to the left is the cloud reaction of the sun shining on the side of the planet. Now, the next line down toward the left, toward the bottom, is the side edge of Nibiru. That's the face edge of Nibiru. And we know that because we've seen it so many times for so long.
I got a couple of radar pictures. I don't know what the actual term for this is, but you'll know when you see it. Okay.
Yeah, this is one of those moments when I'd like to have a little sound device that I push the button and I got some weird, recorded.
And I was just going to say, Christopher mentioned something I think I mentioned earlier, the same thing about how he, knew something was up, but, nothing else was fitting, because there is loads of mainstream information that try to.
There's tons of it. This info is still being spread every day like peanut butter out there. And this is November 24th. This is the side of Nibiru. And you can tell that because of the way that base cloud is. And probably the upper right-hand corner is probably Isatum Shallow Moon. Just barely seeing the Isatum Shallow Moon. But this is overall the side of Nibiru. And I know that because I know whose picture. This is Petty's picture from Budapest. And he is currently our farthest east member, with the exception of South Korea. And we have a few Japanese people, but they don't talk to me very often. And we've unfortunately lost most of our Russian friends as of the Ukraine war. So, there's that weird duel that BB333 was talking about. And that is weird. That is really weird. I'm going to look at it for a second here on both. Yeah, now notice that
it looks like I'm watching Sorry, I was going to say like that movie, The Day After
2012.
Tomorrow, or
Oh
something.
yeah, Day After Tomorrow.
It's
Yeah,
like I'm
right,
watching a movie, like right
right.
there.
In
Something you
those
see in a
vortexes, I
movie,
guarantee you, they're ice cold,
and
very
you're like,
interesting wind.
no, that's real.
But if you
Huh.
notice on the picture on the right, we're staring at the United States and Canada. Notice how that jet stream is not over the top of us. And if you go over on the other side, okay, and I'm looking at the left-hand picture, and you wonder why Russia and China are in the midst of one of the nastiest Arctic polar blasts that they've ever experienced in recorded history currently as we speak, then you are seeing the right-hand oval on the left-hand picture doing a very intensely small rotation. So they're having extreme conditions there. And our jet stream is way north over to literally the North Sea above Russia. So that's part of why they're freezing their nards off, and we are excruciatingly warm here. And this may represent the pole and the Earth tip. And currently, with the two rings, two jet streams, that is telling me that something hooey is going on, something weird, quirky. Now, if you ever, like we were talking about last week, Jesus, about a plasma sphere, right? And you touch your fingers on a plasma sphere and how the electrical bolts inside the sphere reach up to one spot on the surface in your fingertips.
Yeah.
What's to say that maybe we are seeing a reach thread extending off of our planetary magnetosphere that is causing this dual rotational jet, just like the fingertips on a plasma sphere. The thread connections to two bodies, or even one, an extra, which is extra external of Earth. Is this evidence of a thread connection to another planet, which would cause that sort of plasma-like effect and weather occurrence, or a tip, or a reallocation of the poles trying to adjust? Who knows if it's instantaneous or if it's done through weather as well, because I'm sure it's all connected. So this is new, and I don't know the date of it, but I believe it is just freshly recent. So we should be focusing on it. I mean, we could see, like you said, the Day After Tomorrow movie, where all of a sudden one day everybody's okay, and all of a sudden there's this superstorm from hell that develops, and everybody inside of it freezes to death.
Yes, I know.
And
really just drastic.
There's people calling for, we're headed for an ice age, and then like me, I'm saying, hey, we're going to pry our asses off. We could actually see both. I mean, well, look, the desert is flooding, and the people that usually have water don't.
Right. Yes.
So we are watching an extreme behavior that is not normal at all, not even anywhere near normal. And we talked about an hour ago. I was like panicking, going, "Yeah, you guys got to pay attention. This is our weather. It's not normal." And it's not. It is not normal. Look at the United States. Look where the tropical center band is, in the middle of Mexico. It should be.
Normally this time of year, you're seeing like big winter storms in the Northeast. They always get hit every year.
Every January through February up here, we have 40 below.
Any
and
stories?
Right now it's 16 degrees outside, but
it's January. No storm. You know what I'm saying? There's no storms being reported.
Well, how about everybody? How many people out there currently have fog? We do.
A pretty dense one at the beginning of December. Really dense.
I mean, and I was driving home earlier this morning, and I'm looking at the sun, and I'm staring at believe it or not, the sun was in the south at roughly noon, and I'm staring at the mountain range to the southwest of me, and it's dark. Even the mountains aren't lit up. And it's like there's that weird cut-off light that nobody notices that makes everything weirdly shadowy. And I've been screaming about for months and months now on every podcast. And I'm absolute people don't notice the light's all messed up. Yeah. Look at that. We've got, and see, of course, that same thing is going on
over the top of us in the 2023 picture, but it's not into a jet stream pattern like it is in the picture that you showed previous. And that means it's a major high jet focal rotational jet. And the other green one in the 2023 one we're looking at, yeah, that is severe. Where those are high level jet stream force winds.
That's crazy.
Upper atmosphere. Yeah, that should not be doing that. We should have one, not two.
Do we know when this was? I mean, is
yeah,
there...
unfortunately, he posted it, I believe, today. We need to probably watch it.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah,
So
I've got it posted. I'll watch it later.
right. Wow.
I don't know. I'm less enthusiastic now that you said that he doesn't believe in Nibiru. Well, which is probably
I know. I was kind of a little let down a little bit. I was just like,
yeah, which probably why
wow.
he's never gotten back to me. Probably wrote me off long ago.
Right.
You know?
But he was just kind of nasty, not very nice about it. Very dismissive and just like I'm not going to go there.
It's his loss, not mine.
Just
okay, that weather site
you know,
again. Is Earth, all in small, lowercase letters. Earth.null NULL school SCHOOL Earth.nullschool.net.
I'm gonna write that one down too.
It's the one I use, and you can scroll it out. And of course, I don't know if it works for you phone users. It's the one I use on my computer. And you can do all kinds of things with it. In the left-hand corner, there's a little word that says Earth with 3 bars of lines on it. You click on that, and you can adjust your air, your ocean, your chems, your particulate. You can check all of those readings. You can check space and bio and how the sunspots are affecting the planet and the particulates, and you can look at ground level radar versus 500 meters versus 800, etc. You can check the upper jet stream. You can check the lower jet streams. So really, it's a simple, useful tool. Let me go back to air here. There we go. I had it clicked over, and I was looking at the particulate and the CO2 counts on the planet. And you can scroll and roll. You can grab it. You can cut and roll the planet. You can zoom in, zoom out. That's, of course, if you have a mouse that scrolls, and which is why I say I don't know if it works on phones or not.
Yeah, it seems, it's working for me.
Excellent.
I haven't.
Anyway, that's where this picture that we're looking at comes from. Is
okay.
Is that site? So this is the exact picture from that site. And again, I don't know when it was captured, and because it's transitory, it's always changing.
I had a couple more radar I was going to pull up, but
go ahead.
I know it was something that Jillian sent me last week, but I'm not. Let me look one other place. It was the one. Actually, maybe it's. Hang on. Something that Mark was sending out. Which is another image.
How many of tonight's listeners are getting bored?
I'm sleepy.
I'm getting tired too, but I mean that's not the point. I was just wondering if if we're actually even discussing anything.
I don't know. I
it's
know.
All important. It's all
just
connected.
Looking at radars forever.
This is, of course, us doing citizen science, and this is how we do it.
That's true.
And we talk about stuff, and we get, oh well, I got this from so and so, and so and so sent me this, and this is what we do. You guys just happen to be here for us not typing it. We're talking it rather than typing it.
That's true. This does help. It takes a while to type everything out. So this is a drastic improvement, just having more communication in general.
You were just locking up. You talked just fine, but I heard the auto-tune voice, and then your picture stalled a couple of times.
I'm a robot.
Well, so everybody get ready.
we paused this
Oh,
for
no.
station identification. Yeah, we might get booted off. Who knows? Because she just paused.
Yeah.
It's like we haven't had any trouble. Minor at the beginning, but we haven't had any real skipping tonight, which is nice.
Yeah, it's not been too bad.
And I've now forgotten that this darn microphone is right in front of my face, and I actually ran my nose into it. And like, hello.
That's sweet. Sabrina's
Yeah,
had a nice comment.
yeah.
Thank you.
It's
Thank
way
you
more
for
comfortable
being
than I have
here.
been.
She's always super supportive, like for all of the shows. So I
Awesome.
appreciate
Wonderful
you
people
being
that we've
here.
had before. I am quite pleased with our new regulars that we've acquired,
Yeah.
and I'm
Yeah.
thanking you all for
Yeah.
being here. I appreciate it, and it is nice to see you here. And just make sure you send a copy to somebody else so that we can get that view count up for Rebecca on YouTube. And
Right. Yeah.
we got to hit that million so she can get her gold plaque.
For whatever reason, I mean, I've had not much trouble growing, on other platforms, but for YouTube, not so easy.
Well,
For me.
maybe it's the title of the show listings sometimes.
Yeah, I mean,
I
don't-
should try and do an experiment or two on smart TV to see what like type in passing planets or see what they pump
Yeah,
up at
do
us.
that.
I need
Try
to do that
that.
because on
Yes.
computer it's one thing, but on smart TV it's another. On the cell phone it's another. On laptop it's another.
'Cause I have up to 500 characters for tags, and I have every space full, of tags, everything I could possibly think of. So,
Yeah, Sabrina, I'm glad you feel like you're part of the group. That's important. Which means that we're not
right.
icons that nobody can touch, and and you guys get to hear how silly I am now, rather than the guy who's bitching at you all the time on Skywatcher.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you're not doing science, damn it, do your homework.
It's
Yeah,
true,
my
though.
Yeah.
I remember, I know Jesus was the same way. We were like really hesitant on even talking to you because it was scary. Isn't that funny?
It was his level of knowledge because when we first started, we were really, like I was saying earlier, we barely knew what a CME was. We barely
You guys were
knew.
newbies.
Right?
So it's a little overwhelming, to be like, what am I really gonna offer to the conversation with somebody so far ahead?
Well, look what you
with
provided
knowledge.
already. I mean, you've given me so much information over the years. It's and you earned my attention, and this is part of why when I was first talking to Rebecca about doing this, because we were tired of waiting for Radio Wasteland to call me again, and I kept reaching out to them, and they didn't get back to me. So we thought, well, we got to do our own show, and then I said, well, I don't even know how you came up on the conversation, but I immediately said, well, yeah, definitely you should co-host with you. And
Yeah.
and the rest is it. I knew you'd be an excellent co-host. But then, there's times I know stuff that I don't know I know, but I know. If you know what I
Yeah.
mean.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
definitely remember.
I love when Rebecca posted about doing this. I think I was the first one to comment. Like, hey,
Yeah, probably, right?
Let me in.
I know. I can't remember what I said, but it was along the lines of, we're going to start a new podcast.
Yeah, and I was going to be an occasional guest, and then.
But I had been thinking about doing something like this for so long. But it was also the thought of like, first it was with Zane, but that was so long before I even really cemented any really actual knowledge that I could offer. Oh,
yeah, and you've done quite well. You're a really good co-host.
Yeah. Well, I've done it long enough now, but
Yep.
then when it started, and then it just like. After I moved to Salt Lake, when I realized, things were about to that point where you could actually have something to offer and actually not get things wrong and not pass along bad information, and I was like, I think it came right at the right time, at the perfect time,
It reminds me of
It
how I
does.
was taught how to swim, really swim. I'd been to swimming pools as a child, but when I was really taught to swim, my stepfather in Minnesota, we're out on a boat in the middle of the Mississippi River, and the Mississippi is very wide, even in Minnesota. And he just grabbed me and tossed me in the water and says, "Swim." Here you go.
Yeah, that's how my dad taught me how to swim.
Yeah,
That's,
and I could swim
and
before that, so to speak. But boy, I tell you, when and then it starts rowing the boat away. Wait, dog paddle doesn't get you anywhere that way. You got to learn. You got to stretch across and just.
no, sometimes it's sink or swim.
Yeah, you got to get in the water and just go.
Yeah.
And then this,
Yeah.
what are
And
you
if
doing?
you overthink
And then-
it, you're not. If you overthink it, you're not gonna do it.
Right, and it boils down to some of our guests as well, or guest co-hosts, or whatever whatever we want to call them. And guys, if you're out there and you want to even just be here for 10 minutes or a cameo, hi, this is my face. I live in Michigan, I live in Louisiana, or I live in Texas, or whatever. And I watch your show every day. You're more than welcome. Come on. And then after you do it a couple of times, I'm wishing you the best, whatever, or happy Halloween or whatever. And then after you do it a couple of times, it becomes a totally different thing. And I mean, I'll never forget my first show with Radio Wasteland was hugely nerve wracking. And then after about the fifth or sixth show, and I just pulled out, no problem. And Chauncey was a little bit. I was a little bit. I'm not going to say fearful, but woeful. I was a little bit hesitant because he actually was a very good host, and he had the radio voice and all of that. So, and then they broke our shows into 87 different videos. So, and we did a lot of them. And they would, we've done a bunch over the years. And now, to me, it feels just like I'm standing here talking to my friends on the phone. And
Yeah, that's what it feels like. That's
It's
exactly
true.
what it feels like. Yeah, and it's easy to forget that we're online and doing it publicly. Like I forget a lot of times. Like I'm just going on with the conversation. Like we're all sitting around a table talking about it. I kind of
and with my luxury in the photograph, I don't even have to wear pants. I'm joking. I'm wearing pants, but I mean that was a side joke.
well,
Yeah.
lucky you.
Well, well, I wish my internet worked better up here in Montana. It would be a whole different ball game.
Yeah, lucky.
I'd be able to upload my own videos.
I'm about ready to slip into my PJs right about now, but
Oh, okay. We're getting the first warnings, Rebecca.
mhm.
I know.
I see Rebecca.
I'm not far
because-
behind you.
I'm
I had,
Well, we
I
are
had a
at,
very full day.
we
Yeah.
are at
Yeah.
6 hours,
Yeah.
26 minutes. So we could do a 4-minute
Right.
wind down and make it me. I always
Do
let
that.
you know my
We can say our goodbyes.
I want
Yes.
to do it on the hour or the
I'm
half
gonna
hour.
find us some good goodbye music. So like the last 5 minutes, we'll have
There you go.
goodbye music. Yes.
Oh, we'll say
work on
goodbye
that.
and then we'll spend the next 10 minutes talking about it.
Mhm. Yeah.
We need some good goodbye music.
I don't know how many
okay?
times that happens where I say to somebody, I'll be typing to them. I say, I got to go do this.
Yeah.
25 minutes later, I'm still typing to them, and
Right.
it's hard
I
to walk
don't
away
have
from.
music at all.
And I
It's
always
so
get to look
low.
forward to playing Star Wars. It's like, oh, I get to go be in that world out there with, aliens flying around and high technology. And that's where my brain, unfortunately, exists a lot of times already.
It's Star
Yeah.
Wars time.
Yeah. I don't think I ever leave Star Wars. I think Yoda's in my left ear half the time, and you must unlearn, and relearn. And God, it's so hugely true. And of course, I'm the guy that sees ghosts walking around his house all the time. And
But when you learn how untrustworthy the people are that are giving us the information that we're being taught, you realize how untrustworthy they are. It makes it really much easier to let go of all that. And
then you learn it for yourself automatically.
and then you see it, right?
Well,
and
you-
then you learn it.
I don't expect to be saved. I don't expect anyone to hand me the information. I expect to see it for myself and experience it for myself. And I'm logical enough. And to me, science has always been
horrendously easy, and
Yeah.
I never ever had any trouble in school with any of that ever, and everything I've ever studied I eat up like candy. So, and I have learned to respect my abilities, and only do through doing this, by talking to people over the last decade. I mean, I've developed a completely new outlook because of doing this, and I'm literally not the same person I was when I started doing this. And it does change you, and we've all learned, and we
Absolutely.
continue to learn.
Absolutely.
Right. Right. Every
And,
day.
and I hope everybody
Yeah.
out there steps into a new, larger, bigger world where you need to look to yourself and say this stuff is learnable, because it's not that hard. It is,
Before
but
we
it is.
started this show, how we have really like sped up the capabilities of people learning like by a long
Right.
shot,
Right.
just by doing this show. Because before,
Yeah.
the information that you give out in 5 hours could take 5 months to accumulate. That's
Yeah.
why it took us so long to put all this together, is because it was just piecing it tiny pieces at a time.
Yeah, we got to the point
So
where
now
the
we just
construction
condensed it
actually
to be
became
like,
something.
Bam, there it all is, all
Yeah,
in one show. Yeah.
And we have the ability to group gather our information now and then to present it out to more people faster. And this is why I talked about, even maybe later on in Comic-Con, I would literally just yank up my hard drive and take it with me. And I've got, 150,000 pictures. I don't even know how many pictures I've got. But, I've got damn near a decade's worth of pictures sitting here on this
Thanks,
machine.
Rodney, for being here.
And we could demonstrate it in a larger way that way. But the
Nina.
point is that we keep working, and we keep going with the science, and we don't skip, and we don't jump or lose track of what is actually. And I mean, it's happening so fast that you have to pay attention.
And Sabrina.
And it's the same thing and the same thing over and over again, over and over again.
Thank
but-
you.
We have to stay on top of this, and the more people that do learn this, the farther the science is going to grow. Because it'll become exponential. It'll become this rolling, moving mass of people that go, "Hey, I saw this," or and get our. I'd like to be very busy again. There are days like the other day where I wanted to, post my crickets chirping.
Bye,
video again,
Andrea. Thank you.
because sometimes it does get slow.
Right.
Oh, Andrea's saying good night. Good night, Andrea.
Yes.
And I agree with Christopher. I would love to see Nibiru.
I want to go to the beach of Nibiru as well.
Yeah.
That'd be
I would like to just have a bird's eye view of what's happening right now. That I would die in peace if I could see that.
Wow. Yeah. God.
Yeah.
On one hand, careful what I can't even imagine the claustrophobic reaction of me going outside Earth's atmosphere and being in a tin can, going up to even the ISS, let alone going to another planet. Because I've been in airplanes and I don't even trust their air, and I'm quite happy staying on the ground. Thank you. Leave me in Montana.
I'm just wondering, like, how much, if it's like just completely different in every possible way, it'd be totally like a head change.
Oh, it is.
I
I've walked the deck of a two-decker disc lander and seen their technology in the rooms and the the upper deck and the lower deck and the little gray guys running all around waiting on the boss. And it is a complete, we didn't even leave the ground, and it is a complete unbelievable. It's Star Wars in your head, like you have no concept, and it is so immensely separate from your reality that on one hand it's like you completely accept it. On the other hand, later on you go, wow, and you spend years trying to even, and I spent years trying to even believe that I was right, not dreamt that somehow, some way, and I never questioned it. But I mean,
The preponderance of the doubt kept saying, "Oh, dude, you must have dreamt that." I don't recall it that way, but I keep telling myself some part of this has got to be, you know, not real, and yet here we are, you know, many years later, and then the damn planets show up on top of it.
Yeah.
Wow, you know, and so, and everybody here that is listening to this will be affected by it one way or another, right? Either it's good humor and you can laugh at me, or you can actually let it teach you new things, or you can evolve and grow and maybe live a better life for yourself, or a more enlightened stage. But that's why we do this. And I'm still tickled,
Right.
tickled.
Right.
Tickled,
It, you know, I sleep really well at night. I have a peace of mind, even though I know about all of this. I don't let it worry me.
I used to have horrible migraines for many years.
Yeah.
And then once I started talking, they dropped completely, literally out. I haven't had one in a very long time. I was suppressing all this information for the longest time and pushing it back, and then after I finally came out and started, you know, in 2010, started talking about it, then all of that changed. And recognizing your inner self and trusting you, and your friends may tell you you're crazy, but as long as you believe what you believe, then that's okay. And inclusion,
Right.
you have to include yourself in this
Right.
big movement of everybody's, you know, supposed to be, you know, nice to,
Right.
right? And we need to be nice to each other, but you also need to be nice to yourself and trust you and what you believe. And you'll find it's a lot easier to learn when you believe that you can learn, other than you saying, well, I'll never get this. And then you'll never get it then. You have to believe in why you're here. You're here because you're supposed to be here, and you're supposed to learn this stuff.
It's about just following, because I agree, like with what you said a while ago about just knowing. Sometimes you just know. You don't know how you know, or you just know.
You just know.
If you're here, just keep following that intuition. Just keep following that, and it'll lead you in the right place.
Right,
That's
because
what
there's
I
a very
do.
small percentage of people that are here.
That is exactly what I did this entire time. It's just what exactly I've been doing, is just going with what I feel is right, and it's led me down this way to taking some of the coolest videos of some of the coolest sightings, and it's just led me to this incredible journey. It's just
the greatest show on earth, man. I'm telling you.
Yes,
It really
absolutely.
is.
But it was absolutely just following that intuition, and then just going with just following that, you know. And it took me to sightings that I would have never seen if it wasn't for me following just that intuition. Because sometimes you're just at home in your room, and something tells you to just go outside and just follow it, and just go outside, and something will sure enough happen, you know. And just follow it, you know. Don't fight it, just follow it, you know.
Yeah, trust you. Trust in what you're
Laura.
doing, because you're
Thank
here for the
you.
right reasons, and this is why we're all doing this, is for the right reasons.
Right. For sure. Well, I guess we could wrap it up here.
Yep.
All right, guys. Well, thanks everybody for
Good night, everyone.
being with us. And, you know, we'll be back this Saturday, 2:00 Central. So I hope to see all of you there. And thank you, Jesus and Sam.
Thank you,
Well, have a
guys.
good
Thank
night.
everybody. Thanks again for being here,
Night.
and
Night,
we'll
everybody.
see you
Good
next
night.
week. You have a good night, guys.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Bye.